Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Just moments ago, Professor Flitwick mentioned that Professor McGonagall had come looking for someone in his class. At first, Luo Lin didn't think much of it. After all, he had skimmed through this part of the story rather quickly in his previous life, barely registering it. All he recalled was that Professor McGonagall discovered Harry's flying talent and recruited him for the Quidditch team. But now, it struck him, McGonagall had taken Harry to see Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, a fifth-year student at the time. Coincidentally, would have been in Flitwick's charms class that day when McGonagall barged in and pulled him out. It was probably one of the most uncharacteristically passionate moments for the usually strict and proper Professor McGonagall. She even bent the rules, something she rarely ever did, for Harry's sake. After all, first-years weren't allowed to play Quidditch. And yet, McGonagall had gone to Dumbledore himself to make an exception. That's how much she believed in Harry's potential. Harry ended up becoming the youngest Seeker at Hogwarts in over a century. It was clear Professor McGonagall took Quidditch very seriously. Now, seeing her walk in with a Nimbus 2000 in hand only confirmed that. Professor Flitwick looked slightly puzzled. "Professor McGonagall, what's it you've got there?" She smiled, clearly in high spirits. "This is the Nimbus 2000 I just bought from Mr. Potter. Picked it up in London this morning." Flitwick blinked in surprise. "Wait, you went all the way to London to buy Harry Potter a broom? He's only a first year, isn't he?" A hint of pride flickered in McGonagall's eyes. Today was Gryffindor's flying lesson. "I saw Potter fly, and I knew immediately he was a natural. He's born to be a Seeker." Flitwick's expression shifted from confusion to realization. "Ah, so that's why you pulled Oliver Wood out of class. But I thought first-years weren't allowed on the team." "I just had a word with Dumbledore," McGonagall replied, still smiling. He agreed. "Harry will play Seeker for Gryffindor." Flitwick chuckled lightly. He had rarely seen McGonagall so cheerful, but now he understood. Gryffindor Quidditch really meant a lot to her. "Well, congratulations. With talent like that, Gryffindor has a real shot this year." "Thank you, Phileas. I hope Ravenclaw flies high as well," McGonagall replied graciously. The two professors continued their conversation, but Luo Lin, who had been quietly listening, suddenly spoke up. "Professor McGonagall, when is the first Quidditch match scheduled? I've never actually seen one before and would love to watch." He wasn't lying. Despite Quidditch being the wizarding world's most beloved sport, Luo Lin had never paid it much attention. Not even during his time in Azkaban, where even hardened prisoners would gather to listen to match updates with fanboy-level obsession. Back in his previous life, he'd never been much of a sports fan either. Football, basketball, cricket, none of it appealed to him. He didn't even understand the rules. His only real exposure to ball sports had been the occasional game of badminton in college, and that was mostly to pass his physical education requirements. Otherwise, he gravitated toward martial arts, Tai Chi, and other less demanding physical activities. His physical strength had always been on the lower side, and he occasionally suffered from mild hypoglycemia. Anything too strenuous would leave him dizzy and out of breath. It wasn't that he disliked sports, it's just that his body had never kept up. But things were different now. His current body, though not perfect, was much healthier. No weakness, no blackouts. A little subhealth maybe, but nothing alarming. And let's be honest, if he dropped dead as a necromancer, it was only a temporary inconvenience. Besides, Quidditch didn't look that physically demanding. From what he remembered of the movies, it was more about flying skill than brute force. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became. Everyone around him at Hogwarts seemed obsessed with the sport. The players were basically celebrities. And now even Professor McGonagall was personally buying brooms for her star rookie. That kind of enthusiasm was infectious. He still didn't know the rules, but he wanted to learn. If the first match wasn't too far off, he could study the basics, maybe ask a few classmates, and experience the game firsthand. Who knows? Maybe he'd finally find a sport he could enjoy. Maybe, just maybe, he'd even try it himself someday. After all, it wasn't like he had anything to lose. And Quidditch actually sounded kind of fun. Certainly. In other words, probably not. Knowing himself well, Luo Lin found it highly unlikely that he'd ever fall in love with any sport, Quidditch included. Not because he didn't appreciate effort or spectacle, but simply because he was a homebody at heart. Comfort, quiet, and solitude suited him far more than competition and roaring crowds. Still, he'd asked about the first match out of genuine curiosity. Professor McGonagall, mildly surprised by his question, answered promptly. The first game is scheduled for early November, just after Halloween. Luo Lin nodded thoughtfully. That gave Harry just over a month to prepare. It wasn't much time, especially for a complete novice, but from what he recalled, Harry's natural talent on a broom was extraordinary. No wonder Professor McGonagall had been so thrilled. For her, this wasn't just another player. This was the potential savior of Gryffindor's Quidditch legacy. I'll make sure to come and cheer on the team, Luo Lin said politely. I hope they perform well. So do I, McGonagall replied, her tone proud yet hopeful. Professor Flitwick chimed in with a bit of concern. Mr. Potter has only just begun flying lessons. He likely doesn't even know the rules yet. Will a month really be enough? McGonagall's lips curled into a smile. It doesn't matter if he struggles at first. He's got the talent. Once he gets a feel for the game, I have no doubt he'll soar. Flitwick nodded in agreement. With potential like his, he might even live up to James Potter's legacy. That's exactly what I was thinking, McGonagall replied warmly. I believe Dumbledore sees it too. Luo Lin listened quietly. He wasn't entirely clear on Harry's family history, nor was he interested in digging into matters the professors weren't offering to explain. After a few more minutes of friendly conversation, McGonagall placed the Nimbus 2000 carefully on her desk. I'll send it to Harry by owl in the morning, she said. It was almost 6 o'clock by then. None of them had further classes that day, so they decided to head to the Great Hall and have dinner together. That night, as had become his habit, Luo Lin went out for a walk under the cover of darkness, aiming once again for the room of requirement on the 8th floor. But as he ascended the moving stairs, a strange sound reached his ears. Without hesitation, he slipped into his spectral form and glided toward the source of the noise. It turned out to be Filch, the school caretaker, whispering to his cat, Mrs. Norris. Sniff around, sweetheart. They're hiding somewhere. I can't smell it. They? Luo Lin's thoughts raced. Had students snuck out after curfew? Then a spark of memory hit him. This was the night Draco Malfoy challenged Harry to a midnight duel, but never intended to show. Instead, he tattled to Filch, hoping Harry and his friends would be caught breaking curfew. A cowardly move in wizarding culture, where dueling held some semblance of honor, even among students. But Draco didn't care. He'd rather break rules than face defeat. Luo Lin understood the mindset of these first years. Even if they were bullied or mistreated, they rarely reported it to professors. That was just how Hogwarts worked. Unspoken codes, quiet rivalries, and a surprising lack of adult intervention. He didn't agree with the culture, but he had no plans to change it. Floating silently behind Filch, Luo Lin activated his soul sense to probe the nearby area. And sure enough, he detected several magical signatures just beyond a stone wall. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville huddled together, anxious. Filch was drawing closer. Neville in particular looked like he might faint from panic. Beads of sweat stood on his forehead as Filch's heavy footsteps echoed nearer. Then crash. Filch tripped over a suit of armor, sending metal clanging across the corridor. Run! Harry shouted. The group bolted. Filch, furious, gave chase, but his pace was sluggish compared to the frantic energy of the students. Luo Lin followed from above, amused by the scene. The 4 students darted through corridors, ducked behind pillars, and took random turns in hopes of escaping. They had no idea where they were headed, only that they needed to run. Filch, ever persistent but eternally slow, kept just out of reach behind them. Luo Lin considered helping, just a little, but before he could act, another interruption occurred. Up ahead, a ghostly figure drifted into their path. It wasn't a professor, not Filch. It was Peeves. The poltergeist's eyes lit up with mischief the moment he spotted them. Oh ho ho! Naughty, naughty! First years wandering the halls at night. Panic spread through the group. If Peeves alerted Filch, they were done for. Detention, loss of house points, maybe even expulsion. Peeves, please, don't tell anyone, Hermione pleaded. But Peeves was having none of it. Oh, how delicious! Shall I shout? Shall I screch? Should I summon dear Filch to give you each a treat? Ron, in a fit of frustration, lunged at him, only to pass straight through, of course. But it was enough to irritate Peeves. With a shriek of laughter, the poltergeist called out, "Students here, right outside the charms corridor." Luo Lin winced. That was loud enough to wake the portraits. Filch's footsteps immediately quickened. He was on their trail again. Panic-stricken, the students sprinted forward, turning corners until they reached a dead-end corridor. The footsteps behind them grew louder. Hermione, ever the fast thinker, drew her wand and shouted, "Alohomora!" A nearby door clicked open. They shoved it wide and scrambled inside just in time. The door slammed shut, cutting off Filch's furious pursuit. Hermione opened the door with the unlocking spell, and Harry and the others hid in and closed the door tightly. Then they didn't dare to make a sound and listened to the sounds outside on the other side of the door. Luo Lin had already arrived outside the door. He looked a little strange. The reason for this reaction? It was because the place where Harry and the others broke in happened to be the corridor on the fourth floor. Fourth floor corridor, a place known to all Hogwarts students. Dumbledore even emphasized it more than once. It is forbidden to enter here, and there will be great danger after entering. No one thought that Dumbledore was out of touch. But if that's all, Luo Lin would not show such an expression. More importantly, this is obviously a very important place. It is obviously a place where students are not allowed to enter. But let Hermione, a first-year freshman, open it with a Lejo cave? Luo Lin thought this was too childish. Follow his ideas. Since the little wizards are not allowed in, then sufficient protection should be arranged around the perimeter, rather than just relying on a few layers of protection inside. After all, if Voldemort or other powerful wizards want to enter, the basic defenses on the outside will definitely not be able to stop them, so make it slightly more difficult to open the door. Keep little wizards out. You can avoid a lot of risks. In this way, even if you want to trick someone, you won't trick the little wizard. Certainly, Rowling couldn't figure out whether Dumbledore did this intentionally. In fact, this protection is a bit too strong. It's very possible that he just acted casually to lure the snake out of its hole. Or maybe you just want Harry and the others to hear this. Without enough information, Luo Lin couldn't tell which one it was. But this had little effect on him. He saw the big, three-headed dog behind Harry with his sole perspective. Hagrid's Fluffy. It looks extremely vicious. 3 pairs of eyes, 3 noses, 3 pairs of ears, and 3 big mouths. Suddenly saw these combinations. Most people would be really scared. Luo Lin didn't feel anything. Lu Wei is still a bit too weak for him. What do you say about a creature like the 3-headed hellhound? The powerful is truly powerful. The weak are really weak. Lu Wei belongs to the weaker category. Although it has good magic resistance and acceptable attack power, it can actually only be used to guard the door. It is not easy to use it to actually hurt people. At least it's slow. Even if someone provokes it, as long as it runs fast enough, it will be difficult for Lu Wei to catch up. Moreover, Lu Wei was restricted to the corridor on the 4th floor, so it would be even more difficult to catch up with people. So Luo Lin was not worried about Harry's safety. At this time, Lu Wei was shocked by the sudden appearance of Harry and the others, and had not yet recovered. Outside the corridor door on the 4th floor, Filch and Peeves arrived at this time. Luo Lin looked at the two of them with interest. Filch is a bad-tempered person, and Peeves is even more moody. If these two people want to cooperate, it is simply more difficult than reaching the sky. Peeves, where have they gone? Filch said angrily. Tell me quickly. Peeves was not in a hurry at this time. Say please. Rowling could tell that Peeves was trying to manipulate Filch. The expression on Filch's face was very expressive, and he was very unhappy. Don't mess with me here, Peeves. Tell me quickly. Where did they go? The more he said this, Peeves became more and more excited and said in a cheerful tone, If you don't say please to me, I won't say anything to you. Filch finally compromised, and there was nothing he could do against Peeves. Okay, please tell me, where did those people go? Peeves suddenly laughed. What words? Ha 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 ha. I've already said that if you don't say please, I won't say anything to you. Ha 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 ha. Peeves was so happy to trick Filch. He didn't even care about Harry's people and left quickly in excitement. Peeves you, @%. Filch cursed in anger and also walked away. From beginning to end, he didn't even think of opening the door of the fourth-floor corridor to check. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid Filch thinks this place is locked. We are safe now. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Neville suddenly pulled hard on Harry's robes. Ron's body trembled involuntarily. Harry hadn't turned around yet. Seeing the reaction of the two people from the side, he turned around and asked, What happened? Before the two of them could answer, Harry already understood the reason for the two people's reaction. They were not in some room behind the door, but in a corridor. At the same time, he immediately realized which corridor this was. It was obviously the forbidden corridor on the fourth floor. He also understood why this place was off-limits. All because of this monster that appeared in front of him. This is a dog. This is a big dog. This is a big dog with 3 heads. Harry had never seen such a big dog. It stands up and covers the body from floor to ceiling. Those 6 ferocious eyes seem to choose people to eat. The sight of sticky saliva dripping from the yellow dog teeth was extremely disgusting. The key is that there are 3 mouths in total, and there are 3 pools of drool. It makes people extremely physically uncomfortable, being stared directly at by 6 pairs of eyes. Harry was stressed. Neville, Ron, Hermione, and others are even more so. He could tell that the 3 big dogs had not yet fully recovered. They also didn't completely come to their senses, until the 3 big dogs let out a deafening bark. Harry and others suddenly woke up. Run. Finished. He turned the door handle as quickly as possible. He didn't even care about Filch, who might not have left outside, not to mention the naughty Peeves. He only had one thought now: take his friends and run away. The key point is that Harry still doesn't know if he can run away. Such a big dog must run very fast. If he was caught up, he had no doubt that his fate would be death, in the face of death and other things. Harry chose the opposite of death again. He wants to live. He doesn't want to die yet. The thought that I might die. The first thing that came to Harry's mind was Professor Rasma. If you die, how would the professor react? How regretful I must be that I can't attend next week's party. Will the professor attend his funeral? No, he should have been devoured by this big dog with no bones left. How could there be a funeral? Harry ran with Ron and others. Various thoughts were floating in my mind. Luo Lin didn't know that Harry thought so much. In fact, after Harry and the others escaped from the corridor, Luo had already stopped moving, returned to the trapdoor again. Harry must be safe there. Luo Lin didn't care. He came to Lu Wei, who was standing on the trapdoor. Under the trapdoor is naturally the secret room where the magic stone is stored, but there are still a few more hurdles to go through. In the end, after defeating Luo Lin's 3 undead servants and a flame stone demon, you can see the magic stone, right? To be honest, Luo Lin didn't know either. Did Dumbledore put the Philosopher's Stone directly in the Chamber of Secrets this time, or in the Mirror of Ariste? He doesn't pay too much attention to this kind of thing. Just came here. Luo Lin used his soul connection to take a look at Gunter's situation. The result is nothing special at all. Gunter, Birds, and the others looked extremely bored. But compared to the dark little dark room, they should like this place better. It just wouldn't be nice to have them so bored all the time. Think about it. Rowling decided to look for Dumbledore when he had time, and then sent Gunter and the others some things to pass the time. as a spiritual servant with wisdom. Entertainment activities, such as playing poker and chess, are still fine. They must be happy to pass the time this way. Otherwise, there would be nothing to do all day long, and he could only chat with the two undead beside him, which would be too boring. Luo Lin uses himself to save others, and they must also feel uncomfortable. With this idea, I have gained something today. He reached out and touched Lu Wei's dog head. He used his soul power to calm it down and calm down the three-headed dog. Then Luo Lin left here. He was just watching the excitement and didn't do anything. Now it's time to get down to business. Came to the 8th floor. Entering the Bing room with a ball, Luo Lin started experimenting again. The next day, Friday, nothing special happened. Luo Lin just went to class as usual. While in the office, Professor McGonagall mentioned that there was something unusual last night. It is said that Filch found Dumbledore and strongly demanded that Peeves be expelled. In the end, he failed. According to Professor McGonagall, Hogwarts once tried to expel Peeves. Not just once, but all failed. Not only that, there were some accidents caused last time. She did not elaborate on the accident, but it seems that Professor Flitwick should also know. None of them said anything. Luo Lin didn't ask. Anyway, the longer he stayed at Hogwarts, the more secrets he had access to. This kind of little story and secret is a bit like a little surprise in his life. It's a lot of fun to get occasionally. If you search for it deliberately, you will lose this fun. Luo Lin has a good mentality. He is not in a hurry and is more willing to enjoy the unexpected little secrets in life and enjoy it. Friday also flew by. Saturday has come again. Everyone who came to Hagrid's cabin this time was already familiar with the journey. Hagrid stopped taking out his rock pie, but he learned some other new treats. After Luo Lin tried it, he thought it tasted pretty good. At least it's much better than rock cake. Not to mention Harry and the others. They praised him repeatedly, making Hagrid smile. Luo Lin felt that Hagrid was much happier today than he had been in a long time. It is a beautiful thing to be recognized by others. Eating and drinking black tea. They talked about what happened during the week. A lot has happened to Harry and the others this week. The most important thing is, of course, taking flying lessons. You can tell. Harry was very excited when he talked about flying lessons. The same goes for Ron and Hermione. Only Neville was slightly embarrassed. This time, he didn't get too nervous and flew too high, falling down and breaking his bones like in the original work. But his performance is still not very good. He almost lost control and fell down. Harry was the complete opposite. He excitedly talked about his feeling of flying in the sky. It was a feeling of being at home. He also specifically mentioned the feeling of sitting on Longbottom. He said that he had already fallen in love with Fakian from that time. Harry also talked about becoming the youngest member of the House Quidditch team in a century. He will be training next week, although Harry was a little worried about whether he could do it well. But he was looking forward to this matter very much, and his eagerness to try it was directly reflected on his face. Ron was envious of Harry. He also wants to be a Quidditch player. It is best to be the Quidditch captain and lead the college to win the Quidditch game, just like his older brother Charlie. Hermione was not as enthusiastic as the two of them, but it could also be seen that she was also very interested in Quidditch. Everyone was chatting. We talked about what happened the night before. Harry looked at Hagrid and Rowling and whispered, "Professor, Hagrid, we encountered some strange things on Thursday night." After getting to know Hagrid, Hagrid stopped letting them call them Mr. Hagrid, and instead called them Hagrid directly. Here's words. Of course, Luo Lin knew what was going on. Hagrid became interested. What's weird? He now enjoys hearing interesting stories from Harry, Rowling, and the others every week. Ron looked a little excited. We met a big dog with 3 heads. It was really a wonderful adventure. Harry echoed from the side. Yes, although I was very scared that night, but thinking about it carefully, it was really a wonderful encounter. Although the two of them were very tired that night, they were also a little scared. But when I woke up the next morning, they all thought it was very interesting to meet a big dog with 3 heads. And he was very interested in what was in the trapdoor under the big dog. This may be the adventurous spirit of the two. Hermione and Neville are different. They have no interest at all in big dogs and their companions. Especially Neville. He just hoped that he would never see the big dog again, otherwise he might wet his pants. Hermione is very different from how she was in the original novel. She considered Harry and Ron friends, although I am worried that their behavior will deduct points from Gryffindor. But he still stood firmly with Harry. However, they have different opinions on the matter of meeting a big dog. They have a common opinion. That means we must find an opportunity to take revenge on Draco. Draco was so disgusting that he couldn't come to a duel with them and notified Filch. This is intolerable to Harry and others. They will definitely go back with revenge. It's just that he hasn't found any good opportunities now. Here to their stories. Hagrid's expression became a little strained. A big dog with 3 heads. Isn't that Lu Wei? Hagrid felt that if he remembered correctly, Lu Wei should be in the corridor on the 4th floor now, right? How do you know about the 3-headed Lu Wei? Didn't you listen to Dumbledore and go to that forbidden place? Hagrid's expression became much more serious. Lu Wei with 3 heads. Harry and the others did not answer Hagrid's question. Instead, he noticed Hagrid's name for the 3-headed dog. You know that big 3-headed dog? Harry couldn't help but ask. Hagrid scratched his head. Of course, it belongs to me. I bought it from a Greek guy I met in the hotel last year. I lent it to Dumbledore before and asked him to guard it. Speaking of which, Hagrid immediately realized that he couldn't say anything anymore. He glanced at Luo Lin next to him and whispered, "Guard something." Then the voice became louder. "Why did you sneak into the 4th floor corridor? It is forbidden to enter. You have violated the school rules. You have to remember that you are absolutely not allowed to enter there. Otherwise, you'll be eaten directly by Lu Wei." Here his words. Neither Harry nor Ron cared that much. Only Hermione and Neville nodded slightly, seemingly remembering it. Noticed Harry and Ron's nonchalant expressions. Hagrid had a headache. He couldn't help but look at Luo Lin. "Professor Rasma, do you see?" Luo Lin raised his eyebrows and said, "Hagrid is right. There is indeed a lot of danger there. It's best not to go there easily. I have also placed some things inside that are fatally dangerous to you." He directly revealed the existence of Gunter and the others. As soon as Harry heard what he said, he immediately changed his attitude, from being indifferent to being very serious. "Don't worry, Professor. We won't go there again." The speed of Harry's face change once again shocked everyone in the room, especially Hagrid. Suddenly, I felt a little depressed. It is of no use at all to co-author myself. When Luo Lin says it, it works better than anything else. Isn't this bias too obvious? Hagrid felt a little aggrieved. Ron didn't change his attitude like Harry, but he paid attention to other information Rowling said. Professor Rasma has arranged something under that trapdoor, which will cause fatal danger. Ron's eyes widened at this news. Based on his observations during this time, Professor Rasma is not the kind of person who talks casually. Since he said so, it must be true. If it was just an ordinary adventure, forget it. But Ron is definitely not willing to bear the fatal danger Professor Rasma said. He felt that it would be better for him to survive. Ron decided not to go to the 4th floor corridor again, but now he is curious. What exactly is in there? Does it need so much power to protect it? His curiosity was also the curiosity of Harry and others. This time, even Hermione and Neville were no exception. Although they are not willing to take risks, everyone has the mentality of gossiping. They also want to know what they are protecting. Ron asked. Hagrid subconsciously wanted to stop them. You shouldn't interfere in things that have nothing to do with you. It's very dangerous. Speaking of this, he suddenly realized that there was Luo Lin next to him. It was Luo Lin who was talking just now. Ron was obviously also asking Rowling questions. He shouldn't take it upon himself to answer for Luo Lin. Think of this. Hagrid did not finish what he said next, but looked at Luo Lin. He definitely didn't want Rowling to tell Harry and the others about this. Harry and the others are still children, and this time the matter is related to the mysterious man. Hagrid didn't want Harry to have contact with a mysterious person, which was very dangerous. Hermione and the others were the same. Hagrid knew how much harm the mysterious man had caused to the British wizarding community. So subconsciously, I don't want the little wizards to come into contact with things related to it. He considers anything to do with you-know-who to be extremely dangerous. But if Luo Lin wanted to do it, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Although this matter is very important, It can almost be regarded as the #1 secret in his heart. But he really didn't know whether Dumbledore had told Rowling whether he could tell it. If only Dumbledore hadn't said that. Luo Lin could definitely tell it, and he had no reason to stop it. It all depends on Luo Lin's own thoughts. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Luo Lin. Luo Lin didn't have as many scruples as Hagrid. Voldemort was nothing to him. Moreover, to Voldemort, Harry is simply a natural enemy. If Rowling knew what Hagrid was thinking, he would definitely tell him that it was not Harry and the others who should be worried, but Voldemort. Just like in the original work, Voldemort possesses Professor Quirrell. After trying all kinds of disguises, he finally tricked Dumbledore away and used a dragon egg to get away to deal with Lu Wei from Professor Quirrell. As for the levels of other professors, I don't know how much energy Professor Quirrell spent. Just ran to the secret room so hard. Finally, I'm about to get the magic stone. It turns out the Philosopher's Stone is in the mirror of Ariste. Fortunately, Harry chased after him because of a misunderstanding and got the Sorcerer's Stone by mistake, seeing that the magic stone that I have longed for is about to be obtained. Rowling could imagine how happy Voldemort and Professor Quirrell were at that time. However, I was not happy for a few minutes. Then he discovered that Quirrell couldn't touch Harry at all. In the end, Dumbledore rushed back early, and Voldemort and Quirrell's whole semester's preparation fell short. Shouldn't Voldemort just go back to his Albanian forest and keep company with those rodents? The next time I show up, I have to wait until next semester. It can only be said that Voldemort is simply at a loss. Such a Dark Lord Luo Lin didn't even know what to fear. As for the past few years, Voldemort has been making trouble and causing trouble. Then we have to wait a few years. What's more, Rowling quite recognized Harry as the savior. Even with the butterfly effect he had brought about, he didn't think Voldemort would succeed in causing trouble this time. In other words, Voldemort has a lower chance of success this time, unless Voldemort never comes to provoke Luo Lin. And Luo Lin will be an ordinary defense against the dark arts professor for the next time, without becoming a principal or anything. Only in this way can Voldemort achieve the achievements in the original work. Otherwise, he should obediently become Harry's experienced baby and help Harry become the savior. So Luo Lin has no scruples in this regard. Ron asked. He felt that telling Harry about the Sorcerer's Stone, think of this. Roland said, the thing placed there is the Philosopher's Stone belonging to Professor Dumbledore's friend Nicholas Flamel. He said it very directly. After hearing this, Hagrid opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. Harry and others' eyes widened, but their eyes widened not because of surprise, just out of confusion. Harry looked at Rowling curiously. Nicolim, the Philosopher's Stone? The same goes for Ron and others. Hermione paid special attention. She was very curious about these special things. Hagrid raised his eyes, stood up, and poured a cup of black tea for several people. Luo Lin picked up the teacup and took a sip, then explained in detail. Nicholas Flamel is a good friend of Professor Dumbledore and a well-known alchemist in the wizarding world. The Philosopher's Stone is a magic object, and Nicolim is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. According to my understanding, the Philosopher's Stone is a magical item with special abilities. It can transform any metal into pure gold, and can also create the elixir of life. Harry, Hermione, and others' eyes widened even more. This time it was not confusion, but real shock. They were shocked by the magic of the Philosopher's Stone, especially Ron, who opened his mouth wide. Being able to turn any metal into pure gold? Doesn't that mean you can have as much money as you want? Regarding his words, Roland nodded. Theoretically, that's the case, if Nicolim wants it. Ron felt bad when he thought about his family's extremely poor situation and how others could easily produce pure gold. Harry didn't have this idea. He had quite a lot of money in his vault and was not short of money to spend. But he was still surprised by the magic of the Philosopher's Stone, mainly the elixir of life behind it. The elixir of life? What is that? It literally means that after making the elixir of life and drinking it, you can live forever. Luo Lin said casually. Immortality. Even though Harry and the others were children, they didn't have a clear idea about this matter. They also know what a great thing it is. Harry reacted. No wonder we have to use so much power to protect it. There must be many people who want to get the Philosopher's Stone. Luo Lin nodded. Of course. Not to mention other people. Even I will have greed in my heart when I see the Sorcerer's Stone. After hearing his words, Harry immediately answered. But Professor, if you can control your greed, you are a strong person and a good person. Hagrid twitched his lips. He can also control his greed. So why doesn't anyone say that he is a strong man and a good person? But Luo Lin said everything at once. It still surprised him a little. Especially Luo Lin knew very well about the Sorcerer's Stone. This is relatively rare. Most wizards don't even know about the existence of the Philosopher's Stone, let alone the effects of the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid only found out after hearing what Dumbledore said. Hermione also looked at Rowling with a little admiration at this time. Professor Rasma, you know so much. I have read so many books, and I don't even know this knowledge. Luo Lin smiled. This is also a coincidence. I didn't know about the Sorcerer's Stone at first. It was mainly because Dumbledore gave me the matter of getting the Sorcerer's Stone from Gringotts and asked me to arrange the means. Protect the magic stone, so I know more. Gringotts? Was the Philosopher's Stone in Gringotts before? Harry caught the key word. Luo Lin nodded. Just a few days before I went to pick you up, I took the Sorcerer's Stone from the underground vault of Gringotts. I didn't know it was the Sorcerer's Stone at the time, otherwise I might have taken it. Escaped. Everyone could tell that Luo Lin was joking. Ron couldn't help but wonder if he encountered the Sorcerer's Stone, would he be able to withstand the temptation? He was a little unsure. But consider that the Philosopher's Stone belonged to Dumbledore. He felt that he would not be able to escape even if he got the Philosopher's Stone. This assumption simply did not hold true. However, Luo Lin mentioned that the Sorcerer's Stone was in Gringotts before. Ron suddenly thought of something. So sometime before school started, someone attacked Gringotts. Reports said they were looking for something. Could it be that they were looking for the Philosopher's Stone? His words made everyone instantly curious. Harry also came back to his senses. Yes, Ron told me on the train before that a wizard broke into Gringotts. When I think about it, it's probably for the Sorcerer's Stone. Hermione didn't pay much attention to news like the Daily Prophet, so she didn't know much about this matter. But after hearing what Harry and Ron said, I felt that if this was the case, that person was probably heading for the Sorcerer's Stone. Hagrid's expression changed when he heard this. He didn't know about it, and he knew what kind of force was most likely to attack Gringotts. It is precisely because of this. He didn't want Harry and the others to know. But all this had to be decided by Luo Lin himself. He could only look at Luo Lin with some worry. Luo Lin saw Hagrid's expression in his eyes. I feel like Hagrid is really worried about Harry and the others. To be honest, even if they directly tell Harry the news that Voldemort wants to use the Sorcerer's Stone to inhabit him, what can they do? Without God's perspective, Harry and the others are only freshmen now. Even if you know the news about Voldemort, at best, listen to it as a story. What can a few children do? According to common sense, it is impossible for them to run to the magic stone to protect the magic stone, even if Luo Lin opened the God's perspective. Knowing Harry would be involved in this. But I didn't think it was a big deal. The key was precisely because he knew what would happen, that he believed Harry was safer than anyone else. Certainly, this is a relatively calm observer's perspective. Maybe Harry, who was in it, didn't feel so. Luo Lin originally planned to explain everything clearly, but with Hagrid's expression, he didn't want to talk about it for a while. But Harry and the others seemed very excited and curious, so he couldn't be a loser or become the Riddler, right? As someone who really hates the Riddler, can he be the Riddler? Luo Lin touched his chin. It doesn't seem impossible. Being a Riddler also has the fun of being a Riddler, although it's a bit of a double standard. But Luo Lin felt that it was okay for him to do so. Anyway, it won't affect Harry and the others, and it can also make Brother High feel a little more at ease. Think of this. Luo Lin showed a mysterious expression. I also know about the attack at Gringotts. According to my inference, it is indeed very likely that it was aimed at the Sorcerer's Stone. It's just that I had already obtained the magic stone, so he returned without success. Harry looked at him with admiration. Does the professor know the identity of that person? Luo Lin shrugged. I don't know. Luo Lin expressed his guess with a mysterious look. But when Harry asked who it was, he simply said he didn't know how to say it. The transition between these two reactions is a little too smooth. It made Harry a little confused. The look of admiration on his face froze. Ron and Hermione almost couldn't hold back their laughter when they saw it. They had seen Harry suddenly change his face because of Roland's words. But I didn't expect that Luo Lin would also have a sudden change. But think about it. For those who want to snatch the magic stone, it is okay to make some guesses, but no one can be sure who the possible murderer is. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief at this time. He was afraid that Luo Lin would read out Voldemort's name directly. Regarding this, he had no doubt whether Luo Lin dared to say Voldemort's name. In other words, when they were chatting together before, Luo Lin never stopped mentioning the word Voldemort. They, including Professor McGonagall, would only call the mysterious man. Dumbledore and Rowling are probably the only two people in the entire school who would call Voldemort by his name without any scruples. At least that's the case on the surface. Rowling stated that he did not know the possible identity and purpose of the murderer. Harry quickly came to his senses. Then Harry, Hermione, and Ron got into a discussion. Because they didn't know Voldemort's situation, they didn't think about Voldemort at all. Luo Lin listened with interest. It can only be said that Harry and the others are still very imaginative. Combined with some campus legends, it makes sense. Hagrid listened very relaxedly. As long as you don't think in the direction of the mysterious man. The rest was no big deal to him. Today's party was still very enjoyable. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Harry and the others reluctantly left. It's time for Luo Lin to leave. Hagrid seemed to want to say something, but in the end he said nothing. After returning home, Luo Lin took a bath and had a meal, and then went to the room of requirement to experiment for 2 hours at night. That's all. The third week of school at Hogwarts ends on Saturday. No changes on Sunday. The time has come for the fourth week. Luo Lin's life can be said to be uneventful. There is nothing special about the defense against the dark arts course. Talk about black magic, talk about various creatures, talk about various defensive spells, and that's pretty much it. Luo Lin has not started teaching about dueling techniques yet. This is naturally because he has never dueled with others. The magic mastered by Luo Lin is completely different from the magic mastered by ordinary wizards. In this case, the duel didn't mean much to him. So Luo Lin didn't know much about the wizard's duel. May serve as a defense against the dark arts professor. The knowledge of dueling was something he had to teach the little wizards. Luo Lin didn't want to be an incompetent professor. Duel knowledge is one of the core knowledge of this course. He still hoped that what he said was meaningful. After all, dueling knowledge cannot be taught by following a script. He requires that there must be a certain practical understanding. Based on this, Rowling's idea was to find Professor Flitwick. He vaguely remembered that the book he read said that Professor Flitwick was a former dueling champion. No matter what duel champion, all show that Professor Flitwick has profound knowledge in dueling. Luo Lin likes to ask experts for advice on things he doesn't understand. Now that Professor Flitwick is an expert in decision-making, it is naturally worthy of his special consultation. But Professor Flitwick gave him as many courses as he did, if not more. He is fully booked almost every day, except occasionally. In this case, if you want to consult Professor Flitwick, you can only wait until Saturday and Sunday. But Professor Flitwick was busy on Saturdays and Sundays these past few weeks. We had agreed to go to Hagrid's place together as guests, but we couldn't even go, let alone spend time teaching Luo Lin about dueling. So Luo Lin could only wait. I'll ask Professor Flitwick later when he's free. In fact, it's not like Luo Lin can't find someone else. Everyone else also graduated formally. His knowledge of dueling is definitely not that bad. But Luo Lin was not in a hurry at first. There was no need to find someone at this time. According to his observation, no professor was not busy. Also, Luo Lin seems to be more casual, but his spirit is still quite high. If you want to learn from the best. Rowling was reluctant to leave Professor Flitwick, the dueling champion, to learn from others. He could only make an appointment with Professor Flitwick first, and then he would study with Professor Flitwick when Professor Flitwick had enough free time. Speaking of which, Luo Lin is now a professor, but he still has to study with another professor-like student. All I can say is that as long as you live, you will learn, and there is no end to learning. The 3 days before the 4th week flew by. The 4th day came in the blink of an eye. This morning, the little wizards came to the restaurant to eat, as usual. The owl postman also poured into the auditorium door, as usual. And today, there is something very different in the owl postman package. It was a slender package carried by 6 screech owls. All the little wizards' attention was attracted by this strange thing, and they were all eager to know what was in this package. Under the curious eyes of everyone, 6 owls circled down, landed at the Gryffindor table, and it was right in front of Harry. Harry was astonished. He was attracted by this thing just now and was guessing what was inside. The owl actually landed in front of him. It seems like this thing was given to him. Harry no longer cared about the meat on his plate being knocked off. He was just about to pick up the package and open it to see what it was. Then another owl sent him a letter. He thought for a while and opened the letter first. After opening the letter, he felt a little lucky, because the letter clearly stated, "Do not open the package on the table. It contains the broomstick given to you, Nimbus 2000. I don't want it to be known that you have a new broom, lest they all want it. Oliver Wood will be waiting for you on the Quidditch pitch at 7 o'clock tonight to give you your first training session." It's signed Professor McGonagall. After reading this, Harry's eyes suddenly lit up, and he handed the envelope to Ron beside him. Ron had a look of envy on his face after reading it. He handed it to Neville again. Neville was also a little surprised and finally handed it to Hermione. Hermione opened her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect that Professor McGonagall would actually give Harry a broomstick or Nimbus 2000. They have been studying broomsticks during this time. Of course you know what an excellent broom Nimbus 2000 is. According to Ron, that means he hasn't even touched it. Harry was so lucky. This is the idea of the 3 Rons. Get Nimbus 2000. Harry was so impatient that he didn't even want to eat breakfast. The same goes for Ron. They were about to leave the auditorium in a hurry. I wanted to find a place where no one would notice me and watch Nimbus 2000 before the first class started in the morning. But just when I wanted to go upstairs, I found that the road to the marble stairs was actually blocked. It was Crabbe and Goyle. Draco looked at them condescendingly, especially seeing what Harry was holding. He stretched out his hand to grab it. However, Harry had quick eyesight and quick hands at this time. He didn't let Draco grab it at all and glared at Draco. "Cowards, you didn't dare come to the last duel. Are you going to have another duel with us?" Draco was stunned for a moment. Why is Harry Potter so brave? You're going to have a duel with him when you come up. What followed was full of anger, and he looked at Harry fiercely. "Who are you calling a coward?" "Anyone who dares not fight is a coward," Harry said without hesitation. Draco's eyes widened. "Why do you say that?" "It's just that you are stupid." Harry sneered disdainfully. "You are a coward who has destroyed the sanctity of the duel. If you can, tell me what happened that day, and see if others think you are a coward." Draco choked immediately. How could he tell what happened that night? If the wizard refuses the duel, it is understandable. But if he accepts the duel but escapes, he will definitely be laughed at by others. Draco didn't want to be laughed at by the little wizards at school. Even Slytherin will despise him without hesitation, because this is the consensus of the entire wizarding society. He would be an embarrassment to the Malfoy family. His father might take him home and never let him out again. Just thinking about that scene, Draco shuddered. Harry felt very proud when he saw Draco's expression. After getting along with Malfoy for a long time, he found that he was now a little impulsive and did things without considering the consequences. He would never have done this before, teasing Draco without hesitation like this. But now he thinks it's good to do this. At least he feels comfortable in his heart. The key is that Draco can't do anything to him. In fact, Harry was the one who least wanted what happened that night to be told. After all, even though Malfoy broke his promise and did not go to the duel, he was at most criticized on a moral level for violating the unspoken rules of wizard duels. But Harry broke the school rules. The 4 of them ran around in Hogwarts at night, and even broke into the 4th floor corridor that Dumbledore was forbidden to enter. if these things were known to others. If nothing else, Filch would definitely apply to expel them immediately. Gryffindor will also be deducted a large amount of points. Even Harry and the others will not be expelled by then. You will also receive strange looks from countless classmates around you. This was something Harry was unwilling to accept at any cost. Therefore, Ron and others will always have this matter in their stomachs. Except for Professor Razma and Hagrid, who had absolute trust. He never told anyone else. "Okay, Draco, you coward. It's time to make way for us," Harry shouted. Draco subconsciously wanted to retreat, but then suddenly reacted, and his pale face suddenly turned red. "I'll say it again. I'm not a coward. Also, why do you call me Draco? You should call me Mr. Malfoy." Now, Ron couldn't help it anymore. "You don't deserve to be called Mr. Malfoy. There's only one Mr. Malfoy, and that is Mr. Malfoy under Professor Rathma. You are just Draco now." Speaking of this, Malfoy became even more angry. He clenched his fist tightly and wanted to say some cruel words to Luo Lin, but the green light in Malfoy's skull eyes suddenly flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, and he could no longer say the harsh words in his mouth. Not coming out. The reason for being so angry. It was entirely because Rowling's undead servant Malfoy had turned against Tiangang and became Mr. Malfoy in the mouth of the younger wizards at Hogwarts. And he, except for those who knew him well, everyone called him Draco. If these people were calling him Draco out of affection, maybe he wouldn't be so happy, but he would never be as angry as he is now. But those people obviously didn't think so. They just think there's only one Malfoy, so he is Draco. This was unacceptable to Draco, who was proud to be a member of the Malfoy family. He reiterated several times to the others that he should be called Malfoy. Except for a few friends from other pureblood families, no one called him that. There was even a time when he accidentally overheard a conversation between some pureblood family friends, and they actually called him Malfoy. Draco broke through the defense at that time. But what can he do? He is at Hogwarts now, not at the Malfoy house. He couldn't influence so many little wizards, especially when these little wizards didn't make any mistakes. Who said they couldn't call themselves Draco? Besides, the undead man under the abominable Rowling is really called Malfoy for this kind of unsolvable matter. Draco had given up somewhat now. But today, the red-haired Weasley family member whom he hated once again said it, and he felt that his anger suddenly rushed to Tianling Guy. "You damn poor guy, with a pockmarked red hair. Do you have the right to speak here? If I read correctly, what Potter is holding should be a broomstick. Does this have anything to do with you? You may never be able to afford a good broomstick in your life, just like the Comet 260 in my house. Say it here." Draco suddenly felt a lot less angry. "That's right. Why are you telling the aliens of the Weasley family this? He's just a poor guy. None of my random things can be compared to this poor guy." Draco suddenly felt a sense of superiority in his heart. He is superior here. Ron was furious. He looked at Draco, who was arrogant over there, and what he thought in his mind was that he must teach him a lesson. Just when he was about to take action, he suddenly saw the package in Harry's hand, and another thought flashed in his mind. Ron suddenly showed a disdainful smile. This made Draco a little strange. Then Ron pointed to the package in Harry's hand. "Comet 260, ha. Do you have the nerve to say this? What Harry has in his hand is Nimbus 2000. Comet seems pretty good, but it's not on the same level as Guanglun." It can only be said that Ron is very good at understanding Draco's thoughts. As soon as he said these words, the pride on Draco's face disappeared and was replaced by anger. When he was about to respond, a voice came. "What's wrong, kids? Why are you stuck here? I hope you're not quarreling." Everyone turned to look. I saw Professor Flitwick after Luo Lin got up in the morning, arrive at the auditorium on time to have breakfast. Then I met Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. The three of them walked to the auditorium. When it's about to get close, saw the confrontation between the 3 Dracos and the 4 Harrys. Professor Flitwick spoke immediately upon seeing this. As soon as Luo Lin saw the package in Harry's hand, he probably knew what it was about, so he wasn't too worried. Professor Flitwick was more worried that these children were quarreling and might even start a fight. Harry and the others saw that the expressions of several professors suddenly softened. Especially Harry. When he saw Luo Lin and Professor McGonagall, he couldn't help but show gratitude. When Draco discovered that it was Professor Flitwick and the other three, a little nervous. Forget it about Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall. Draco still respected these two professors. But Luo Lin is different. He lowered his head slightly to hide the hatred in his eyes. He didn't want Luo Lin to notice his dissatisfaction. But actually, Draco was working in vain. The negative emotions that were clearly visible on his body were all seen by Luo Lin. If he hadn't taken the initiative to provoke Luo Lin, and Luo Lin wouldn't take the initiative to argue with this naughty kid, he would have been turned into an undead by Luo Lin. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Professor McGonagall also asked. Harry and the others reacted immediately, and when they were about to speak, Draco spoke first. He pointed to the package Harry was holding. Professor McGonagall, someone gave Potter a broomstick. He looked at Harry and others with some pride. Because the school clearly stipulates that first-year wizards are not allowed to carry broomsticks. So he felt that the Nimbus 2000 that Harry had just obtained would be taken away by Professor McGonagall at the next moment. Although Professor McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor. But Draco knew that Professor McGonagall was a fair man. If Harry breaks school rules, Professor McGonagall will not protect him. But when Draco looked at Harry and the others, he didn't see any panic on their faces. Even Weasley, the red-haired, freckled-faced man who didn't look smart at first glance, didn't seem worried at all. Even when facing his gaze, he showed a mocking look. This made Draco feel uneasy. Did he make a mistake somewhere? He was pretty sure that what Harry was holding was the broomstick and not something else. After all, Ron had just said it. Harry is undoubtedly a first-year freshman and cannot bring a broomstick into Hogwarts. Could it be that the broomstick doesn't belong to Harry, but to another senior student? Draco could only think of this possibility. Besides, he really didn't know why Harry and the others were so confident. But he knew the next moment. Because Professor McGonagall in front of him said, I know, because that's the Nimbus 2000 I gave Harry to celebrate him joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team and becoming the Seeker. Mr. Malfoy, what's the problem? Hear what Professor McGonagall said. Draco's smile faltered. What? Harry actually became a player on the Gryffindor Quidditch team and a Seeker. He couldn't accept it. You must know that he has been showing off to Harry and the others, saying that if it were not a school rule, he would definitely join the Quidditch team. As a result, Harry has now joined the Quidditch team. This made him feel so embarrassed. Facing Professor McGonagall, Draco was very puzzled. But Professor, aren't first-year students not allowed to join the team? Professor McGonagall nodded. So this time I made an exception. I went to Professor Dumbledore, and he agreed. Dumbledore agreed. Hear this. Draco shut his mouth and stopped talking. Dumbledore, the principal, agreed. So what else could he do? Should he go to his father and ask his father to kick Harry off the Quidditch team? He felt that if he did this, he would definitely be scolded by his father. Draco said no more. Professor McGonagall and the others already roughly understand what is going on. He didn't speak anymore. Let's go eat, Luo Lin said. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall nodded. The three of them walked towards the auditorium. Just left the stairs. Luo Lin heard Harry and Ron laughing from behind, and Draco snorted. This made him smile involuntarily. It's really youthful and energetic. The fights between children are so interesting. Of course, the premise is to maintain it to this extent. If it goes further, it turns into bullying, which is not as fun. Rowling and McGonagall's Professor Flitwick came to the Great Hall. The three of them chatted about the interesting things just now. Professor Flitwick also lamented his youth and said that he also wanted to be an excellent Quidditch player, but it was a pity that he did not have that talent. Professor McGonagall talked about the outstanding Quidditch players in the past, such as Ron's brother Charlie, who was very good. But now I'm studying dragons, and I've shown my value, but I often get injured. Hear the name Charlie. Luo Lin couldn't help but think of Hagrid. Calculate the time. I'm afraid it won't be long before Professor Voldemort Quirrell will contact him and learn from him how to deal with Lu Wei. And Hagrid will get a dragon egg, which can hatch into a Norwegian ridgeback. The Norwegian ridgeback is a fire dragon that can breathe fire. Luo Lin was quite interested in it. Not the kind of person who is interested in making it undead. Instead, he wanted to study the difference between the dragons in this world and the dragons he knew. Although he does research in this area every night in the room of requirement. But after all, they are just bones, which are essentially different from living things. Think of this. He decided to keep an eye on Hagrid's situation. What if Professor Quirrell had given the dragon egg to Hagrid without him noticing? He also wanted to study it before it hatched. There are even some other things I want to try. For example, if you inject undead aura into an unhatched egg and leave the egg in a half-alive and half-dead state, will a young bone dragon hatch directly? Or how the dragon eggs taste, whether they are delicious or not. Of course, eating dragon eggs is a joke. Hagrid would never let him do that. It is indeed true to be curious about dragon eggs. While thinking about things, chatting, and eating breakfast, soon the three of them finished their breakfast. After getting ready in the office, they all need to go to class. And after finishing a class, Luo Lin was in the classroom sorting out the teaching experience he had gained from the previous class. Professor McGonagall came in from outside, and as soon as she saw him, she walked next to him. Rowling, Professor McGonagall. The two greeted each other politely. Professor McGonagall, is there anything I can help you with? Luo Lin knew at a glance that Professor McGonagall wanted to see him for something, so he spoke decisively. Professor McGonagall shook her head. I don't need you to do anything, but did you say you were interested in Quidditch before? Luo Lin nodded. Well, I've never been exposed to the sport Quidditch, so I'm a little curious about chess and want to know more about it. Professor McGonagall, what you're talking about has something to do with Quidditch. Professor McGonagall nodded. Yes, what I'm talking about is related to Quidditch. Since you want to understand Quidditch, I think the most convenient way is to have someone tell you about it and show it to you intuitively. After hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Luo Lin was stunned for a moment. You are right, but how to find this method? Professor McGonagall smiled. I do have an opportunity here, but I don't know if you are willing. If I have the opportunity, I would definitely like it, but I don't know what the opportunity is. Luo Lin was a little curious. Tonight at 7 o'clock on the Quidditch pitch, Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, will take Harry to train. This is Harry's first time coming into contact with Quidditch. We will explain it to him from the beginning. If you can listen by the side if you want. Professor McGonagall gave her method. Professor McGonagall's method made Luo Lin twitch his lips. Oliver would teaches Harry Quidditch. He was listening. It is simply the opposite of Tian Gang. He is the professor, okay? Luo Lin couldn't help but utter a few words in his heart. But it's just a complaint. In fact, he didn't care at all. He has always believed that the master should be the teacher. I don't know Quidditch myself, so I want students to explain it to me. Isn't it embarrassing? There's no shame in that. It will only reflect his studious spirit. At least that's what Rowling thought. Luo Lin really didn't care at all, let alone learning Quidditch knowledge from Oliver Wood. There is nothing wrong with learning from Harry. Speaking of which, Luo Lin had actually considered this idea before. He intended to figure out the rules of Quidditch before his first Quidditch match. So I had a few people in mind to ask. Among them was Harry. The reason why I think of Harry, because they basically get together every Saturday to chat. Luo Lin could take this opportunity to ask Harry and save time. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Now that Professor McGonagall could propose this method to him, Luo Lin naturally would not refuse. He smiled and looked at Professor McGonagall. Your method of teaching is very good. It doesn't waste other people's time. It also allows me to understand Quidditch more intuitively. Thank you very much for your trouble. Don't look at Professor McGonagall just coming to tell him about this opportunity. But it was really hard work. After all, under normal circumstances, who would help him consider this matter? The fact that Professor McGonagall can think of him means that she has remembered what he said last time. I probably suddenly remembered this when I was in class. I came over and told him after class. He should be grateful to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall waved her hand nonchalantly. I just remembered it. I didn't do anything. Just go to the Quidditch pitch at 7 o'clock tonight. I will tell Wood. Okay. Thank you, Professor. Luo Lin expressed his gratitude again. Then the two chatted for a while. It's time for the next class. Luo Lin then went to class. Luo Lin had quite a lot of classes today and had almost no free time. Wait until he has finished his day of classes. It's already 6 o'clock. Got to the Quidditch pitch before 7 o'clock. Luo Lin found that he had plenty of time. He didn't just eat in the auditorium. After going back, I took a bath and changed into fresher clothes. We came to the Quidditch pitch unhurriedly. It's not yet 7 o'clock. In the dusk, Luo Lin saw Harry walking between the pillars of the stadium. He said nothing. Instead, he first observed the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts is not small. In addition to the court in the middle, there are high stands around it, and hundreds of chairs arranged in the stands. Luo Lin had only seen the general situation of the stadium before. Didn't observe it carefully. Now that I look carefully, I have a lot of understanding of the Quidditch pitch. The most important thing on the court is, of course, the goal. There are 3 50-foot poles on each side of the course. These poles have rings at the top. The ring is the goal. These poles are called goalposts. Rowling understands these fundamentals. And at this time, a voice sounded from the side. Professor Razma? This is a question, but it also seems to be an affirmative sentence. Luo Lin turned around and saw a big man. He was holding a large wooden crate in his hands. Are you Mr. Oliver Wood? Luo Lin asked. The big man nodded. Yes, Professor. I am the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Oliver Wood. Professor McGonagall has already told me about you. Very well, then I will trouble you next, Mr. Wood. Luo Lin smiled and expressed his gratitude. Wood placed the wooden box in his hand on the ground and showed a bright smile. No problem. At this time, Harry in the sky also noticed the 2 people below. He landed on the ground at a very smooth broomstick angle. Seeing his operation, Wood's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise. Very beautiful. Harry, I understand what Professor McGonagall means. You are indeed a flying genius. Thank you for the compliment. Harry was a little embarrassed, but his eyes were fixed on Luo Lin. Professor Razma, why are you here? He seemed a little excited. Luo Lin pointed at Harry. Like you, I came to learn Quidditch from Wood. Wood laughed again when he heard this. No, Professor Luo Lin is just here to observe our training. Harry believed Rowling's words and became even more excited at the same time. I didn't expect you, Professor, to also like Quidditch. Although I don't know much about Quidditch yet, Professor, you all like it. Quidditch must be a good sport. Wood was listening to his words and always felt that something was not right. How come Professor Razma likes Quidditch and it is a good sport? Are you saying that the professor doesn't like it and that Quidditch is a bad sport? However, he didn't pay much attention to this problem and said, Then I will explain the rules again. Harry, please remember them carefully. Then you can participate in the team's training 3 times a week. Hear what Wood said. Harry nodded seriously. Okay, then let's start now. Wood turned to look at Rowling. Luo Lin also nodded. Seeing this, Wood opened the large wooden crate he brought. Harry peered inside. Inside are 4 balls of different sizes. Luo Lin saw the most conspicuous golden ball with silver wings at a glance. He knew that it should be the golden snitch, but he didn't pay too much attention. Instead, he looked at Wood. Wood began his formal introduction. Actually, the rules of Quidditch are very simple, but it's not that easy to play. He pointed to the Quidditch pitch. 2 Quidditch teams, each side needs 7 people. 3 of them are chasers. Harry noted the chaser's name. Luo Lin also nodded. He had an impression of the name, but he was not sure what it corresponded to on the court. Seeing that both of them reacted, Wood took out the biggest ball from the big wooden box. The ball is about the size of a football and is bright red. The one I'm holding is called the quaffle. All the chasers need to do is pass the quaffle to each other, and then try to make the quaffle pass through the rings above. Wood pointed to the 6 pillars on the court and the ring above. As long as the quaffle passes through the ring, you can score. Every time it passes through the ring, the team that scores the goal will get 10 points. Do you understand? Harry reacted quickly. Understood. This is basketball with 3 goals in the sky. Basketball. As a pure-blood wizard, Wood obviously doesn't know much about Muggle games. Luo Lin felt that what Harry said was quite appropriate. The main reason is that his understanding of basketball is just to throw the ball into the box. In this way, it is no different from the quaffle. Harry also realized that Wood didn't know about basketball. It's nothing. That's a ball for muggles. Wood nodded. It was obvious that he had no interest in muggle balls. Harry looked at Rowling. Luo Lin nodded at him. This made him understand that Luo Lin knew what he said. Inexplicably a little excited. Okay, in addition to the 3 chasers, there's also a goalkeeper on each side. Their duty is to prevent the opponent from scoring. That is to say, they have to fly around these goals and block the opponent's ball. Wood continued. Goalkeeper? Got it. Harry obviously thought of something. Luo Lin thinks Harry should be thinking about football, because he thinks so too. In his opinion, the goalkeeper's duties in football are similar to those of the Quidditch goalkeeper. Anyway, they are to prevent others from shooting. What about the remaining 3 balls? Harry asked, pointing to the 3 balls in the box. Wood heard his question and took out 2 identical black balls. These are bludgers. They fly around in the sky. Their purpose is to knock the boomerang players off their broomsticks. As he said this, he felt that this was a bit unintuitive and said, Okay, Harry, Professor Rasma, let me show you what a bludger looks like. You guys stand back a little. Luo Lin and Harry nodded and stepped back a little at the same time. Wood took out 2 more wooden sticks and handed them to the 2 of them, respectively. Harry looked at the black ball in his hand curiously, wondering what it was about, and also a little curious about what the wooden stick in his hand was for. Wood was holding the bludgers, but the 2 bludgers were still struggling in his hands. There was just a belt that bound them in the box, so they couldn't break free. Wood untied one of the bludgers. The next moment, the bludger suddenly jumped into the air. After hovering in the air for a while, he rushed directly towards Luo Lin's face. Harry suddenly looked surprised and opened his mouth to remind Luo Lin. Professor, be careful. Luo Lin didn't pay much attention. He held the small wooden stick in his hand with great interest. When the bludger approached, he waved the short stick in his hand and hit the bludger. The bludger was directly knocked away, circling in the sky. Then he looked for another opportunity and rushed towards Harry. Harry had calmed down by this time. I also understood the function of the wooden stick in my hand. He imitated Luo Lin's example, raised his wooden stick, and hit the bludger very accurately. The bludger was knocked out again. Then it hovered in the sky, looking for opportunities. Then he rushed towards Wood. Wood didn't have a stick. Harry really wondered what he was going to do. Wood stretched out his hands and immediately covered the bludger, holding him firmly. It was obvious that he was struggling. After holding down the bludger, he worked hard to grab the bludgers and stuff them into the wooden crate, and then tied them tightly with the belt just now. Do it all. Wood became breathless, breathing heavily as he explained. That's bludgers. They need someone to hit them, so they don't hit other players, and it's the batter who does that. You should also know the beaters of our team. They are the Weasley twins. What they have to do is to hit the bludgers away, protect the players, and at the same time hit the bludgers towards the opponent's players. Mention the Weasley twins. Harry nodded. That means each team must have 2 batters. That's right. Harry counted. 3 chasers, 2 batters, and a keeper. That's 6 people. And the remaining one is... He couldn't help but look at Wood. Wood smiled at him. You are right. The remaining one is the seeker, which is your job. Luo Lin had already turned his attention to the golden ball with wings at the end of the box. Wood also took out the last ball from the wooden box at this time. It was a small ball that could be grasped with one hand. It was golden all over and was still flapping its silver little wings. This ball is the ball you need to find. It's called the golden snitch. It's the most important ball of all. It is very fast as lightning. So it is difficult for ordinary people to catch it, and they can't even see its trajectory clearly. Only excellent seekers can find and catch it. Wood's words made Harry look at the golden snitch very seriously. The most important ball? Yes, it is the key to ending the game. The Quidditch game is not over until the seeker of a certain team catches the golden snitch. And once it is caught, the corresponding team will get an additional 150 points, which is equivalent to scoring 15 quaffles. It can be said that the victory has been basically sealed. Wood told Harry and Rowling about the importance of the quaffle. 150. Harry's mouth opened wide. He didn't expect the golden snitch to be so important. He now understood the rules of Quidditch, but he was still unsure whether he could do it well. Luo Lin also understood, although he knew something about the golden snitch and the quaffle before. But they are all vague impressions. He didn't know the specific rules very well. Like the golden snitch, he only knows that whoever catches the golden snitch wins. Little did he know that the golden snitch still had 150 points left. This is enough to see how special the Seeker is. He couldn't help but look at Harry. No wonder Professor McGonagall was so excited when she arrived at Harry. Gryffindor was able to recruit Harry as Seeker, which meant they made a lot of money, if Luo Lin remembers correctly. After that, as long as there was a normal Quidditch match and Harry participated, he should have won the championship. It can only be said that Harry does not have the identity of a savior. He can also become a professional Quidditch player and maybe even become a Quidditch star. The protagonist is the protagonist. It seems to shine everywhere. When Luo Lin was thoughtful, Wood has proposed that Harry start training. However, for the first training, he did not let Harry train directly with a real golden snitch. Instead, he pulled out a bag of ordinary golf balls. The size of the two is not much different. Wood and Harry then both took to the sky on their broomsticks. Wood threw the ball, and Harry went to catch it. The golf ball was thrown in all directions by Wood at an extremely fast speed. But Harry is indeed Harry. It was a complete hit, and not a single ball was missed. This made Wood very excited. Although it got dark after half an hour, they could not continue training. But Wood's excitement hasn't faded at all. In front of Rowling, Wood kept expressing his excitement. Harry, with you here, our names will be engraved on this year's Quidditch Cup. You're simply better than Charlie Weasley. If he hadn't studied dragons, he would have definitely represented the British team in the competition. Get such a compliment. Harry was naturally very happy. However, he was so happy that he couldn't help but look at Luo Lin. Professor, how well do you know Quidditch? Harry asked. Luo Lin smiled. I understand almost, Harry. You are really a genius seeker. You didn't make a mistake just now. Rowling's compliment seemed to excite Harry more than Wood's compliment. He felt a little drifting when he walked. I like that feeling very much, Professor. When I fly in the sky, I feel extremely free. Luo Lin encouraged him a few more words. Wait until the time of separation. The corners of Harry's mouth were almost split behind his ears. Luo Lin quickly returned to the dormitory. Looking back on today's events, he felt that Quidditch was quite interesting, but it didn't make him feel particularly interested. Once you understand the rules, you should be fine if you take a look at them at your leisure. But let him play in person. He felt like he really didn't want to go. This may be the resistance of a person who rarely exercises to exercise. Stayed in the dormitory for a while. Luo Lin went out again. As usual, he came to the room of requirement. He has been conducting experiments on various bones for a long time. Although the harvest is not particularly large, the feeling of new gains every day makes him feel quite good. Especially for the grafting of animal bones and humanoid bones, certain results have been achieved. This is not about relying on the soul to force the two sides to bridge. Rather, it truly relies on the condition of the bones themselves to combine the two. If this experiment is a perfect success, just inject soul into the bones that combine the two. It allows the soul to be combined with the bones and possess the remaining innate abilities of both. For a necromancer, this is certainly not a major achievement. After all, what the necromancer pursues is not just the ability of the undead itself, but more powerful undead. From the undead of ordinary creatures, to the undead of powerful creatures, to the undead of god-level creatures. Going up one level at a time, the gap between each level is huge. This gap is almost impossible to close by possessing several or more innate abilities. But as a recreational gadget, it is also quite interesting. Only then did Luo Lin feel like a real professor. I don't mean the professors who teach here in the UK. Rather, he refers to the researchers in his previous life. He is now like a researcher, more accurately like a mad scientist. Frankenstein is nothing. Everything he studies now is scarier than Frankenstein. It's just that Luo Lin doesn't know how to conduct experiments on living people. All he used were soulless bones, or the bones that the room of requirement conjured for him. It can be said that he has truly achieved sustainable development and true environmental protection without wasting anything at all. Luo Lin feels that if the Nobel Prize for Environmental Protection is to be awarded, this award should be awarded to him. Even a peace prize. After all, what if instead of using the bones from the room of requirement, he used real bones to study? There should be no one alive in the whole of Britain now. The Nobel Peace Prize is well-deserved. Certainly, the Nobel Peace Prize has now become a piece of stinky shit with little value. Luo Lin was even less interested in this. Now he just wants to continue his research and satisfy his interest as a researcher. As for when he stopped being interested in research, it's hard to say. As a person who compares the 3-minute heat, he once thought he wouldn't last long. But now a long time has passed, and he still maintains a strong interest. Perhaps this will become a long-term hobby for him. Go to class, eat, and do research every day. This has become a daily routine for Luo Lin. Of course, there is no need to attend classes on Saturdays and Sundays. That is eating and doing research. I will also go to a small party on Saturday afternoon. In the blink of an eye. It's been nearly 2 months since Hogwarts started school. School starts on September 1st. It's almost November, which means Halloween is approaching. The festive atmosphere in Hogwarts is starting to get intense. Luo Lin's life was as usual, without much change. Saturday afternoons these days. Everyone was basically listening to Harry talk about his Quidditch training, as well as Ron and Hermione's progress in their studies. Rowling is a listener most of the time. Instead, Hagrid has some interesting anecdotes from the Forbidden Forest to share with everyone. Luo Lin also learned a lot about things in the Forbidden Forest. It's now the day before Halloween. Today is the day before Halloween. Halloween is coming, and the festive atmosphere in Hogwarts is at its peak. After Luo Lin woke up in the morning and walked to the road, he smelled the fragrance coming from everywhere. It was the scent of all kinds of things. It looks like there will be a rich feast tonight. Luo Lin was looking forward to it. On this day before Halloween, he should be able to eat something different from usual. For something to eat, Luo Lin is very interested. This is one of the things that will bring surprises in his life. After all, no one can guarantee that what you eat today will taste the same as yesterday. If this can really be done, all I can say is that the house elves in the basement are really amazing. You must know that even modern industrialized production, products produced from the same batch will also have slightly different flavors. Not to mention the human production. Luo Lin is looking forward to tonight's banquet. The same goes for little wizards. They seemed happy during class. Even the enthusiasm for answering questions has improved a lot. Luo Lin specially selected a few topics related to ghosts and monsters to tell some stories. The little wizards listened with great interest. After arriving at the office, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick both looked happy for the holidays too. Professor McGonagall also invited Luo Lin to decorate the auditorium. Talk about him being a necromancer. In Halloween, a festival that is more in line with his temperament, it should play some role. Luo Lin naturally would not refuse. A dinner at 6 o'clock this evening was canceled directly. The little wizards will go directly to the formal dinner at 8 o'clock. And during the period before the dinner begins, it's time to decorate the auditorium. When Luo Lin came to the auditorium, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall have arrived. They are hanging Halloween-related decorations on the wall, which look colorful and very beautiful. See Luo Lin arriving. The two stopped what they were doing and greeted Luo Lin. Luo Lin, come here quickly and see how our arrangements are going. Luo Lin looked at it and nodded. It's very nice. Professors, did you arrange it in the same way as before? That's right. Professor McGonagall said, some students and professors think it is too old-fashioned, so I hope we can assign some new ones this year. But we haven't been exposed to any new arrangements in so many years. We can't think of them for a while, so we can only count on you. Luo Lin understood now. Professor McGonagall wanted him to do something different. He had already made a plan before coming, and said confidently, Don't worry, Professor, I have my own style, very much like that of a necromancer. Here's words. Professor McGonagall smiled at first, and then suddenly realized something. It looks like a necromancer? Will look scary. Luo Lin shook his head. It shouldn't be very scary. It's just some bone decorations and some small green lights. He had seen many pictures of holiday decorations in his previous life, and he also had a certain impression of the decorations of foreign ghost festivals such as Halloween. He remembered one of them, which was a skeleton-haunted house decorated with many skeletons paired with green lights, which looked very interesting. The most important thing is, the haunted house arranged by Luo Lin is more than just an illusion. He can really set up a moving skeleton-haunted house. Certainly, he can't decorate humanoid skeletons, which would be too scary for little wizards. He can decorate many animal skeletons, which look very cute, according to his observation. Since the little wizards can accept Blake and the others, they can definitely accept those animal skeletons. Rowling will definitely not make everything messy and can bring novel experiences to the little wizards. After listening to Luo Lin's story, Professor McGonagall suddenly felt regretful. That's not what she had in mind at all. She just wanted Luo Lin to get some decorations to hang on the wall. She didn't want Luo Lin to turn the auditorium into a haunted house. But the words had already been spoken, and Luo Lin seemed so confident and positive. Luo Lin is here to help her. If she denies Luo Lin's idea, wouldn't it be too destructive to the enthusiasm of young people? Think of this. Professor McGonagall suppressed the uneasiness that emerged in her heart and said with a smile, "Then just follow your arrangement. Maybe it will be interesting." She thought that students and some professors wanted novelty things anyway. So if it was really decorated as a skeleton-haunted house, it couldn't be more novel. Professor Flitwick on the side was not as worried as Professor McGonagall. He sounded quite fond of it. "It's very good, Luo Lin. He is indeed a young man. He really has great ideas. Just hearing your description, I already like it a little bit. Let's decorate it quickly. I can't wait to see what it will look like after it's decorated." And at this time, Hagrid, who was carrying various decorative items into the auditorium, also arrived. Professor Flitwick explained Rowling's thoughts. Hagrid's eyes also lit up. "Sounds great, Professor Rasma. Let me help too." Now all three people looked at Luo Lin. Luo Lin showed no timidity at all and nodded directly. "Then let's get started." Then he waved his hand. A lot of bones popped out of the storage space. Practice with so many bones in the room of requirement these days. Today is also the time to show off the results of your practice. "Hagrid, please help send this pile of bones over there." Luo Lin pointed in the direction. Hagrid saw that the bones on the ground were very clean, all as white as new, and he did not feel any discomfort. He nodded and began to move the bones. Rowling released another pile of bones. "Professor Flitwick, I need your help to get this pile up there." He pointed to a spot on the central platform. Professor Flitwick readily agreed and directly used the levitation charm to move these things to the top. Luo Lin had now reached the wall facing the door. With a wave of his hand, another pile of bones appeared. "Professor McGonagall, I will tell you the bones I need later. Can you help pass them to me?" Luo Lin stated the request. Professor McGonagall also became interested at this time. Now that she had decided, she no longer struggled with this matter. When she heard Luo Lin's request, she nodded in agreement. "Hagrid and Professor Flitwick, it's the same with you. When I ask you to pick up a certain bone, just pick it up and I will cast a spell on it." Luo Lin shouted at the other two people. "No problem." "Okay." The two answered almost at the same time. "Everything is ready." Luo Lin began to assemble various animal skeletons. "Professor McGonagall, that long leg bone on the left." "Yes, that's it." "Professor Flitwick, the smallest skull is at your left foot." "Great, that's it." Been busy for more than an hour. Luo Lin and Professor McGonagall finally decorated the auditorium according to his ideas. The originally gorgeous and bright auditorium. At this time, everything changed. It turned into a slightly spooky big haunted house. Of course, it's not spooky in the traditional sense. It's just that there are many different animal skeletons inside, and there are some green lights that make it look a bit spooky, but it's actually quite normal. At least Luo Lin thought it was quite normal, because this is the auditorium where meals and banquets are held. Of course, Luo Lin would not decorate it so darkly. So although there is some green light, but the overall view is quite clear. The most eye-catching things in the entire auditorium are naturally the movable animal skeletons. There are all kinds of small animals, such as kittens, puppies, rabbits, and so on. There are also many birds flying in the sky. There are also some relatively rare large animals. For example, there are large dogs, a very rare Asian tiger skeleton, 2 elephant skeletons, etc. The auditorium is now almost a zoo. It's just not a zoo of living animals. It's a zoo of dead animals. So many skeletons in one room together. It can be said to be spectacular. Rowling can responsibly say that this is a unique spectacle in the whole of Britain and even Europe. He believed no one could deny it. As for the skeleton, it might seem a bit scary. This is too much to underestimate Luo Lin. Luo Lin and Professor McGonagall took the decorations that were originally intended to decorate the auditorium and dressed up the skeletons. Now these skeletons look really interesting. Even Professor McGonagall no longer had her previous thoughts. She felt that Luo Lin's arrangement was very good. It was interesting and innovative at first glance. Professor Flitwick especially liked it. He is now riding up and down the central field on an elephant skeleton with a golden flower on its head. The skeletons of 2 elephants have taken over the site. The few remaining animals carve up the rest of the remaining space. They were all given temporary souls by Luo Lin. But he doesn't have a clear sense of self. Just follow the instinct of being an animal. Rowling certainly didn't just make some regular skeletons. That's not all he's doing at the Room of Requirement these days. He also spliced together several bizarre animals, like a dog skeleton with a bird's head, monkey skeleton with 4 legs, and some rabbit skeleton with a cat's head. Not a lot, but they all look very interesting. Hagrid was right next to these animals, looking at them curiously and observing their movements. The auditorium is basically decorated. The time has come to pass 7 o'clock. In a little while, the students and professors will come over for dinner. Professor McGonagall looked around and felt that there was no room for further improvement. He nodded at Luo Lin. Rowling, you had done a good job too. I will explain it to Professor Dumbledore, and maybe he will give you some bonus. Luo Lin smiled. I'm also looking forward to it, but it's not the bonus, but Professor Dumbledore's reaction. Professor McGonagall also laughed. Professor Dumbledore will definitely find a little strange, but with his character, he will probably fall in love with this situation. You know, geniuses are always different. Luo Lin nodded slightly. I hope so. In fact, he thought Professor McGonagall was right. There is definitely something special about Dumbledore. He can still maintain a childlike mentality at times. Maybe you would actually be interested in such an arrangement. Professor Flitwick also jumped off the elephant skeleton at this time and came to the 2 of them. That's great, Lorraine. I have a feeling this will be the most fun Halloween ever at Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick was not shy about his praise. Luo Lin smiled and said nothing. Of course he doesn't think so. The history of Hogwarts is not over yet. Who knows what weirder Halloweens there will be in the future. Wait until Hagrid comes over too. Professor McGonagall took Luo Lin and the others out of the auditorium. Next, you only need to follow the standard admission process to enter separately. The time soon came to 8 o'clock. The Halloween party is about to begin. First, the little wizards came in one after another. As they walked into the auditorium, suddenly there was a burst of exclamations. It can be said that anyone who sees this scene in front of them will be surprised, especially those animal skeletons walking around the auditorium. Many timid people couldn't help but tremble in their hearts after seeing it, thinking that something bad had happened to Hogwarts. But after seeing the decorations on these skeletons, their expressions became much more relaxed. To be able to recover so quickly, it can only be said that Luo Lin also deserves some credit. Luo Lin walked around the school with his undead servants all day long, and the young wizards had seen him more or less. I was a little worried at first, but then I gradually became desensitized and even thought Black and the others were a bit cute. The same is true today in the auditorium. Facing the unknown should be a little scary. As a result, they saw that each one was a cute skeleton, and suddenly they were not so scared. Whether you are brave or timid. Basically, you can tell that this is the school's decoration of the auditorium. It's not that something happened to the school, since it is the school's arrangement. What do they have to worry about? So after a slight commotion, the students quickly observed the situation in the auditorium. Except for these animal skeletons walking on the auditorium floor. The tables and chairs around the walls around the auditorium, and even the dome above, were decorated with things related to the undead, most of which were also skeletons. These skeletons are not scary in appearance. Luo Lin's design is more cute, and it doesn't look like it will make the little wizards feel threatened. As they walked, they exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, he was also discussing with the little wizards around him. Why are there so many skeletons? This year's Halloween decorations are really novel. The school did follow the suggestion, but isn't this novel method a bit special? With so many skeletons, I think there's a high probability that it was arranged by the new Professor Rasma. It should be him, but I think it's quite interesting. At least it's more interesting than the previous, unchanging arrangements. I've been in school for 4 years, and it's the same every year. It's too boring. Most of the little wizards guessed that this was Luo Lin's arrangement. Except for a few students, they all thought the layout was pretty good and fit the Halloween theme very well. As for the few students, who were they referring to? Naturally, it was Draco, and several young wizards who were dissatisfied with the surnames of Luo. Draco sat at the Slytherin table, looking at the surrounding decorations with some disdain. He muttered in a low voice. He really knows how to sensationalize. He felt that this was just Luo Lin showing off. And look at the skeletons around. He thought of Malfoy. The feeling of disgust in my heart is even worse. Except for people like Draco. Everyone else was now looking around in surprise. This was a dinner party they had never experienced before. Along the way, everyone's eyes widened, and some even wanted to touch the animal skeletons out of curiosity. The 4 of them sat down at the Gryffindor table. Ron looked at the skeletons around him and marveled. This must be something created by Professor Rasma. It's really strange. Harry nodded. Professor Rasma is a genius. He actually came up with such an idea. The atmosphere tonight is really great. It's really Halloween. Hermione and Neville didn't feel scared either. Hermione was even carefully observing the skeleton elephant not far away, with countless curious looks flashing in her eyes. She became very interested in these skeletons and also in Luo Lin's undead magic. The dim yellow light of the candle mixed with the green light. It makes the whole auditorium look mysterious and gorgeous. Thousands of bats hang from the walls and ceilings. There they flapped their wings and flew. After all the students came in. Soon, the professors are coming in too. Dumbledore walked at the front and sat down on the golden seat in the middle. The other professors have also found their own positions. Rowling had been observing Dumbledore's reaction. When Dumbledore first came in, he looked obviously stunned. But it's exactly what Professor McGonagall said. Dumbledore is very adaptable. That is, he was stunned for a moment, and then he observed his surroundings with interest. When I saw those skeletons still decorated, I couldn't help but have a childlike smile on my face. See Dumbledore's reaction. Luo Lin was relieved. But when he looked back, just in time to see Snape's expression again, Professor Snape's expression was much more ugly. As soon as he came in and saw the appearance of the auditorium, he had a gloomy look on his face. When Rowling looked at Snape, Snape also looked up at Rowling. He looked at Luo Lin without hesitation, and the meaning in his eyes was obvious. I know it was you who did it. Luo Lin smiled at him. So what if I did it? Noticing Roland's provocation to him, Snape's face turned even darker. He looked deeply at Rowling and finally withdrew his gaze. Rowling didn't care what Snape thought. This is the task assigned to him by Professor McGonagall. What is Professor McGonagall's identity? Vice Principal. You, Snape, are just the headmaster. What? Is it possible that you're older than Professor McGonagall? Luo Lin is in a pretty good mood now anyway. He didn't care about Snape's attitude just now. His position was still on the edge, sitting with Hagrid. Luo Lin quite likes his current position. Not only can you avoid many eyes, but you can also easily observe the overall situation. He found that most professors had no objection to the decoration of the auditorium, or except Professor Snape. No one cares that much. There are also a few professors who looked obviously interested. Dumbledore was the most interested. Wait until the professors are all seated. The dinner party officially began. It's different from the banquet at the beginning of school. Dumbledore did not speak. A variety of food appeared directly on the table. Everyone also ate directly with a tacit understanding. While Luo Lin was eating a sausage, he suddenly noticed that there was no one in Professor Quirrell's seat. The reason why I pay attention to Professor Quirrell, all because Professor Quirrell was sitting next to Snape. He originally wanted to appreciate Professor Snape's unhappy expression and make himself happy. As a result, he suddenly found that there was no one next to Professor Snape. After thinking for a while, I realized that Professor Quirrell was not here. The night before Halloween, Professor Quirrell didn't come? A flash of memory suddenly flashed through Luo Lin's mind. Could it be that Professor Quirrell and Voldemort went after that mountain troll again? This is the plot in the original work. Professor Quirrell's presence in the school during this period was really low. Except for the occasional student commenting on the smell of garlic on his body, it can be said that everyone has a greater sense of presence than him. Therefore, Luo Lin gradually forgot about Professor Quirrell. It suddenly occurred to me at this time. Professor Quirrell will cause trouble at the Halloween dinner party. He thought that the butterfly effect he brought made the matter disappear. But what Professor Quirrell did was not a big deal. Just a mountain troll, just when he was thinking about Professor Quirrell. Said Chow 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 has arrived. Professor Quirrell literally rushed into the restaurant. The big purple scarf on his head was crooked, and there was a look of horror on his face that seemed fake to Luo Lin. Professor Quirrell's movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Both professors and students were staring at him. He ran all the way to Dumbledore's golden chair and collapsed directly on the table, breathing heavily. Just as Dumbledore was about to ask, he stammered. The troll, in the underground classroom, thought you should know. After saying that, he fell to the floor and passed out. Luo Lin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at the edge. What can I say about Professor Quirrell's acting skills? Still pretty good, but because he already knew Professor Quirrell's situation. So no matter how Professor Quirrell performed, he felt it was too fake. But Professor Quirrell was cruel. He actually fainted. Rowling felt that Voldemort might have done this, and Professor Quirrell might not be able to do it himself. There are very few people in the restaurant who can be as unperturbed as Luo Lin. Many people were in disarray. Dumbledore shouted several times, but to no avail. He could only use his wand to set off fireworks in midair. The harsh explosions drowned out everyone's voices and made everyone quiet down. His face also looked a little ugly, and he said in a low voice, "Prefect, take the students from your college back to the dormitory immediately. This is arranging the little wizards. All the prefects are also very capable at this time. Follow me. Come this way." The prefects took the young wizards from their own colleges to their dormitories. Luo Lin looked down. It was discovered that Percy had already led Harry, Hermione, and the others towards the outside. Etc.? Hermione? Luo Lin slapped his head fiercely. That's not right. Hermione is now on good terms with Harry and the others and has not gone to the toilet to cry. Does this mean that Harry and the others will go back to the dormitory and not come into contact with the trolls? Luo Lin discovered the disharmony in tonight's accident. Harry and Hermione returned to their dormitories. Who will deal with the troll? Is it possible that Professor Quirrell really succeeded in creating chaos? But he thought about it carefully. It seems difficult to succeed, even without Harry and the others. These professors in the school are not vegetarians either. Any one of Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape can easily deal with a mountain monster. Think of this. Luo Lin relaxed. In the original book, it was Harry and the others who dealt with the mountain troll. But in fact, there was no need for Harry and the others to take action at all. Hermione wasn't crying in the toilet at this time. Harry and Ron would naturally not think of taking the initiative to contact the troll. They should be back in their dormitories by now. Just when Luo Lin was thinking, Professor McGonagall's voice floated in his ears. "Rowling, come with me and Professor Snape, and let's go investigate the situation of the troll." Luo Lin was stunned for a moment, then reacted, "Oh, okay, Professor McGonagall." He turned and glanced in Dumbledore's direction. Dumbledore was leading Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout towards the door. It seems they have other things to do. At this time, Professor Quirrell had woken up. Luo Lin did not pay attention to him all the time. So I don't know if he woke up on his own or was rescued by someone. Professor Quirrell rolled his eyes when he heard Professor McGonagall's words, but said nothing. Professor Snape frowned even more when he heard Professor McGonagall calling Rowling. He set his sights on Luo Lin. Luo Lin didn't look at him at all, but came to Professor McGonagall. Then shall we act now? Professor McGonagall nodded. Yes, Severus, come here. We're going to check on the troll. Snape heard this and shook his head. Professor McGonagall, I won't be with you anymore. I have some things to deal with. Professor McGonagall was a little confused but agreed. Then you can handle it. Luo Lin and I, She saw Professor Quirrell waking up next to her. There's also Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, do you have any questions? Professor Quirrell looked a little flustered and nodded. Of course, no problem. That's all. Professor McGonagall set off with Professor Quirrell and Rowling. They first watched the Hufflepuff wizards walking up the stairs to the basement. Hufflepuff's common room and dormitories are arranged underground, and it's adjacent to the kitchen. After they all walked in, Professor McGonagall just walked down the stairs with everyone. Professor Quirrell said before that it was in the underground classroom, but when Professor McGonagall asked him again, he seemed a little hesitant again. I can't remember the direction clearly. Look at him like this. Professor McGonagall frowned and wanted to say something, but finally shook his head. Forget it. The three of us will look for it separately. Once we encounter the giant monster, make a sound quickly, and we will gather at that time. No problem. Yes, it's okay. Both Rowling and Professor Quirrell agreed. Then the three of them separated. Luo Lin really didn't know the location of the troll. He was not very clear about the description in the original work, but he only remembered that it should be next to the toilet. But I don't know now. But he only had to probe a little to figure it out. Luo Lin stretched out a finger, and a faint green light emitted directly. He shook his fingers, and the green light gradually rippled, quickly spreading around and soon spreading to the entire underground. This is a little trick he used his soul power to figure out, and he named it the detection technique. It's actually quite easy to use. Really, after a while, he received a green ripple feedback, which showed a picture of a giant monster. The troll is indeed near the toilet. He was holding a stick in his hand and looked extremely ugly. Luo Lin really has no interest in trolls, whether dead or alive. He studied troll bones in the Room of Requirement. It turns out that troll bones are just like any other bones. It doesn't have any strange power like dragon bones. Luo Lin definitely didn't care much about such bones. He was interested in bones that had special powers. As for creatures like trolls, he was ugly and reportedly smelled very bad, so he really had no other plans. It's better to deal with this troll quickly. Speaking of which, this is still the job of little wizards like Harry. Now it's actually his turn. I can only say that the butterfly effect it brought did change some things. At least Hermione and Ron became good friends ahead of time. You won't encounter anything like a troll. Luo Lin moved forward in the direction detected by the detection technique. After a while, he arrived near the giant monster. Then he knew what the legendary troll smelled like. It was a disgusting stench. It's not just a single stink. It's like a combination of multiple odors that have been stacked for countless days. Compared with the stench on the troll's body, even the garlic stench on Professor Quirrell's body seems to be nothing. Luo Lin couldn't help but cover his nose. Then he heard a deep voice. There was also the sound of footsteps getting louder. It was the footsteps of a giant creature walking, bang, 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 which could be heard immediately. Luo Lin was about to go find the troll. Suddenly, I thought of what Professor McGonagall just said. Then he stretched out his hand, held a roll in front of his mouth, and shouted towards the back. Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, I found the troll. His voice was amplified by the speaker he's specially made with the power of his soul, making a lot of noise. Such a motive should be able to be heard by Professor McGonagall and Professor Quirrell. Then he stepped forward, and after turning a corner, he saw a huge figure. This is a giant whose head almost touches the ceiling. His skin was gray and very dull and unsightly. The body looks bloated and bulky, and it doesn't look very flexible when moving. It looks like a big pile of dirt. But on top of this huge body, there's a small head. Compared to the huge body, The head is as inconspicuous as a peanut. His arms were very long, and he held a thick wooden stick in his big palm. The sound between the troll's big feet and the ground was very dull as it walked. At this time, the troll's location was not very far from Luo Lin. Looking at the ugly troll in front of him, Luo Lin covered his nose, really not in the mood to play with the troll. He directly stretched out his hand and shook it. A bright red light emerged from the palm of his hand, slowly lengthened, and turned into a spear that he held in his hand. Blood spear. Luo Lin threw the blood spear and pierced the giant monster's heart heavily, directly piercing the giant monster. The trolls haven't noticed Luo Lin yet. I felt a sharp pain in my chest. It let out a roar of pain. Bang! The huge body collapsed to the ground. Then it kept twisting on the ground. The huge body collided with the surrounding walls and ground, making a rumbling sound. Such a huge movement. Luo Lin felt that even he did not inform Professor McGonagall. They should have heard it too. The troll twisted on the ground for a moment longer. Then it stopped moving. Luo Lin thought about it and probed it. It was found that the troll had lost its breath of life. That means the troll is dead. The bloody spear on the giant monster's chest also slowly dissipated into nothingness. The blood spear is just a special spell created by the undead mana. It can detect the life breath of the creature it stings, as long as the other party still has the breath of life. The blood spear will continue to infiltrate its own power and will not stop fighting. And once the other party dies, the blood spear will naturally dissipate without any residue. However, although the blood spear has dissipated, the hole in the troll's chest could not be dissipated. Anyone who looks at it can tell at a glance how the troll died. Luo Lin did not approach the troll. The smell of the mountain troll was so bad that he really couldn't stand it. So he is relatively far away. Waited for a while. The sound of fast footsteps came. Luo Lin looked for the reputation and saw Professor McGonagall and Professor Quirrell. Professor McGonagall came the fastest. She also noticed Luo Lin and asked impatiently, "Luo Lin, where is the troll? How is the troll?" Professor Quirrell also looked very anxious. "Yes, where's the troll?" Luo Lin pointed in the direction of the corner. "Right over there. I have killed it." "Kill!" Professor McGonagall and Professor Quirrell exclaimed almost simultaneously. Professor McGonagall was surprised that Luo Lin killed the troll so quickly, but then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to kill him to avoid any accidents. Professor Quirrell's behavior was a little strange. He hurriedly rushed to the corner and saw the corpse of the troll lying on the ground. He also noticed the wound on the troll's chest, and his face suddenly turned pale. He made a feeble sound from his mouth and clutched his chest tightly with both hands, looking extremely uncomfortable. Of course, Luo Lin knew why he was so upset. After all, this giant monster was released by Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell also wanted to use this giant monster to cause chaos in Hogwarts, and wanted to try to see if there was a chance to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. As a result, the giant monster died before it could escape. We haven't gone very far in the underground classroom. Luo Lin killed him without even seeing anyone else. It can be said that it did not play any role. This is undoubtedly very bad news for Professor Quirrell. No wonder he is so heartbroken. Seeing Professor Quirrell's uncomfortable look, Luo Lin rolled his eyes and stepped towards him. "Don't tell me yet." After smelling the stench on the troll's body, the smell on Quirrell's body was really nothing. Luo Lin looked at Professor Quirrell curiously. "Professor Quirrell, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Here's questions." Professor Quirrell opened his eyes suddenly. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he soon realized something, and his eyes became evasive. "No, nothing. I'm just a little scared to see the troll." This is a cowardly persona that he painstakingly cultivated. Generally speaking, as long as he does this, no one will suspect him. After all, ordinary people are disdainful of such a coward. The wizards don't think that someone would pretend to be such a coward. It is really shameful. Luo Lin knew this very well, but he didn't say anything to expose Professor Quirrell. He just smiled and said, "So that's it. Professor Quirrell, you don't have to be afraid. I've already killed it." He added an accent to the word kill. "This giant monster looks very scary. but it is actually very weak and poses no threat. If it appears again in the future, I can easily kill it." Professor Quirrell couldn't help but take a deep breath after hearing his words, clenching his chest tightly with his fists and barely showing a smile. "Professor Rasma, you are so amazing." "Ha-ha!" Luo Lin burst into hearty laughter and looked very happy. The happier he is, Quirrell felt more and more uncomfortable in his heart, and the hand he clutched his chest became harder and harder. And at this time, there were footsteps again. Several people turned around and saw that it was Professor Snape. "Professor Snape? Don't you have something of your own to do?" Professor McGonagall asked. Professor Snape nodded. "The matter has been dealt with." As he spoke, he observed the giant monster on the ground and then frowned. "This troll." Professor McGonagall was just about to say something. Luo Lin stood up generously and stood next to the troll. "I killed this troll." He looked at Snape across from him with a calm look, as if asking Snape if he had any comments. Snape's face looked ugly again. He simply ignored Luo Lin, walked to the troll, squatted down, bent down, and began to inspect the troll. There were no other injuries on the troll's body. Only the chest was stabbed directly through. Apparently, this was a fatal injury. He couldn't help but look up at Luo Lin. "Did you cause this?" Snape's voice was hoarse and gloomy. Luo Lin didn't talk nonsense to him. He stretched out his hand and shook it, and the blood spear appeared in his hand again. "This is my unique spell as a necromancer. I can kill the troll directly with just one move." He said this as if he was showing off and showing his strength, especially the emphasis on the word necromancer. It was obvious that he was provoking Snape. Snape did feel this provocation. He looked at Rowling with cold eyes. "This is an evil spell and should not be used in Hogwarts. Who is to decide this is an evil spell? Is it you, Professor Snape?" Luo Lin said to him with a smile. Snape fell silent. He continued to observe the giant monster, as if there was something special about the giant monster. Professor McGonagall on the side did not pay attention to the tit-for-tat between the two. She smiled and praised Luo Lin. "Roland, you have done a good job, and you have made great contributions to Hogwarts. This time I will definitely apply for a bonus from Dumbledore." Luo Lin smiled happily. "Thank you very much, Professor McGonagall." Professor Quirrell had calmed down a little at this time, and he also noticed the conflict between Professor Snape and Rowling. Especially Snape's gloomy expression made Professor Quirrell wonder what he was thinking, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Snape did not continue to cause trouble. Luo Lin stopped caring about him. Professor McGonagall immediately led a few people to dispose of the troll's body. This accident of the troll is over. Luo Lin didn't plan to do anything with the troll's body. Finished with the troll thing. Today's dinner was also disrupted. The young wizards all returned to the common room or dormitories. They were all enjoying Halloween dinner at their colleges. Professors are different. The professors are still in the auditorium. Luo Lin was not full just now, so he was naturally eating heavily at this time. In my previous life, I always heard people say that you should have a full breakfast, a good lunch, and a small dinner. But in fact, Luo Lin's habit has always been to take care of breakfast casually, eat whatever is available for lunch, and then have a good dinner. Others always told him to eat less for dinner, to avoid indigestion when sleeping at night. Luo Lin's habit has been formed, and he cannot follow other people's suggestions, so he has maintained this habit. It was the same after arriving at Hogwarts. Just have some sausage, bread, and milk for breakfast, find something delicious to eat for lunch, and have a feast at dinner, because, generally speaking, he is hungriest at night. After dinner, he still had a lot to do. So Luo Lin didn't think he would have digestive problems. While eating dinner, the professors were still chatting about what happened just now. Professor McGonagall said briefly. Everyone focused their attention on Luo Lin. Luo Lin was eating a lot at this time. He noticed everyone's eyes and smiled at them. Then go on to eat a lot. The professors couldn't help but smile. I think this young man is really interesting. Hagrid looked at Luo Lin with some envy. He felt that Luo Lin was really cool and could care less about the outside world. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to do it. If others look at him like this, his only reaction should be to quickly lower his head and not dare to look at these people. Not that Hagrid was timid. It's that he is not used to this situation. Luo Lin had enough to eat and drink. The professors also all had similar meals. The crowd began to disperse gradually. Some professors also came to Luo Lin, said hello to Luo Lin, and praised him for solving the troll today. Luo Lin greeted them one by one and prepared to leave the auditorium. Dumbledore stopped him at this time. Rowling, Professor Dumbledore. After the two said hello, Dumbledore smiled and said, Minerva told me everything just now. You did a good job. Don't worry, you will definitely get the bonus that Minerva mentioned. Here is light-hearted words. Luo Lin also smiled unconsciously. This is all a small effort, and as a professor at Hogwarts, it is also your duty to prevent students from being harmed by trolls. Dumbledore's smile became even brighter. You are right, these decorations of yours are also very good. They are refreshing to me. This is an unforgettable Halloween dinner. As long as you're satisfied with it, Professor, I thought you wouldn't like this style. After hearing what Rowling said, Dumbledore waved his hand. How can I not like it? When I went to the Muggle world and saw those haunted houses, I couldn't help but want to try them. I like this style very much. It fulfills my little wish. Luo Lin nodded. That's good. Well, then you should go back and rest quickly. Okay, Professor, you should also go to bed early. The two separated. Luo Lin quickly returned to his dormitory. Sitting on the bed in the dormitory, Luo Lin looked at the empty dormitory and suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. Then he reacted instantly. He actually forgot about Blake and the others. Tonight is Halloween. As Black and the others were undead, Luo Lin would naturally not restrict them. So after going out, he took Black and the others out. Later, they had to go to the auditorium for a dinner. Luo Lin thought that Black and the others would be bored at the dinner, so he let them have fun on their own. I just told them not to cause trouble, and the most important thing was not to hurt anyone. There were no other requirements. Then the troll thing happened at the dinner party. Luo Lin forgot about them for a while. Until then, back to the dormitory. Without Black taking off his wizard robe, and without Longbottom putting his shoes on, he realized that Black and the others hadn't come back yet. It was already getting late. I don't know what Blake and the others did. It wasn't that Luo Lin was worried about them. There are only a few people in the entire school who can pose a fatal danger to Blake and the others. Those people would definitely not take action against Blake and the others. He just felt a little uncomfortable. After all, when he was in the dormitory in the past, there were always 3 people with him. Waited for a while. Blake and the others still haven't come back. Luo Lin was a little sleepy. I guess Black and the others were having fun and might come back very late. So go straight to bed. Early the next morning, Luo Lin stretched and woke up from his sleep. After opening my eyes, at a glance, he saw Black, who was bringing him clothes. He looked towards the bed and saw Malfoy lying there and Longbottom, who was bringing him shoes. Good morning, Master. Blake and the others greeted Luo Lin as usual. Luo Lin found that everything was so natural, nothing unusual. This made Luo Lin very relieved. He didn't bother to ask Blake what they did last night, since I was not woken up by others in my sleep yesterday. That means Black and the others probably didn't do anything big. Otherwise, someone would definitely come looking for him. In this case, he didn't want to ask Blake about their privacy. Undead servants also have privacy, okay? What if they didn't want to tell Luo Lin about what they were going to do? Rowling got dressed and put on his shoes, then go out of class normally. What he didn't notice was, where he can't see it, Blake and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief, just like a naughty kid who felt lucky that he hadn't been caught doing bad things. If Luo Lin sees it, you will definitely understand that they must have done something bad last night. Unfortunately, Luo Lin had already reached the door at this time and asked, by the way, "Who's going out with me today?" "Malfoy," Blake and the others said almost in unison. This made Luo Lin feel a little surprised. We went out together, and our relationship became so good. In his impression, the relationship between Malfoy and Black could only be described as average, especially Malfoy and Black, who were complete enemies. It suddenly became so harmonious. Luo Lin was also a little unexpected, but this was a good thing, and he thought it was pretty good. Today is already November 1st. belongs to the real Halloween. But the most exciting time of Halloween was actually yesterday, which was Halloween Eve. By today, the festive atmosphere in the castle had dissipated a lot. At least it's not as strong as yesterday. Luo Lin walked all the way to the auditorium. Nothing is different from usual. You will also meet some little wizards on the road and greet them happily. Occasionally hear other people communicating. They were also all talking about the troll incident yesterday. I heard that Professor McGonagall put the troll's body in a separate classroom for exhibition. This made many little wizards curious and wanted to visit. But is this true? Luo Lin doesn't know yet. At least Professor McGonagall didn't say such a handling method yesterday, and I don't know where it came from. When he came to the auditorium, there were quite a few little wizards eating in the auditorium. He also met Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick saw Rowling and Malfoy and came over to say hello. Rowling, Mr. Malfoy, good morning. Good morning, Professor Flitwick. The two sat down at the dining table, and Malfoy stood next to Rowling, looking at the surroundings from time to time, as if he was looking for something. Rowling didn't notice his performance. Instead, he was chatting with Professor Flitwick about what happened last night. Professor Flitwick was not with Rowling and the others last night. Mainly Dumbledore led them to the corridor on the 4th floor. According to Professor Flitwick, that's why Dumbledore suspected that the person who caused the troll chaos was targeting what was in the corridor on the 4th floor. Here's words. Luo Lin couldn't help but give Dumbledore a thumbs up. Dumbledore is indeed a wise wizard, and his guess is absolutely right. The reason why there is such confusion, it's entirely because Professor Quirrell, Voldemort, has ideas about the Sorcerer's Stone. The fact that Dumbledore could think of this immediately shows that his mind is moving very quickly. Professor Flitwick also praised Rowling, thinking that his ability to defeat the troll so quickly was very impressive. You must know that even if he is a dual champion, he dare not say that he will be able to defeat the mountain monster quickly. After all, he is a rough-skinned guy. Of course, he knows some techniques for dealing with trolls, but those techniques are often not that useful, and everything has to be adapted accordingly. Luo Lin was naturally modest. The two had a great time chatting. Malfoy on the side was poking his head in more and more frequently. He searched in the auditorium from time to time and looked in the direction of the door. Rowling also noticed something unusual about him at this time, and couldn't help but want to ask, but Professor Flitwick was nearby, so after thinking about it, he still didn't ask. He decided to wait a while and find a place where no one was around to ask Malfoy what the situation was like today. Luo Lin ate breakfast very quickly. After drinking 2 glasses of milk and eating some sausage bread, breakfast was over. He then bid farewell to Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick ate slowly, or he was enjoying his breakfast. However, given his small stature, it seems that his body cannot hold much. But he still ate a lot every time. It can only be said that the stomach is really a magical thing with elasticity. No one knows how many things can be stored in a small stomach. Finished talking to Professor Flitwick, Luo Lin stood up and walked towards the door. Just then, Malfoy suddenly looked in the direction of the door. Luo Lin followed his gaze and found a man walking in from the door. It's Professor Snape. Luo Lin didn't pay much attention to it. It was normal for Professor Snape to come to have breakfast. He lifted his legs to leave, then stopped, because he found something wrong with Snape. Snape's legs looked a little lame, and his walking was not very coordinated. His face was even stained with marks one after another. It wasn't the kind of magic mark that Luo Lin and the others had when they lost at poker, but more like a pure mark left by the pressure of something. This made Luo Lin a little strange. Could it be that Snape was bitten by a dog yesterday when he went to the 4th floor? That's not right either. Yesterday, Dumbledore and the others were guarding the 4th floor, so that Snape would never be bitten by a dog. Not to mention, Snape rushed to Luo Lin's side as soon as possible yesterday. It didn't look like he had time to run to the 4th floor and was bitten by a dog and then ran back. Could it be that Snape ran to the 4th floor after everything was over? Rowling then recalled what was in the original novel. Snape seemed to have been bitten by a dog, and the bite was bloody and bloody. I just don't know if it happened during this time. Rowling only remembers it being around the Quidditch match. Quidditch match? He suddenly thought of today's time. November 1st is already the beginning of November. That means the Quidditch match is about to start. Rowling did not know the specific time of the game, but Harry and the others should know. Or maybe you can ask Professor McGonagall. Rowling stood there and stared at Snape, which was naturally noticed by Snape. Snape frowned and glanced at Rowling and Malfoy beside him, and finally sped up and limped out of Rowling's sight. Luo Lin also came to his senses at this time. Snape's legs can be explained, but what about the marks on his face? And it looked like Snape's face was twitching, and it should be quite painful. Could it be that when he was bitten by a dog, he was crushed by the dog's paw? Luo Lin couldn't help but guess. But then he reacted. Snape's condition seemed to have nothing to do with him. No matter how miserable Snape looked, and no matter how bad things happened to him, there was no need for him to worry. After all, the mark on Snape's face couldn't have been caused by him. He was in the dormitory yesterday and did nothing. Think of this. Luo Lin became indifferent again. He walked towards the door. After taking 2 steps, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind, and he stopped again. His body became a little stiff. Slowly looking towards Malfoy, who was staring at Snape, an idea came to his mind. The mark on Snape's face can't really be related to him, right? Malfoy and the others behaved really strangely today. Luo Lin observed, but found nothing unusual. Malfoy was so concerned about Snape at this time. Luo Lin suddenly felt that something was wrong. He certainly didn't do anything bad to Snape. But what about Malfoy and the others? Yesterday was a free time for Malfoy and the others. They were not in Luo Lin's sight the whole time, and didn't come back until very late. The situation is obviously free time for them to do something not so good. It just so happened that Malfoy and the others disliked Snape because of Rowling. Isn't this right? The corners of Luo Lin's mouth twitched slightly. Malfoy also noticed his gaze at this time. There was a flattering smile on the face of the sniffing skeleton that only Luo Lin could barely see. See him like this. Rowling has basically been able to determine that Snape's matter is inseparable from his undead servants. Talk. Could it be that Snape's limping leg was not bitten by a dog, but was also caused by Malfoy and the others? Luo Lin couldn't help but think. But now is not the time to ask about it. It's less than half an hour before class starts. He has to prepare for get out of class first. Glancing at Malfoy, Luo Lin said nothing and walked toward the office. After preparing lessons in the office, Luo Lin began to teach the little wizards. I finished the morning class. He finally had 2 hours of rest. So after finishing lunch in the cafeteria, Luo Lin took the anxious Malfoy back to the dormitory. Black and Longbottom came forward. Luo Lin walked to the sofa and sat down expressionlessly and said, "Tell me, what did you do last night? Here's questions." Black and Malfoy lowered their heads immediately. Longbottom replied directly, "Master, we happened to meet Snape yesterday, who wanted to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, so we gave him a lesson." Hearing Longbottom's answer come so naturally, Luo Lin knew it well. Apparently, Malfoy and Black deceived Longbottom into what happened yesterday. Otherwise, Malfoy and Longbottom wouldn't have reacted like this. It can be seen that Longbottom believed Malfoy Black's words. Snape went to steal the Philosopher's Stone. This is of course impossible, but it was very possible for Snape to go to the corridor on the 4th floor to confirm the situation. So Luo Lin thought that Snape might have sneaked to the 4th floor after everything was over last night and was bitten by Lu Wei. Apparently Snape really went. But unfortunately, Snape was hit by Malfoy and others who were wandering outside. Couldn't Malfoy and the others see that Snape wasn't secretly trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Rowling felt that Malfoy and Black must be able to tell, but Longbottom probably didn't see it. Malfoy and Black used this to fool Longbottom. After all, guarding the magic stone is also one of Luo Lin's responsibilities. Several of Blake's good friends, Gunter, were still guarding outside the secret room. Longbottom knew this. So Longbottom would definitely not allow Snape to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. Malfoy and Black were already dissatisfied with Snape. Snape had a very bad attitude towards Rowling, which made Black want to take revenge on Snape. Rowling stopped her, but this kind of emotion cannot be stopped by stopping. Black must still dislike Snape very much. So I took this opportunity to fool Longbottom with Malfoy and take revenge on Snape, even if Luo Lin knew about it afterwards. Maybe I can use this excuse to fool him. At least the three of them do things together, and if the law doesn't punish everyone, maybe they will be fine. Luo Lin thought about the situation in detail in a flash. He looked at Malfoy and Black. Tell me what happened. The two skeletons, Malfoy and Black, looked at each other. The green light in their eyes flickered, but they still truthfully told what happened last night. Things were quite different from what Luo Lin had guessed. Snape went to determine the condition of the fourth-floor corridor. Originally, he didn't provoke Lu Wei, and there was a high probability that he would be able to escape. But unfortunately, I met Malfoy and the others. Black was very unhappy when he saw Snape, and then he and Malfoy deceived Longbottom in a tacit understanding. The three of them worked together, used the power of the soul to prevent Snape from escaping. Snape didn't have time to run out of the corridor on the fourth floor, and his leg was bitten by Lu Wei. As the three-headed dog of hell, Lu Wei is really thick-skinned and very resistant to magic. Snape used a lot of magic to barely escape, but his leg was also injured. Black and the others took this opportunity to use their power to block Snape's perception. Then several people punched and kicked Snape in the face. This is where the marks on Snape's face came from. Luo Lin couldn't laugh or cry after hearing this. Professor Snape sounded too miserable. Faced these sudden attacks. He felt that Snape was probably confused. The key is that Blake and the others move very quickly. It's the kind that can escape with one blow. Snape's strength is naturally not bad, but by the time he reacted, Blake and others had already fled. Thinking of the marks on Professor Snape's face, Luo Lin couldn't help but look at the three people in front of him again. It can only be said that Blake and the others still have some brains. When he hit Snape, he did not reveal the main characteristics of his body. Otherwise, Snape would definitely have guessed that it was them. After all, if there were traces of cat claws, bird claws, and sniffing claws on his face, anyone would be able to guess that they were Luo Lin's three undead servants. But I couldn't laugh or cry. The nature of this matter is quite serious, because this is Malfoy and the others disobeying Rowling's orders. Maybe they think this is helping Luo Lin vent his anger, but for Luo Lin, such instability is very bad, at least in Hogwarts. If this were in Azkaban, Luo Lin didn't think this was a big deal at all, nor did he care too much. But Hogwarts is different. Although Rowling hated Snape, Snape was not a prisoner. He was just a teacher with a perverted mentality. Or it cannot be said that there is some psychological abnormality. It can only be said that there are some mental problems. If such a person did not directly provoke Luo Lin or directly commit a crime, Luo Lin would not be able to take action against him. Disgust is disgust. Luo Lin can still control his emotions. He is a necromancer, and the characteristics of a necromancer will slowly affect him. However, the system helped him transfer this part of the price, giving him dark circles under his eyes. So he doesn't have too many dark emotions in his heart. Naturally, he would not have any serious ill will towards Snape who had offended him. At most, he secretly collected evidence that Snape bullied his own students on campus, and then reported him. This is within the rules. What Malfoy and the others did was already outside the rules. So after Luo Lin listened to their story, his face became very serious, and he said angrily, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Malfoy and Black lowered their heads. "We should not disobey the Master's orders." Longbottom also reacted at this time. "I actually disobeyed the Master's order. It is an unforgivable crime." When Luo Lin got angry, although Malfoy and others did these things without authorization, but there is no doubt about their loyalty to Rowling. The reason why they did this was entirely to vent their anger on Luo Lin. It's just that Luo Lin doesn't need this kind of self-assertion. He dislikes uncontrollable behavior. Forget it about everyone else. Not under his control. Malfoy and the others were different. As his subordinate, he is also a soul servant with a soul connection. If they take matters into their own hands like they do now, that is undoubtedly very bad for Luo Lin. Rowling can give them a certain amount of freedom, but the premise is that they can't cause any trouble to Luo Lin. The fact that Snape was taught a lesson was a problem. in case Snape found out it was their fault. Luo Lin really couldn't explain. Although he doesn't care much, he is quite satisfied with his current life as a professor and is not bored. What if I get fired because of this? Luo Lin would definitely feel very unhappy. The key point is that it was Malfoy and the others who took action first. Even if Luo Lin wanted to get angry, he had no excuse. After all, he's a reasonable person. It didn't matter that Snape didn't like him. As long as he didn't do anything to him, he wouldn't do anything to Snape. Malfoy and the others took action first, and it was Luo Lin who was at fault. Luo Lin would not say that this was done by Malfoy and the others, not by him. As their sole servants, the three Malfoys represent themselves. There is no difference between them doing it and doing it themselves. When the time comes, he may have no choice but to leave Hogwarts obediently and return to the gloomy Azkaban. By the way, there is nothing wrong with being an ordinary prisoner and warden who eats, drinks, and enjoys every day in Azkaban. But working at Hogwarts has a brighter future. Rowling had a few friends at Hogwarts. It's not that Luo Lin doesn't need friends. It's born stay indoors every day. In this era, when the internet is not very developed at all, he cannot access more knowledge through the internet, and not many people will communicate with him online. Real-life communication is a life adjustment for Luo Lin, and he quite likes this kind of communication. For example, he could always listen to the gatherings with Harry and the others every Saturday afternoon with great interest. Chatting with others is also a way to relax. Anyway, Luo Lin's level of necromancer does not need to be improved at all. He only needs to wait for the system to help him absorb the power of the undead, and he will be able to improve naturally. So Luo Lin is very boring most of the time. He either reads books or does research. These are very boring things, but lectures are very interesting for Luo Lin. Luo Lin felt very happy when he saw the respectful eyes of the little wizard below. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to prepare lessons every week. He really likes teaching and educating people. Compared to other people's weird hobbies, Luo Lin feels that his hobby is quite good. And because of being a professor, he will have more exposure to the knowledge of the subprofessional wizard. Now his subprofessional wizard level has been raised to nearly level 20. This level is equivalent to an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts. Especially the level of defense against dark arts is already quite good. At least the little wizard's questions no longer troubled him. Berlin was able to answer the questions they asked in class with ease, out of satisfaction with your current living environment. Of course, Luo Lin didn't want Malfoy and the others to destroy his current living environment. Then what they did to Snape yesterday was obviously not allowed by him. That's why Luo Lin acted so seriously. Malfoy and Black Longbottom had also realized the seriousness of the matter from Rowling's expression. They were all lying on the ground, trembling. Luo Lin was usually gentle to them, but they never forgot that Luo Lin was their master. Their life and death are controlled by Luo Lin's thoughts. No matter what they think, they should not disobey their master's orders. Malfoy and Black already regretted it, especially Malfoy. He finally calmed down for a while and was able to follow Luo Lin out of the dormitory, although not as comfortable as before. But it is still very relaxing and enjoyable to be outside. As a result, Luo Lin was angered again. Malfoy was very worried that Rowling would throw him back into the dark room, and he would regret it to death. What's even more terrifying is that Luo Lin can directly destroy him and then summon a Malfoy. Anyway, they're just summoned soul servants who are given a name. Although there is self-awareness, there is also self-knowledge. But in front of Luo Lin, this was nothing at all. With his necromancer level of over 70, he can summon countless qualified undead souls as soul servants at will. As long as Malfoy and the others cannot satisfy Luo Lin, they will be replaced in minutes. This is the real thing. If you don't do it, others will. Blake felt even more uneasy and regretful. She didn't even know why she had to cause trouble, staying with the owner for so many days. All he could think about was pleasing his master and becoming stronger than Longbottom, a big fool like him. The result was a whim. It directly makes the owner unhappy. When Blake was worried about his own situation, He also felt that he was a big fool for making his master unhappy. It might even cause trouble for the owner. What is this? Longbottom is purer than Black and Malfoy. He was just fooled. But he also suffered more than Black and Malfoy, because he actually violated his master's order unintentionally. Even if he didn't realize it, it was just to vent his anger on his master. But disobeying his master's orders was a crime worthy of death for him. He lay at Luo Lin's feet, not wanting to defend himself at all, but hoping that his master would punish him. After all, this was the mistake he made. Even if he dies in this world, he deserves it. Luo Lin had already activated the soul servant module at this time. Can clearly sense the emotions of the three Malfoys in front of them. He had never thought of dealing with Malfoy and the others directly. I have considered whether to lock them in a small dark room first and then call the others out. But looking at the three people in front of him, he already knew that he was wrong. Luo Lin is Kinder after all. He gave up the idea of locking them back into the dark room. But regarding their situation, Luo Lin felt that a warning was still needed. Forget it this time, but if there's a next time, you all have to go back to the... Certainly. In other words, probably not. Knowing himself well, Luo Lin found it highly unlikely that he'd ever fall in love with any sport, Quidditch included. Not because he didn't appreciate effort or spectacle, but simply because he was a homebody at heart. Comfort, quiet, and solitude suited him far more than competition and roaring crowds. Still, he'd asked about the first match out of genuine curiosity. Professor McGonagall, mildly surprised by his question, answered promptly. The first game is scheduled for early November, just after Halloween. Luo Lin nodded thoughtfully. That gave Harry just over a month to prepare. It wasn't much time, especially for a complete novice, but from what he recalled, Harry's natural talent on a broom was extraordinary. No wonder Professor McGonagall had been so thrilled. For her, this wasn't just another player. This was the potential savior of Gryffindor's Quidditch legacy. I'll make sure to come and cheer on the team, Luo Lin said politely. I hope they perform well. So do I, McGonagall replied, her tone proud yet hopeful. Professor Flitwick chimed in with a bit of concern. Mr. Potter has only just begun flying lessons. He likely doesn't even know the rules yet. Will a month really be enough? McGonagall's lips curled into a smile. It doesn't matter if he struggles at first. He's got the talent. Once he gets a feel for the game, I have no doubt he'll soar. Flitwick nodded in agreement. With potential like his, he might even live up to James Potter's legacy. That's exactly what I was thinking, McGonagall replied warmly. I believe Dumbledore sees it too. Luo Lin listened quietly. He wasn't entirely clear on Harry's family history, nor was he interested in digging into matters the professors weren't offering to explain. After a few more minutes of friendly conversation, McGonagall placed the Nimbus 2000 carefully on her desk. I'll send it to Harry by owl in the morning, she said. It was almost 6 o'clock by then. None of them had further classes that day, so they decided to head to the Great Hall and have dinner together. That night, as had become his habit, Luo Lin went out for a walk under the cover of darkness, aiming once again for the room of requirement on the 8th floor. But as he ascended the moving stairs, a strange sound reached his ears. Without hesitation, he slipped into his spectral form and glided toward the source of the noise. It turned out to be Filch, the school caretaker, whispering to his cat, Mrs. Norris. Sniff around, sweetheart. They're hiding somewhere. I can smell it. They? Luo Lin's thoughts raced. Had students snuck out after curfew? Then a spark of memory hit him. This was the night Draco Malfoy challenged Harry to a midnight duel, but never intended a show. Instead, he tattled to Filch, hoping Harry and his friends would be caught breaking curfew. A cowardly move in wizarding culture, where dueling held some semblance of honor, even among students. But Draco didn't care. He'd rather break rules than face defeat. Luo Lin understood the mindset of these first years. Even if they were bullied or mistreated, they rarely reported it to professors. That was just how Hogwarts worked. Unspoken codes, quiet rivalries, and a surprising lack of adult intervention. He didn't agree with the culture, but he had no plans to change it. Floating silently behind Filch, Luo Lin activated his soul sense to probe the nearby area. And sure enough, he detected several magical signatures just beyond a stone wall. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville huddled together, anxious. Filch was drawing closer. Neville in particular looked like he might faint from panic. Beads of sweat stood on his forehead as Filch's heavy footsteps echoed nearer. Then, crash! Filch tripped over a suit of armor, sending metal clanging across the corridor. "Run!" Harry shouted. The group bolted. Filch, furious, gave chase, but his pace was sluggish compared to the frantic energy of the students. Luo Lin followed from above, amused by the scene. The four students darted through corridors, ducked behind pillars, and took random turns in hopes of escaping. They had no idea where they were headed, only that they needed to run. Filch, ever persistent but eternally slow, kept just out of reach behind them. Luo Lin considered helping just a little, but before he could act, another interruption occurred. Up ahead, a ghostly figure drifted into their path. It wasn't a professor, not Filch. It was Peeves. The poltergeist's eyes lit up with mischief the moment he spotted them. Oh ho ho! Naughty, naughty! First years wandering the halls at night. Panic spread through the group. If Peeves alerted Filch, they were done for. Detention, loss of house points, maybe even expulsion. "Peeves, please, don't tell anyone," Hermione pleaded. But Peeves was having none of it. "Oh, how delicious! Shall I shout? Shall I screch? Should I summon dear Filch to give you each a treat?" Ron, in a fit of frustration, lunged at him, only to pass straight through, of course. But it was enough to irritate Peeves. With a shriek of laughter, the poltergeist called out, "Students here, right outside the charms corridor." Luo Lin winced. That was loud enough to wake the portraits. Filch's footsteps immediately quickened. He was on their trail again. Panic-stricken, the students sprinted forward, turning corners until they reached a dead-end corridor. The footsteps behind them grew louder. Hermione, ever the fast thinker, drew her wand and shouted, "Alohomora!" A nearby door clicked open. They shoved it wide and scrambled inside just in time. The door slammed shut, cutting off Filch's furious pursuit. Speaking of the match against Slytherin, Harry was still a little nervous. His Quidditch skills have indeed improved a lot during this period, but he has not yet played in actual combat. No one knows whether he can catch the golden snitch on the field. The golden snitch is so important that it can directly determine the outcome of a game. And as a seeker, it is also among the most dangerous professions on the playing field. According to Harry, the seeker is usually the smallest and fastest player, and the most serious stadium accidents often happen to them. Although Quidditch is relatively safe, very few people die. But accidents often occur, especially among seekers. Ron has a lot to say in this regard. He has watched many games, and is the person who knows the most about Quidditch among everyone present. He believes that the seeker is the core figure in the Quidditch team. Logically speaking, the captain should let the seeker be the leader. After all, they determine the outcome of a game. At the same time, he also comforted Harry that it didn't matter even if he couldn't win the first time. Harry still had 7 years. With Harry's talent, he will always lead Gryffindor to victory. It's comforting to hear that. Harry looked much more relaxed. Then everyone chatted a little bit about what happened last week. They dispersed, before spreading out, since many Saturdays will be the time for Quidditch matches. So next week's party is moved to Friday afternoon. Harry and the others have no classes during this time. The same was true for Rowling. During that time, all defense against the dark arts students were senior students, and Professor Snape was in charge. After the agreement was made, Luo Lin returned to the dormitory. "I'm at a football match next week. There doesn't seem to be anything special to do this week." Malfoy and the others will be locked up in the dormitory for more than a week. Luo Lin thought maybe he could take them with him to the football match next Saturday. He is still a very soft-hearted person. A day flies by quickly. A new week has begun again. This is the second week after November, because the Quidditch match is about to start. As the most popular sport in the wizarding world, many little wizards are looking forward to it very much, and the school has become active. But after entering November, It's truly winter here in the UK. The weather suddenly became very cold. It snowed several times in succession. Suddenly, the entire Hogwarts looked gray, with ice and snow everywhere. The originally dark lake surface was also frozen at this time, with a thick layer of ice on top, cold and hard. Llewellyn also tried skating on it, and found that it was no problem at all. Every morning when I wake up, anywhere on the ground with water was frozen. Even if there was no water, there was frost. These days were a very busy time for Hagrid. He would get up every morning, put on his moleskin coat, rabbit fur gloves, and huge beaver fur boots, and go to the Quidditch pitch. He takes care of the frost inside the Quidditch pitch, like defrosting a broomstick. When Llewellyn gets up early in the morning, he can often be seen through the window. Llewellyn himself is also a person who is relatively afraid of the cold, so what he wore was rather bulky. He doesn't like to use magic to keep himself warm, and prefers physical warmth, which will make him feel that he is no different from normal people. And the feeling of being warm and occasionally cold is indeed very comfortable. It's not like magic. You can't feel the winter atmosphere at all. Winter is a beautiful season. Llewellyn likes winter very much. This was the case in a previous life. After all, you only need to wear thick clothes in winter, but in summer you will feel hot no matter how you take off your clothes, and you need to use various refrigeration tools to keep yourself cool. And you can play in the snow in winter. As a southerner in his previous life, Llewellyn saw blood only a handful of times. Since then I have never worked in the north, so naturally I have a special love for snow. After coming to the UK, you can often see snow, but this true love has not disappeared. So every winter, Llewellyn is in the best mood. In this new week, Llewellyn taught the little wizards normally. Sometimes while doing it, Llewellyn suddenly became interested and would take the little wizards to play in the snow outside the castle. Wizards naturally don't play in the snow like ordinary people. Everyone uses magic to play in the snow. For example, use a magic spell, such as a floating spell, to make the snow fly out and hit other people. Except just for fun. Llewellyn can also use this to let the little wizard experiment with a magic he taught to defend against black magic, or practice your little wizard's magic skills. At least stop being so hesitant when casting spells with your wand. Little wizards generally perform very well in this regard, and they are particularly interested in this practical activity. It can only be said that students don't like to stay in the classroom, who cannot be happy once there is physical education class. Llewellyn is naturally not the kind of physical education teacher who gets sick. Instead, he seemed like the kind of guy who would make a gym teacher sick. The little wizards had fun and learned something. Llewellyn also summed up new teaching experience. Also knows how to organize little wizards outdoors. There are 20 or 30 young wizards in a class. Llewellyn can command them to release magic at the same time. The scene was quite spectacular. Let Llewellyn have the fun of playing RTS games. Little wizards also enjoy it. Such a move also brought an unexpected surprise to Llewellyn, because I take the little wizards together for outdoor activities. The little wizards have more communication. On the contrary, the relationship between them became more harmonious. Llewellyn naturally noticed such a good thing. He feels that there can be more such activities in the future. Anyway, defense against the dark arts is not a closed course. Especially the duels inside require actual combat. Although Rowling has not yet asked Professor Flitwick for advice on dueling, but according to his understanding, if the duel between the two involves safety issues, then the brave one who meets on a narrow road will win. This requires training of little wizards. You might not have cared about these things for a while before, but it's different now. What follows is an eventful time in the wizarding world. Voldemort is going to come out to cause trouble. His Death Eaters are going to come out to cause trouble, and even those dark creatures who are ready to move are going to come out to cause trouble. Little wizards need to have their own ability to protect themselves, although it may not be used. But it's always good to be prepared. In such a cheerful teaching atmosphere, time passed quite quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was Friday afternoon. There will be no party this Friday. Harry has a competition tomorrow and needs to prepare well today. There are not many people in the staff lounge this afternoon. Just Rowling, Snape, and Filch. 3 people. 2 are Llewellyn's enemies, and the other is Llewellyn himself. So Luo Lin should be quite embarrassed now. But Luo Lin didn't feel embarrassed at this time. He sat in his seat and started preparing lessons, without looking at Professor Snape and Filch next to him. Neither Slip nor Filch looked so pretty. Especially Filch. Every time he saw Luo Lin, he always showed a bad face. Although Filch has stopped provoking Luo Lin since their first meeting, it can be seen that he is still unhappy with Luo Lin. Especially when Luo Lin would just ignore him every time he met him. That was the most uncomfortable time for him every day. Over time, Filch had developed a habit. As soon as I see Luo Lin, just stared at Luo Lin. Luo Lin didn't care much. With his good looks, was he still afraid of being noticed by others? As long as it doesn't directly affect him, he doesn't care about any of it. On the other hand, Snape's face was ugly, and it wasn't entirely because of Rowling. Rowling has never done anything wrong since he entered the school, except for making Snape a little unhappy on Halloween. Snape thought Rowling was quite normal at other times. Although he has never given up paying attention to Luo Lin, he will not specifically target Luo Lin for no reason. The reason why he is unhappy now, it was because of the injury on his leg. That's right. More than a week passed. Snape still had a wound on his leg, and now Filch was preparing to bandage Snape. Rowling could clearly see the bloody flesh on Snape's legs. Obviously, this is not an injury from last week. The leg injury I sustained last week should have healed long ago. Snape had stopped limping a few days ago. But today, I don't know why I suddenly got injured again. Luo Lin speculated that Snape was most likely provoking Lu Wei again. It is estimated that Snape was still worried about the situation in the corridor on the 4th floor and would go to take a look from time to time, but failed to avoid Lu Wei, and then ended up like this. Luo Lin's mood didn't fluctuate this time. Last time it was Malfoy and the others who did it, so of course he would have a slight emotional change. This time it was Snape who sought his own death, and he had no responsibility. But Luo Lin was out of humanitarian concern. After all, it was his men who injured Snape last time. If Snape needed his help this time, he could barely help Snape. Just like canceling out what happened last time. But you can see it. Snape had absolutely no intention of contacting Rowling. He would rather let Filch bandage him. Then there is nothing we can do. Luo Lin could only do his work on the sidelines. Let Snape solve his own problems. Snape was holding the bloody leg, and Filch was handing him the bandage. Damn thing. How could you possibly stare at 3 heads at the same time? Snape couldn't help but complain. Luo Lin couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He didn't expect Snape to say such a thing. Who asked you to worry so blindly that you had to run over and be bitten by a dog? Why are others okay? It is said that one slap cannot make sound. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. Countless sayings instantly appeared in Luo Lin's mind. And at this time, he suddenly looked up at the door. The door was opened. On the other side of the door, there was a little head poking around. Harry, what are you doing at the door? Come in. When Luo Lin saw Harry, he greeted him very naturally and asked him to come in. Harry looked a little scared at first, but he immediately relaxed when he heard Luo Lin's words. Potter, why are you here? As soon as he heard Rollins' voice, Snape noticed Harry, and he quickly put down his robe to cover his injured leg. Harry had obviously seen it. Snape's words made him very nervous, but when he saw Rowling smiling beside him, his heart was suddenly filled with courage. Professor Snape, there's a competition tomorrow, and I want to get my book back. Harry spoke. When Snape heard what he said, his nose was almost twisted with anger, and he subconsciously opened his mouth wide. Get out. The word go hasn't been uttered yet. Luo Lin said, Professor Snape, please pay attention to your manners. His words immediately made Snape hold back his words. Snape looked at Rowling gloomily, and then at Harry. Rowling was still smiling. Professor Snape, what's going on with Harry's book? Snape frowned all of a sudden. His face was ugly, and he wanted to say something, but when he noticed Luo Lin's expression, he became angry. He pulled out a book from the desk next to him and threw it at Harry. Take it, and leave quickly. Harry excitedly took the book, not looking at Snape at all, but at Rowling. Thank you, Professor Rasma. Snape's face turned even darker. Luo Lin smiled. It doesn't matter, Professor Snape needs to treat the wound. I will take you out. Harry nodded repeatedly. The two left from the staff lounge. Snape and Filch stared at Rowling's back, not happy at all. Come outside. Harry looked very excited, holding the book in his hand, and was very happy. Thank you very much, Professor. Otherwise, Professor Snape would never have given me this book. Luo Lin did not speak, but asked, What kind of book is this? Is it related to Quidditch? Harry nodded. Yes, it's Quidditch. Luo Lin was not impressed by this book, but he was a little curious. Why did Professor Snape take your book? Talk about it. Harry looked indignant. He made up a random rule, saying that library books are not allowed to be taken out of the school. Then he took away my books and deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. Oh, that is indeed excessive. As far as I know, the library does not have this rule. You should apply to Professor Snape and ask him to return the 5 points to Gryffindor. Luo Lin said calmly. Harry became a little helpless. I want to do this too, but Professor Snape hates me so much that he won't give me back the 5 points. Rowling shook his head slowly. Harry, don't forget that you are a Gryffindor student. If Professor Snape does something unfair to you, you should go to Professor McGonagall. Harry's eyes lit up. Looking for Professor McGonagall? Yes, Professor McGonagall is our dean. She should help us. But his eyes soon dimmed. But will Professor McGonagall help us? It seems to me that she never cares about such things. Luo Lin gave him a very meaningful look. Don't worry, Harry didn't know why Professor Razma was so sure. But since Professor Razma said so, it must be right. Harry decided to deliberately target Professor Snape if he met him again in the future. He was going to tell Professor McGonagall. Hopefully Professor McGonagall can stand up for him. He really didn't want to see Professor Snape's disgusting face. Rowling gave Harry a clear path. He knew if Harry found Professor McGonagall, Professor McGonagall will definitely not ignore it. Whether it is Harry's identity or Professor McGonagall's identity as Gryffindor headmaster, she must make a difference. At least Professor McGonagall would not allow this kind of thing for a professor to target a student. Hogwarts allows fighting between students. But if professors are allowed to target students, it will not be like a school, but an internet abstinence center. Chatted with Harry for a while longer. Luo Lin stopped, looked at Harry, and cheered him. Tomorrow is your game. I wish you victory. As soon as Harry heard this, his whole body became energetic. Thank you, Professor. I will not let you down. You're welcome, and you don't have to say anything to disappoint me. Just do your best. Everything else is not that important. Luo Lin said with a smile. Harry nodded heavily. Well, Professor, I will try my best. Then you go back and have a good rest. I will go to your game tomorrow. Luo Lin said softly. Then he turned around and went back. Harry suddenly became much happier. He felt that he must work harder tomorrow and must not let Professor Razma down. Slytherin, he will definitely win. Other side, Rowling returned to the staff room. Snape also bandaged his wounds. Filch is no longer here. Snape was obviously waiting for Rowling. Seeing Luo Lin come back, Snape said, Razma, do you have a good relationship with that boy Potter? Why did you say that just now? Luo Lin was a little confused. I don't have a particularly good relationship with Harry, but he is my student. Is there anything wrong with me speaking for him? Snape's expression paused, and then he said, That's not what I meant, but I wanted to ask what exactly you were going to do. You shouldn't get too close to Potter. Rowling almost laughed at Snape's words. Snape was actually worried that he had any bad intentions toward Harry. Professor Snape, I think you made a mistake. As Harry's professor, I also regard him as one of my friends. How I get along with him should have nothing to do with you. On the contrary, I would like to warn you that as a professor, you must pay attention to your identity, especially as the Dean of Slytherin. You should not be so selfish. Snape frowned, his expression ugly. What do you mean? Luo Lin sneered. Haha, Professor Snape. Don't you understand what I mean? You should also know how bad your reputation is among the students in the school, right? Hogwarts is not just Slytherin, and you are not Dumbledore. You have already lost face by doing some things. Also, you are an adult, but you want to target a child like Harry. I just asked Harry, and you actually made up a reason to snatch the book from his hands. Is this what a professor should do? After hearing what Luo Lin said, Professor Snape's expression was a little distorted. What do you know I was? He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything halfway through. Rowling is right. He was targeting Potter. Whenever he saw Harry, he always thought of James and Lily. Especially when he thinks of James, he will be particularly irritable. As a result, he always became less calm in front of Harry. This kind of thing is still his fault after all, but he just couldn't control himself. At this time, Luo Lin directly pointed him out, which was a direct hit on his Achilles heel. He did intend to risk everything to protect Harry, but his behavior was indeed hurting Harry. Luo Lin said so. He had nothing to argue with. As for what Luo Lin said about him being selfish and preferring Slytherin students, he didn't care. Anyway, he had never covered up his behavior. Seeing that Snape was silent, Luo Lin smiled slightly. Professor Snape should also realize his mistake. I know you have many thoughts about my identity as a necromancer, but so far, you should have done more wrong things than I have done. So if you want to target me first, you should carefully reflect on yourself first, whether you are worthy of targeting me, and whether you're qualified to face me in a judgmental manner. I'm a professor at Hogwarts. Before entering Hogwarts, I was also an employee of the Ministry of Magic. Azkaban is in good order under my management. I have made outstanding contributions to the British wizarding community. What about you? Professor Snape, as the Dean of Slytherin and a professor at Hogwarts, you cannot treat everyone equally. This alone makes you far inferior to Professor McGonagall and others, which shows that you are a despicable person. As for your contribution to the wizarding world, as far as I know, you have none at all. And the reason why Harry's parents were in trouble was because of you, right? At this time, I don't want to reflect, but instead think about targeting others. I think your life has been in vain for so many years. If you still maintain this idea, I advise you to apply for Azkaban with me. Prison, go and stay there. It's more suitable for you. Luo Lin had a rare opportunity to chatter a lot. The words were ugly, and they were all his words directed at Snape. Every sentence pointed at Snape's mistakes. Snape's face turned blue and red. His originally sallow face was filled with various colors and looked a little funny. Especially after hearing that he was partly responsible for Harry's parents' accident, he became depressed. This was somewhat beyond Luo Lin's expectation. Rowling thought Snape would look at him angrily and then retort. He had already thought of how to respond to Snape's rebuttals. As a result, Snape just stared at him with a very complicated expression, but said nothing. Luo Lin was a little panicked by his stare. He couldn't even sense what Snape's emotions were like. Snape's emotions were too complicated right now. Anger, regret, discomfort, awkwardness, etc. These were all Snape's emotions. Rowling had no way of determining what Snape was thinking right now. He stopped talking, and neither did Snape. Silence fell between the two. Just when both of them were silent, the door to the staff room opened from the outside. Professor McGonagall walked in. See Snape and Rowling inside. She said hello directly. Severus, Rowling. Luo Lin also came to his senses and stopped caring about Snape. Professor McGonagall, are your classes over? Professor McGonagall nodded. Today's class is over. It's time to rest. Snape also nodded towards Professor McGonagall in response to her greeting just now. Then he left directly. He didn't even look at Luo Lin. Luo Lin had said everything he needed to say, so naturally he didn't care much about Snape. He continued chatting with Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, it seems that tomorrow is the game between Gryffindor and Slytherin. You can relax and watch the game. Tomorrow is Saturday. In Hogwarts, where there are not many entertainment activities, Quidditch must be a very popular entertainment activity. Professor McGonagall, who loves the sport of Quidditch very much, probably won't miss this opportunity. Professor McGonagall smiled. It could be seen that she was in a good mood after Harry joined the team. You can watch the game easily, but I can't. I have to watch this game from the side to prevent Lee Chowdan from talking nonsense. I heard the name Lee Jordan. Luo Lin was stunned. As the third member of the prankster duo, Lee Jordan is almost bound to the Weasley twins. Fred and George would often run around with Lee Jordan, causing chaos in Hogwarts. Such a thorn will naturally be noticed by professors. In particular, Professor McGonagall, who is the head of Gryffindor, pays special attention to these troublesome students. But Fred and George basically never do anything inappropriate, and if they do occasionally, they won't be found. Moreover, Fred and George are both very good students. Good students always have some privileges. Speaking of which, the Weasley family, except for Ron, all have very good academic standards. They can be said to be little geniuses in the family. This is true from Charlie, to Percy, to Fred and George. Just Ron. He doesn't like studying, so his academic performance has always been below average or even at the bottom occasionally. In fact, Harry was no better than Ron. In this first semester of enrollment, the two of them can be said to be inseparable brothers. Luo Lin's impression of Li Qiaodan didn't stop there. If he remembered correctly, when Lee Jordan was explaining, it could be said that he was completely biased towards Gryffindor. For students like Li Qiaodan, I don't know what Professor McGonagall thinks. On the surface, Professor McGonagall will definitely stop Li Qiaodan's behavior, but what exactly she thinks is hard to say. Luo Lin thought Li Qiaodan did a good job. Slytherin students were already favored by Snape, so it doesn't seem to be a problem for Gryffindor to be favored in Quidditch. Only Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw looked a little pitiful. After all, it is true that no one favors them. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout are both very fair professors. Rowling didn't think Professors Flitwick and Sprout would be happy to accept this, as long as people have selfishness in their hearts. But some people can overcome this selfishness and be fair. Some people obey this selfish desire to make themselves comfortable. It is clear at a glance who is superior and who is inferior, who is noble and who is despicable. Rowling couldn't help but secretly despise Professor Snape. Tomorrow's game will definitely be exciting. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. For selfish reasons, I hope Gryffindor can win. Rowling expressed his blessing to Gryffindor. Of course, Professor McGonagall was aware of the feud between Rowling and Snape. The two never spoke or even interacted with each other when they met. Anyone can tell something is wrong between them in this situation. However, the two of them did not affect the teaching, and there was no conflict. Naturally, Professor McGonagall would not say anything. Hearing his blessing, Professor McGonagall smiled even more. With Harry here, there should be no problem, but we can't take it lightly. In terms of Quidditch, Professor McGonagall really didn't give in at all, not even a word of humility. This also illustrates her trust in Harry. I think Harry will definitely lead the Gryffindor team to victory. View from here. Professor McGonagall has made Harry captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Instead, Oliver would seem like a supporting character, but it's actually quite reasonable. The Seeker is originally the core of every Quidditch team, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the de facto captain. Then I wish Gryffindor victory, and preferably the Academy Cup, ending Slytherin's 7-game winning streak. Luo Lin nodded and said. When the Academy Cup was mentioned, Professor McGonagall's smile faded a little. I hope so. It was obvious that she had no hope for this Academy Cup. After all, Slytherin has gained a considerable advantage. Even if Slytherin is defeated in this Quidditch match, Gryffindor will only be in second place. Instead, Luo Lin thought of another level. Maybe Professor McGonagall was a little dissatisfied with Snape's behavior, but she couldn't be as shameless as Professor Snape. This should also be an important factor that prompted Dumbledore to directly give Harry and the others extra points to defeat Slytherin and win the Academy Cup. After all, the vice principal and principal have made the decision. Can the rest still object? Think of this. Luo Lin was in an inexplicably good mood, and Snape's failure in this regard was entirely his own fault. As for the little wizards in Slytherin, who made them deal with a dean like Snape? Having enjoyed the benefits of Snape being the dean, one must also bear the disadvantages of Snape being the dean. There are not so many things in the world that have the best of both worlds. It's just that the time has not come yet. Chatted with Professor McGonagall for a while longer. The time has come to nearly 6 o'clock. Luo Lin should also go to the auditorium to have dinner and prepare for the next day. He didn't go to the room of requirement tonight. The main reason is to take a little rest, but also to enjoy tomorrow's game. But there's no need to get up early for tomorrow's game. Game time is after 11 o'clock. Luo Lin plans to have breakfast tomorrow, then take a stroll outside, and then go directly to watch the game. Take a walk outside this time. In fact, I just went to Hogsmeade Village to buy some snacks to eat while watching the game. He has made an agreement with Hagrid and the others to watch the game together. It will be a beautiful thing to watch the game while eating. Time quickly came to the next day. Luo Lin woke up from his sleep. Black and Longbottom brought him shoes and clothes. After getting dressed, he looked at the three black men who were looking at him eagerly and said, "Today is a special case. You can watch the Quidditch match with me, but after watching it, you have to stay in the dormitory. Do you understand?" Malfoy has been going crazy these days. When he heard that he could go out to watch Quidditch matches, he was so excited that he kept nodding his head. "Understood, Master." Black and Longbottom also nodded. They're also more interested in Quidditch, and they have never been exposed to the sport of Quidditch before. Luo Lin glanced at Malfoy. Watching the game is just watching the game, but remember, you are absolutely not allowed to do other unnecessary things without my order. Malfoy nodded faster now. "Don't worry, Master. I promise not to do anything else." He learned a lesson this time. Now, even if something attracts him again appears in front of him, he will never disobey Luo Lin's order. Otherwise, being locked up in the dormitory would be too uncomfortable. He can only stay with the two idiots Black and Longbottom, and sooner or later he will become stupid too. Blake also learned the hard way. She didn't feel particularly uncomfortable about being locked up in the dormitory. She just felt a little annoyed when she saw Malfoy. But not being able to stay with my master is unacceptable. She must stay with her master, gain his favor, and then quickly become stronger and surpass Longbottom. So she thought the same as Malfoy. No matter what happened, she would definitely listen to her master. Longbottom was the most indifferent of the three of them. He has realized his mistake and knows that he has made a big mistake. So now he does whatever Luo Lin tells him to do, and he doesn't do anything extra. Luo Lin looked at them and nodded. "Okay, let's go. Come outside." Luo Lin looked at the white scene outside the window with a smile on his face. The weather today is really good. The clear sunshine shines from top to bottom. Although it cannot melt the ice and snow in a short time, it still gives people a feeling of vitality. The weather is still as cold as ever. Rowling took Black and the three of them to the auditorium. Along the way, he met many little wizards who knew him. Seeing that he actually brought 3 undead servants out at once, they were a little excited. You must know that Luo Lin did not bring Black and the others out at all these days, and many young wizards already missed them. This time I saw 3. How could I not be happy? Especially the young wizards who take his defense against the dark arts classes. Already looking forward to Luo Lin bringing the 3 undead servants with him during class, so that they can communicate with Black and the other 3. Luo Lin could probably guess what they were thinking, but I guess they will be disappointed for a while. Except for today, Blake and the others will have to stay in the dormitory for a while. The little wizards should not be able to see them recently, and even if we can take them out by then, Luo Lin didn't plan to take 3 of them at once. That would be too conspicuous. In the discussion among the little wizards, Luo Lin stepped into the auditorium. Before entering the auditorium, he could already smell the tempting smell of breakfast inside. Luo Lin ate a little less last night. "I was a little hungry this morning." After smelling this smell, his saliva kept secreting from his mouth, and he couldn't wait to eat. Luo Lin has always followed his body's instinct. "I just found a place to sit down and started eating. Sausage, bread, milk." Luo Lin ate 3 sets of breakfast. "My stomach is full." Finished these 3 sets. He put a few more fried eggs on his plate and prepared to eat them slowly. At this time, he became unhurried and listened to the discussions of the students around him while eating. The students' discussion today undoubtedly focused on Quidditch. They happily discussed the upcoming Quidditch match. There is hardly anyone who is not involved in this discussion. This shows how popular Quidditch is. It is indeed one of the most popular sports in the wizarding world. They are all looking forward to a wonderful Quidditch match. I hope to see the back and forth between the two sides and catch up with the score. And everyone has a team they support. Luo Lin listened for a while. "I found that Slytherin really felt like the public enemy of the whole school. Gryffindor and Slytherin students naturally support their teams. But Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students all supported Gryffindor, unsurprisingly. They hope that Gryffindor can defeat Slytherin and catch up with Slytherin in terms of Academy Cup points, so that they might be able to beat Slytherin in the end. The young wizards of the three houses of Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor no longer care about which of them wins the House Cup. They have only one common wish. Slytherin does not win the House Cup. This wish is really very simple, but it is quite difficult for little wizards to achieve. Everyone saw Snape's blatant favoritism. If you want to defeat Slytherin in this unfair environment, you must be much stronger than Slytherin. Only in this way can we gain advantages in other aspects and make up for the score gap caused by Snape's usual favoritism. Rowling felt that Snape should come and listen to the discussion of these young wizards. But Snape should also know that the young wizards don't like him. Even if he hears it, he will probably go his own way and won't change. Just as he was listening to everyone's discussion, Harry and his group walked in. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Seamus, who were in the same dormitory with Harry and the others, saw Harry's figure. The restaurant was quiet for a moment, and then became more lively, because they knew Harry was the seeker of the Gryffindor team. With such a first-year student becoming a seeker, the most important position in the team, many people are obviously not reassured. Even if this new student is the famous Harry Potter, they don't think Harry is well qualified for the position of seeker. So even if they specifically want Gryffindor to defeat Slytherin. But actually, I don't have much hope. They just hope that Harry wouldn't lose too badly or fall off his broomstick. Harry had already relaxed yesterday. Notice this vibe in the people around you. He was getting a little nervous again. But after seeing Luo Lin giving him a thumbs up and looking at him with a smile, his nervousness disappeared. Harry only had one thought in his mind right now. That means he must perform well. Professor Razma is watching from below. There must be no shame. He smiled at Luo Lin and nodded. He did not go to Luo Lin, but found a place to have breakfast. Now to go talk to Professor Razma. Harry thought it was too soon. He's going to win this. When the time comes to talk to Professor Razma again, it will be considered as living up to Professor Razma's expectations. Luo Lin didn't know what Harry was thinking. He just said hello to Harry casually. He had finished eating now and stood up to leave. Malfoy spoke at this time. Master, today is that brat's game. Can you let me go and say a few words to him? Luo Lin was a little surprised. Malfoy actually took the initiative to find Harry. What was going on? But it was just a few words, so Luo Lin didn't allow it. Go and come back quickly. Malfoy got his permission and quickly ran to Harry's side. Harry was putting ketchup on the bread when Malfoy suddenly ran over. He was also very surprised and didn't understand what Malfoy was doing. However, he still put down the bread in his hand and said hello to Malfoy. Good morning, Mr. Malfoy. Why did you come to see me? Hermione, Ron, and others also looked at Malfoy curiously. In fact, Malfoy, the undead servant, suddenly ran from Rowling's place to Harry's place, attracting the attention of many people. Not only Hermione and Ron, but everyone nearby was also looking at Malfoy. Malfoy didn't care about other people at all. He just looked at Harry with his hands on his hips. Kid, today's your game, right? Harry nodded. Yes, Mr. Malfoy. Today is the match between our house and Slytherin House. Slytherin House is the house of that annoying brat named Draco, right? Malfoy suddenly mentioned Draco. Yes, Draco is a Slytherin. Harry answered truthfully. He still didn't understand what Malfoy was going to do. Although Malfoy was asking Harry, he obviously knew the news, so he asked again. That professor named Snape is the dean of this college, right? Harry nodded again. Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin. That's good. Malfoy suddenly became excited, looked at Harry with his glowing green skull pupils, and said very seriously, Kid, you must win this time. You must not let that kid named Draco and Professor Snape be arrogant. Harry didn't understand Malfoy's logic. What does it mean to not let Draco and Professor Snape be arrogant? Draco is a very annoying brat. He has ill intentions towards his master. Snape is even more annoying. Malfoy said angrily and suddenly closed his mouth in the middle of speaking. What happened to Professor Snape? Hermione on the side couldn't help but ask. Malfoy was extremely unhappy. Snape is not a good person either. I hate him anyway. Obviously. Malfoy hated Snape even more. At first, he just hated Snape's attitude towards Rowling and what Black told him. Now he had another reason to hate Snape. It was because of Snape that he made Rowling angry, causing him to be locked in the dormitory and unable to get out. Harry didn't know why Malfoy hated Snape and Draco. But hearing that Draco was malicious towards Professor Razma, he couldn't help but hate Draco even more. And he could vaguely guess that the reason why Malfoy hated Snape might also be because of Professor Razma. This way, what Malfoy said makes sense. He glanced at Luo Lin, who was a little further away, then looked at Malfoy in front of him and nodded heavily. Mr. Malfoy, don't worry, I will definitely win. Okay, you little brat is ambitious. Malfoy was delighted. When the Master becomes the supreme being in the future, and I, as the Master's most capable assistant, will also have great power, your benefits will definitely be indispensable. Harry was originally very serious, but his words made people dumbfounded. Okay, Mr. Malfoy, I'll wait for that day. Ron on the side spoke at this moment. Mr. Malfoy, when I become a Quidditch player in the future, I will also beat Slater. Malfoy glanced at him, said nothing, and turned back. Kid, I wish you victory. I'm leaving. The Master is waiting for me there. Okay, Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy left. Ron was completely ignored. He's so angry now. Harry, why didn't Mr. Malfoy tell me anything? Ron said angrily. Harry glanced at him and didn't know what to say for a moment. Isn't it obvious? Malfoy just didn't like Ron. But as Ron's good friend, he couldn't say such words, so he could only comfort him. Maybe it's because you're not a Quidditch player yet, so Mr. Malfoy doesn't think what you say is so credible. Ron could accept this reason, and he suddenly became serious. Okay, then I will become a Quidditch player next year, and I must let Mr. Malfoy look at me differently. What can Harry do to Ron like this? He can only nod and cheer him on. Malfoy has returned to Rowling. Luo Lin naturally heard their conversation, but he didn't say anything. Malfoy didn't like Snape, and he didn't like Snape either. This time Malfoy didn't do anything to Snape himself. He just wanted to cheer Harry on. Rowling didn't think there was anything wrong with Malfoy doing this. Okay, let's go to Hogsmeade Village to buy some things. Then he took the Malfoy trio to Hogsmeade. He came to Hogsmeade quite frequently these days, because he often buys things here, and occasionally have some drinks and drinks at the bar. After saying hello to familiar people in the village, Luo Lin started shopping. He first went to Honeyduke's Candy House and bought all kinds of candies. I bought some of each category. Then he ran to the Three Broomsticks pub. I bought a few drinks and wine inside and took them away. He put all these things in the storage space. Finished these. Luo Lin rushed back to Hogwarts and returned to the dormitory. Wait until it's close to 11 o'clock. He arrived at the Quidditch pitch. At this time, many people had come to the Quidditch pitch. The surrounding stand were also filled with people. It seemed like everyone in the school was here to watch the game. Rowling looked at the situation on the Quidditch pitch. Learn more about the popularity of Quidditch. Of course, it is also possible that there are no other entertainment activities in Hogwarts, which is why Quidditch seems so popular. The current Quidditch pitch. It is no exaggeration to say that gongs and drums are noisy, firecrackers are blasting, and red flags are fluttering in front of huge crowds of people. There is still nearly half an hour left before the game. The Quidditch pitch was already extremely lively, and the students in the stand were eagerly looking at the pitch, waiting for the players to appear. And because there are too many people, one seat of the place wasn't great. It's hard to see what's going on in the stadium, unless he raises his seat directly into the air, but that will block others. Luo Lin looked left and right, and found a seat in the stands in the Gryffindor wizarding area. It is in the last row of the stands. Although it is a little far away from the stadium, as long as you have good eyesight, this is the best position for pure spectators. Rowling is, of course, a pure spectator. He didn't intend to sit in the stands below and observe the players up close. He just wanted to enjoy the game. Take a step. Rowling soon arrived at the chosen location. At the same time, he also looked towards the entrance of the stadium. He made an appointment with Hedron and the others to watch the game together. The stadium was very noisy. Luo Lin listened to everyone's discussion. I found that the situation here was actually no different from the discussion in the auditorium. Most people support Gryffindor and hope that Gryffindor can defeat Slytherin, just listening to other people's chat while waiting for Ron and the others. Soon, Ron, Hermione, and others appeared at the entrance of the Quidditch pitch. They also had something in their hands. Luo Lin used his soul power a little and greeted Ron and the others in a special way. Suddenly, I felt a palpitation in my heart. I looked up in a certain direction and saw Luo Lin smiling at them. Ron understood that this was Professor Rasma telling them his location. So Ron quickly reminded Hermione and Neville, "Let's go over there. Professor Rasma is waiting for us up there." Follow the direction Ron pointed. Hermione and Neville also saw Roland's figure. The two followed Ron. After a while, he came to Luo Lin's side. The surrounding circle is still empty. They sat directly next to Luo Lin. Luo Lin pointed to the things they were holding curiously. "What's this?" "Here's questions." Ron seemed a little excited. He unfolded the folded thing in his hand, which was a huge banner. It says Potter must win. There's also a large Gryffindor lion drawn with a paintbrush below. When Luo Lin saw this banner, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. It's not that he thought Ron's behavior was too conspicuous or embarrassing, but the material Ron and the others chose to make the banner was a bit strange. It was actually a soiled bedsheet. Who knows how to make banners out of sheets? I can only say that Ron and the others are too environmentally friendly. How do you make banners out of sheets or stained sheets? Luo Lin couldn't help but ask. Ron grinned. We couldn't find anything else suitable to make a banner. It happened that this sheet was stained by Banban, so we used it directly. You are really geniuses. By the way, who drew the Gryffindor lion here? It looks quite similar. Ron, do you still have such a talent for painting? Luo Lin asked curiously again. Hermione shook her head. We asked our classmate Dean, who is very good at drawing, to draw this. As she spoke, she took out her wand. Professor, I have a wonderful idea. Hermione cast a clever spell on the banner. Now the paint on the banner began to flash with different colors, colorful like neon lights. The neon lights of the wizarding world. Luo Lin was quite emotional after reading it. Magic can indeed do many things, but there's a lack of wizards with fantastic ideas. He looked at this simple banner and shook his head slightly. This banner is not very good. It is crude and ugly. It is a bit inelegant to use it to cheer Harry on. Grace! Ron and the others didn't understand what Luo Lin meant. The next moment, several blank banners made of real cloth appeared in front of several people. Luo Lin actually mainly thought that this banner was too ugly. There happened to be several banners in the utility area of his storage space that he didn't know when to put away. Maybe I got it from the Ministry of Magic or somewhere else when I was in Azkaban. Never been able to use it. Now is the time to put everything to good use. I grabbed a few banners from the storage space. Look at these banners. Luo Lin thought of one more thing. There's indeed a banner, but what should be written on it? Is it possible to write that Potter will win? He asked. Ron, Hermione, Neville, this banner is longer than your sheets. What should you write on it? Will Potter still win? A bunch of banners suddenly appeared. Ron and the others were actually slightly shocked just now. However, they all knew about Luo Lin's storage space, so they were not too shocked. At this time, I heard Luo Lin's question. Ron thought for a while and said, If I don't write that Potter is invincible, Slytherin will lose? Hermione shook her head. It should be written that Gryffindor must win, then draw a Gryffindor lion on it. Neville rarely spoke up and gave his own advice. Why don't you write about Potter? Cheers for Gryffindor. Their proposals were somewhat conventional. The proposal Luo Lin wanted to get was a relatively novel one. It's a pity that he couldn't think of it, and neither could Ron and others. Never mind. Let's just make do with it for the first game. Luo Lin decided to wait for this game to end and find some people to collect slogans for the next game. It must be novel and unique so that it will be fun. He feels the same about watching football games as he did watching esports games with others in his previous life. Anyway, just eat, drink, yell, and choose a side to support. It's just that I used to post comments on my computer to support others. Now, it's about holding banners to support others. Luo Lin liked the interesting comments when watching games in the past. Naturally, I thought about making an interesting banner. It's a pity that Ron, Hermione, and Neville are not interesting enough. Just have to wait until next time. He believed that there were still many interesting people in Hogwarts. Maybe I can get a lot of banners by then. Rowling pulled out 3 banners. According to what Ron and the others said, words were written on it using magic. As for painting, Luo Lin is not good at it. Ron specifically went to find Dean with these 3 banners. Dean draws very quickly. Ron came back shortly. Looking at the lions on these 3 banners, Hermione and the others looked very excited. But when they were about to raise a banner to cheer Harry on, they encounter a problem. That means there are only 3 of them. At most, 2 banners can be raised. What to do with the 3rd banner? Do we need to use magic to float the banner? It doesn't seem impossible. The 3 of them discussed it. The 3 of them use floating spells to make the 3 banners float in midair. Hermione is at the top, Ron is in the middle, and Neville is at the bottom. It looks pretty decent. The 3 of them have to maintain the spell, which may be a little tiring. But for friends, Ron and the others acted obligingly. Luo Lin looked at their youthful appearance and smiled. I don't know what Harry's expression will be when he sees Ron's banner. If it were Luo Lin, he would definitely feel very embarrassed. I want to dig out the embarrassment of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room with my toes. But for children, this is the most sincere friendship. There should be nothing to be embarrassed about, only joy. At this time, Luo Lin suddenly felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. After looking around for a while, he found that Hagrid didn't come. Luo Lin couldn't help but asked, Ron, have you seen Hagrid? Ron and Hermione shook their heads. Neville thought for a moment and said, I saw him defrosting here in the morning, but I don't know now. Luo Lin was a little confused, but he had nothing to worry about Hagrid's safety. This is Hogwarts. It is still the safest place in the UK. There's Dumbledore here. Voldemort never returned to the world. There was nothing anyone could do to Hagrid. Hagrid must have been delayed for something. An idea just popped into Luo Lin's mind. Hagrid's huge body appeared. He ran towards this side quickly. People around him were avoiding him, afraid of being hit directly by him. Borrow light, give way. Soon Hagrid came to Luo Lin. Sorry, I went a little crazy just now for some reason. I took care of it a little bit. Hagrid said apologetically. Luo Lin shook his head. It's okay. Let's watch the game together. The game is about to start. Hagrid smiled. Okay, I used to watch mostly from inside the hut, but that's a different atmosphere from the stands. Of course it's different. Watching the game with people makes it easier to be infected by the atmosphere. Luo Lin said with great experience. This was his previous experience when watching games with others in an internet cafe. Hagrid nodded matter-of-factly. That's for sure. Hasn't Harry appeared yet? While he was talking, he squeezed a Luo Lin's side. His huge body alone takes up almost 2 places. Luo Lin looked towards the direction of the stadium and shook his head. It will probably take a few minutes. Mrs. Huichi just arrived at the stadium. On the court at this time. Mrs. Huichi came to the center of the court with a broomstick in her hand. She is the referee of this game and is waiting for the players to enter. A few minutes passed. Both sides came out of their locker room positions. It's very easy to tell the difference between the 2 teams. Gryffindor's jersey is bright red. Slytherin's jersey is green. The 2 are distinct. Ron and the others saw Harry, who is almost the shortest in the entire team, at a glance. He happily waved his hands over there and called Harry's name. But Harry probably didn't hear it. After all, the distance between them is too far, and the stadium is also very noisy. Wait until the players from both teams gather in the middle of the court. Mrs. Huichi spoke. Listen, I hope everyone will participate in the competition fairly and honestly. As he spoke, he looked in the direction of the Slytherin team. Hermione noticed this and explained to Rowling. As far as I know, Mrs. Hooch should be looking at the captain of the Slytherin team, Marcus Flint. He is a very barbaric person and has a very bad reputation in other houses. Rowling looked in the direction of Slytherin. The leader was a tall and strong wizard. That should be Marcus Flint, who seems to be quite oppressive. If Ron knew what Luo Lin was thinking, he would definitely nod his head, because he also noticed Marcus Flint and felt the pressure even more. But he wasn't too nervous. He still has only one thought now, and that is to win, and he must win in front of Professor Asma. Harry stopped looking at Marcus Flint, but through the corner of my eye, he still noticed Ron and the others. After all, Ron and the others are very conspicuous now. Especially the 3 banners above their heads are emitting colorful lights and are extremely dazzling. Not to mention Harry. Many young wizards around him couldn't help but look this way. Ron noticed everyone's gaze and straightened his chest, looking extremely proud. Hermione seemed to enjoy the feeling of being in the spotlight, showing a confident smile. Only Neville was a little uncomfortable with it, but he was trying his best to adapt. Harry found his little friend. I also saw Luo Lin and Hagrid sitting next to my friends. Endless courage surged in my heart. His friends were all sitting in the stands today, cheering him on. How could he back down and lose? Harry suddenly became confident. People around him didn't notice his change. Now the attention of the players on both sides is either on the other team's players or on Mrs. Huichi. As a referee, Mrs. Hooch needs to announce the start of the game. Mrs. Huichi did the same. Everyone, please ride on your broomsticks, she shouted. When the players from both sides heard his words, they all mounted their broomsticks. Harry also stepped onto his Nimbus 2000. Mrs. Huichi saw everyone ready. He also rode on his broomstick. Doo-doo. As she blew the silver whistle, 15 broomsticks rose from the ground and rose high into the sky. After a team of 7 people from both sides, plus a Mrs. Huichi, a total of 15 people came to the sky. The game began. Mrs. Hooch found a safer place to stay and carefully observed whether the Quidditch players had any violations. Quaffles were flying in the sky, and the chasers began to take action. And as the game begins, the voice of commentary has also sounded. The quaffle was immediately snatched by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor, who was an extremely good chaser and very charming. Jordan, sorry, Professor. Luo Lin couldn't help but smile as he listened to this conversation. Li Xiaodan is really interesting, but it's a pity that there is Professor McGonagall staring at him next to him. The game begins. Li Xiaodan's passionate commentary resounded in the stadium. Angelina was so fast, and she made a beautiful pass to Elias Spinnet. Spinnet is a talent discovered by Oliver Wood. He was just a substitute player last year. The ball was passed to Johnson again. Oops, Slytherin stole the ball away again. The ball goes to Flint. Oh no, he's going to score. Fortunately, Wood intercepted the ball with a beautiful move. Now Gryffindor has the ball, and Gryffindor is going to score points. What a pity, Slytherin. Beautiful Gryffindor. Li Xiaodan's commentary tendency is too obvious. Even though Professor McGonagall reminded him several times, he still goes his own way, just a little more restrained. For his explanation. Naturally, Gryffindor and the little wizards from other houses have no objections, but it is different with the little wizards from Slytherin. They glared at Li Xiaodan on the commentary table, looking extremely unhappy. Luo Lin sat there and watched this scene quietly. He seemed calm among everyone. Quidditch does seem to be quite exciting. It's just that he didn't really take it in. For games that cannot be entered, Luo Lin can look at it with a very normal look. He has a preference for both teams, although he basically has no prejudice against Slytherin students except Malfoy. But he was biased against the head of Slytherin, and his relationship with Professor McGonagall is certainly better than that with Snape. So it's natural for him to support Gryffindor. It could be said that it would be abnormal for him not to support Gryffindor. He has friends in Gryffindor, so why shouldn't he support Gryffindor? Everyone can have a team they support. Just support for support. Rowling would definitely not be there shouting and cheering for Harry like Ron. You know, Harry hasn't done anything yet. As a seeker, he immediately flew to a very high place, overlooking the entire venue, waiting for the golden snitch to appear. Everything else is left to his teammates. This is a strategy that the team has discussed together. Until now, Harry was just flying above, and the golden snitch did not appear. But every time I see Gryffindor score, Harry would be a little excited. He even uses his broomstick to do somersaults or spin circles in the sky from time to time. At other times, he observed very carefully looking for the snitch to appear. During this period, he discovered many luminous things, but none of them are golden snitch. One of them is the reflection of the watch, and the other is the reflection of the bludger. The bludger flew past Harry's shoulder and almost hit him on the head. Obviously, this should be done deliberately by Slytherin's batters, just to knock him down. Fortunately, Harry's flying skills were extremely superb, and he was as at ease in the sky as he was able to avoid this fast bludger in a very thrilling way. Fred and George also responded in kind, hitting the bludger towards Marcus Flint. Marcus Flint was well prepared for this and easily dodged the bludger. The scores were now deadlocked. The big man Marcus Flint rushed left and right, attracting a lot of people's attention. Hagrid looked up nervously. Hasn't the golden snitch appeared yet? Luo Linroy felt something. It's about to appear. What? Hagrid was about to ask. There was a burst of exclamation from the audience in the stands. The golden snitch really showed up. It was a golden light. Anyone with sharp eyes has noticed it and focused their eyes on it. Everyone knows the importance of the golden snitch, which represents whether a game can end. Harry was very serious, so he saw it immediately, and Slytherin's seeker Terence Higgins wasn't much slower than him. The two of them saw the golden stream of light almost at the same time. There was a distance between them, but they rushed towards the golden snitch at the same time. The golden snitch is extremely fast. It moves very flexibly over the court, as if it is a real bludger. After the golden snitch appears, the other personnel on both sides seemed to have forgotten what they were supposed to do and stopped in midair on their broomsticks. They were all watching Harry and Terence Higgins, wondering who would catch the snitch first. A smile appeared on Wood's face, because he has already seen it. Harry is faster than Higgins. He was very close to the little golden ball. The golden snitch flapped its wings and flew freely. Harry suddenly increased his speed and was about to catch the golden snitch. Bang! A collision occurred. Marcus Flint bumped into him deliberately in his direction. The Gryffindors roared. Foul! Harry's broomstick immediately deviated from an angle, and his body couldn't help but tilt to the side, and he was almost knocked down. He looked up at Flint. Marcus Flint gave him a smile. Toot! Mrs. Hooch blew her whistle, scolded Marcus Flint, and gave Gryffindor a free kick. Marcus Flint, however, didn't care. This would only allow the Gryffindor team to score one more goal. If Harry really caught the golden snitch, they would lose directly. His attitude naturally angered the Gryffindor below even more. Ron was better. He had watched a lot of Quidditch matches, and things like this happen all the time. Hermione, Neville, and the others were different. They were all aggrieved on Harry's behalf. Even Hagrid couldn't help but said that Slytherin should be let down. The rules of the game are unreasonable and need to be changed. Harry was almost knocked down. This is very dangerous. Although for a wizard, falling from the sky and being seriously injured is not a particularly serious injury. The school infirmary can quickly treat this kind of injury, but it still takes a lot of time, and the pain cannot be reduced. Luo Lin felt that Hagrid was right. In modern society, the rules of ball games should be changed to be as reasonable as possible. Otherwise, it would be better to change Quidditch to a group duel. In this way, the winner may be determined faster, and it will be more enjoyable to watch. As a ball game, at least the human rules must be very restrictive. But Luo Lin didn't hold out much hope for this. After all, even in the new century, illegal activities in various ball games have not been reasonably restricted. There are still many people who take advantage of those violations, and as long as there is a Twilight Zone, the violations will not stop. Lee Jordan on the commentary desk was also very angry at this time. After the obvious and despicable cheating just now, Professor McGonagall stopped him from continuing. That offensive foul play just now. Jordan, let me remind you. Okay, Slytherin's Flint almost put Gryffindor's Seeker's life in danger, which doesn't happen often, so Gryffindor throws a penalty. Gryffindor successfully won the penalty kick, and the game continued. Wood's game continues. Harry was still rolling around in the sky, chasing the golden snitch. Slytherin's batter had no intention of letting him go, and high-speed rotating bludgers would fly towards him from time to time. Fortunately, Harry's flying skills were quite good, and he dodged these balls very smoothly. That's when he rushed toward the golden snitch again and had just dodged a bludger. His broomstick suddenly trembled. This is a very scary situation. Harry immediately grabbed the broomstick with both hands and clamped his legs tightly, because at that moment, he almost thought he was going to fall. Harry had always been at ease on the broomstick and felt very relaxed. But at this time, he felt scared like never before. The main reason is that the height he is at now is too high. Once he falls and no one saves him, he will be smashed into a meat pie, died on the spot. In that case, even the school's infirmary would not be able to revive him. When the broom settles down, Harry breathed a sigh of relief and was about to find the reason. But halfway through his breath, the broomstick started to move desperately again. It was as if he was trying to throw him off. But a broomstick will not suddenly drop its owner. Just when Harry was panicking, the broomstick that was moving violently suddenly stopped moving. Harry tried to control it, but found nothing wrong, as if everything just now was an illusion. It was he who vaguely heard that Wood was planning to suspend the game. So he spoke to stop Wood and continued to fly through the sky. In the stands, Luo took back his hand. Somewhere on the other side, Professor Quirrell suddenly covered his forehead in pain and fell to the ground. There was some commotion around. Then someone was going to inform Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell realized something was wrong and quickly stopped them, saying that he just had an old habit and was fine now. The scene gradually calmed down. Luo Lin saw all this through Blake flying in the sky. Of course it was him who took action just now. The moment Professor Quirrell started using black magic to harm Harry, Rowling had already sensed this wave. Then he gave Professor Quirrell a harsh lesson. Luo Lin used the most silent method, tearing his soul apart. This is a method that can directly attack the opponent's soul. You can cast spells without contact. As long as the opponent's soul strength is more than 2 levels lower than yours, the opponent will have no power to resist. Professor Quirrell's soul strength is pitifully weak. Otherwise, he would not be so easily bewitched by Voldemort. Luo Lin easily used the weakened version of Tear Soul. He didn't use his whole body to tear apart his soul. Otherwise, Professor Quirrell would have turned into an idiot instead of rolling on the ground holding his forehead. The tearing of the soul brings not only this kind of pain, but also affects a person's brain. Even the weakened version used by Luo Lin. It will also make Professor Quirrell feel groggy for a while, and he will have a headache when he thinks about it. Of course, Rowling would not let Professor Quirrell influence Harry. Although in the original book Hermione and the others inadvertently stopped Professor Quirrell. But after having him, everything is not certain. Rowling couldn't allow this butterfly effect to happen. It might harm Harry. Certainly, Rowling always pays attention to Harry's situation. Even if Harry falls off the broomstick, he can save Harry in time. Or if he didn't take action, Black and the others will be able to save Harry no matter what. But can it not affect the game or not affect the game? The audience at the scene are all here to watch the game. Once there's an accident during the game, it will be a problem. And today was Harry's time to steal the show. And it was also the first time Harry showed off his amazing abilities. Rowling didn't want this scene to be ruined by Professor Quirrell or Voldemort. As for him stopping Professor Quirrell, it is also equivalent to preventing Hermione and Ron from misunderstanding about Professor Snape. Luo Lin didn't care about this. Just because Rowling doesn't like Snape doesn't mean that he thinks it's a good thing that others misunderstand Snape. It is obvious that one can directly despise people like Snape. Why use something like misunderstanding to undermine such fair and honest contempt? The misunderstanding was false, but what Snape did was true. Snape did things that were equally deserving of others' disgust. It's just that he didn't mean to hurt Harry that seriously. Speaking of Snape, Rowling suddenly realized that he had not seen Snape. What he was sure of was that there was no Snape in the Gryffindor stands. Is it possible that he didn't come to watch this Quidditch match? Luo Lin was also a little confused. Ever since I spoke harshly about Snape yesterday, he stopped paying attention to Snape. I don't know what Snape's reaction would be. Rowling didn't expect Snape to change much as a result. He was just doing it for his own pleasure. Whether Snape changes or not, it doesn't matter to Rowling. As long as you don't offend him, he doesn't care at all. The game on the Quidditch pitch continues. Ron and Hermione also noticed the abnormal situation just now. However, the incident only happened for a period of time and was resolved quickly, so they didn't care. Harry once again entered the state of serious search for the golden snitch. He had forgotten the accident just now, because when he was flying in the sky, he saw Ron and the others, and he also saw Professor Razma giving him a thumbs up. He doesn't care about anything else now. He just wants to win this game and let his friends and Professor Razma cheer for him. Harry's actions became more and more steady. He was no longer as impulsive as before, but carefully observed the flight path of the golden snitch. At the same time, he easily dodged the bludgers from Slytherin. At some point, Harry moved quickly. That was an extremely astonishing speed. He came to the golden snitch in 2 or 3 seconds and grabbed the golden snitch in his hand while Harry catches the snitch. This scene caused astonishing cheers from the Gryffindor stands below. The cheers never stopped for a long time. I caught the golden snitch. Harry quickly landed on the ground, then raised the golden snitch in his hand and said loudly. The pride on his face was beyond words, and anyone could see it. And when shouting this sentence, he looked towards the top row of the Gryffindor stands. There, his friends and Professor Razma were looking at him. He proved himself and lived up to the expectations of Professor Razma and the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The little wizards of Gryffindor were almost crazy with joy. The young wizard from several other academies behaved similarly, except Slytherin. It can be said that Slytherin is extremely uncomfortable. Obviously, they had a pretty good advantage in the quaffle session below, but they lost the game directly. The famous Harry Potter got the golden snitch. You must know that before, the little wizards of Slytherin also laughed at Harry severely. They felt that Harry, a new seeker, would never be able to beat them, maybe even fall off the broomstick. But reality slapped them in the face. Harry is a talented seeker. He helped Gryffindor win the first time he played, and the winner was Slytherin. You know, it was Slytherin who won the Quidditch championship in the past. Now Gryffindor is feeling proud. Harry also proved himself thoroughly. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were also happy for Harry. As long as it's not Slytherin's victory, they can accept it. It's unlikely that they would come first anyway. It's better to hope that Gryffindor will get this first place. It's not just the little wizards and players who are happy. Professor McGonagall was equally happy. The smile on her face was very bright, brighter than ever. It's obvious that she really likes the sport of Quidditch. And this also proved that her choice was correct. She rarely went to see Dumbledore, and it was absolutely right to make Harry the Seeker. Professor McGonagall was happy for Harry. So happy for the Quidditch team. Be happier with yourself. The scene suddenly became very heated. There's no way he can catch the golden snitch. Marcus Flint is loud. But it was no use. No one paid any attention to him. There was absolutely no foul play on Harry's part. He caught the golden snitch purely by relying on his own strength. No matter who he is, he must recognize such a victory. Even the little wizards of Slytherin. At this time, Marcus also felt like he couldn't afford to lose. Of course, they felt very sad in their hearts. But they all recognized Harry's victory. This shows that Harry is powerful, but it does not mean that Slytherin is weak. In the eyes of the little wizards, Gryffindor can only beat Harry. The other players are far inferior to Slytherin. But it would be a bit embarrassing for Marcus Flint to do this. Others will think that Slytherin cannot afford to lose. Slytherins are very face-saving, so they express their dissatisfaction with Marcus. After calling for 5 minutes, Marcus also realized that his behavior was somewhat shameful. He shut up and gave Harry an indignant look. Harry didn't look at him at all. He has now been lifted high by the Gryffindors who rushed into the scene and then thrown into the sky. Lee Jordan announced Gryffindor's victory in a very excited tone. Gryffindor defeated Slytherin with an advantage of 180 to 60. Harry flew in the sky for 10 minutes before being rescued by Wood. Oliver Wood was extremely excited at this time. He had never felt so close to the Quidditch Cup. Harry's performance made him more convinced that his name might be engraved on the Quidditch Cup. As Harry, the great hero in his heart, he looked at Harry now like a starving man seeing delicious food. Harry looked a little panicked. But what Harry wanted to do most now was not to celebrate with his teammates, but to find his friends and Professor Razma. So he got everything done quickly. Placed the broom behind the broom shed. He couldn't wait to go to Hagrid's hut. because they had agreed before. After the game is over, let's gather together at Hagrid's hut. But this isn't quite a party. It was just a short stay in Hagrid's hut. Hagrid took the initiative and said that since the cold wind had been blowing outside for so long during the game, he should go to his room to drink a cup of hot tea to warm up. Llewellyn agreed at the time. Harry naturally had no objection. He was now very eager to share the joy of his victory, because he knew his friends must be happy for him too. It was already evening. The weather was slightly gloomy. Harry's mood was extremely bright. When he came to Hagrid's hut, Llewellyn and the others had already drank hot tea. The cup of hot tea prepared for him was also placed on the table, steaming out. Saw him coming. Hagrid and others all had smiles on their faces. "Congratulations, Harry. You have proven yourself that you are the best seeker." Hagrid said loudly. "You're the best, Harry." Ron couldn't help but said, "If you go to the Quidditch team in the future, you will definitely become a superstar." Hermione also spoke. "Today's game was wonderful. Congratulations, Harry. You are the strongest. Harry, I want to learn from you." Neville said seriously, "Thank you. Thank you for your blessings." Harry's heart warmed. A bright smile appeared on his face, and then he couldn't help but look at Xiong Llewellyn. Rowling smiled and said to him, "You did a good job, Harry. You are an excellent seeker." Hearing these words, Harry suddenly felt that his eyes were hot, and he felt like crying. His efforts were recognized, or Professor Rasma's approval. "Thank you, Professor. I did not disappoint you," Harry said seriously. Llewellyn shook his head slowly. "No matter what the result is, no matter whether you lose or win, as long as you try your best, you will not let anyone down." Harry nodded heavily. The heavy atmosphere ends here. Next, it was time for Harry to share his joy. After he sat down, he drank tea and shared his experience just now. "Every time I see the joy after seeing Gryffindor score, the discomfort after seeing Slytherin score. There was also the anxiety before the golden snitch didn't appear, and the joy after the golden snitch appeared." As he talked about this strange... You don't know how dangerous it was at that time. My Nimbus 2000 suddenly moved, as if it was trying to throw me down. Harry now felt scared talking about it. At that time, he really thought he was going to be thrown down. Hear what he has to say. The expressions of the people around him became serious. Ron was very confused. "Nimbus 2000 is going to throw you down? How is that possible? Nimbus 2000 is the safest broomstick now." Harry shook his head slowly. "I felt weird too, but it was like that at that time." Hermione didn't know much about broomsticks, but she also knew that this was a strange thing. "Didn't you notice other abnormalities at the time?" "No." Suddenly the broomstick started moving. After Harry finished speaking, Hagrid also showed a puzzled look. That shouldn't be the case. Except for black magic, nothing can interfere with the broom. No one should be able to have such an impact on Nimbus 2000. After he said this, Harry suddenly seemed to think of something. "Do you think it's possible that someone is out there trying to harm me? Like Professor Snape or something?" The only person Harry could think of who might do such a thing to him was probably Snape. Apart from Snape, he didn't think anyone could hate him so much that they would kill him. Harry's words made Hagrid immediately shake his head. Impossible. Snape would never do anything to harm a student. Llewellyn asked, "Why not?" "Professor Snape can usually favor Slytherin students, but he may harm students from other houses." Hagrid was stunned for a moment, then said a little irritably, "Professor Snape sometimes behaves strangely and has a weird personality, but he will never do anything like killing Harry. That's for sure." See what he said so decisively? Harry was suddenly curious. "Why are you so sure, Hagrid?" Hagrid opened his mouth to speak, but shut up in time. "I can't say this, Harry, but you must believe me. Professor Snape will never harm you." But his usual attitude towards me, Harry said hesitantly. "There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that." Hagrid looked directly at Harry and repeated this sentence twice. Harry was still very confused, but Hagrid no longer wanted to answer. He was afraid that he would accidentally say, "Harry, don't ask, okay? Trust Professor Snape. He will not really hurt you." Harry had no choice but to nod. He didn't know whether he should believe Snape. Thinking of this, He couldn't help but look at Luo Lin. "Professor Rasma, do you think I should trust Professor Snape?" Luo Lin was watching the excitement. He found Hagrid's appearance amusing. Hagrid obviously knew everything. His character is another one where it's easy to tell everything. But he just couldn't say it. He was probably holding it back in the situation. Rowling thought Hagrid looked like this very interesting. When Harry asked, he naturally had to answer. He would not accuse Snape wrongly. Professor Snape is indeed very annoying, and he is not a good person in this way. This matter should have nothing to do with him. Luo Lin's words made Hagrid a little curious. Rowling didn't know what happened back then, so how could he be sure that Snape was okay? Harry even asked directly, "Why do you say that, Professor?" Because Professor Snape didn't come at all today. When Luo Lin said his reason, everyone present widened their eyes. This reason is so convincing. Professor Snape wasn't here, so it couldn't be him. The wizards in this world don't have any super long-range spell casting. At least Luo Lin has never heard of it. So if someone uses dark magic to affect Harry, he can only do so in the stands below, not even in the castle. Harry was convinced by this reason. It seems that it is really not Snape. It was me who wronged him. Then he had another doubt. "Professor, how did you know that Professor Snape didn't come?" "You have to ask Malfoy and the others." Luo Lin pointed to his 3 undead servants. "They have been wandering in the sky all day today. I even asked them to look for Professor Snape, but they didn't find it at all." Why does Rowling want to find Snape? Of course he wasn't doing it for Harry. He just wanted to see if Snape was coming. After all, he was just a lame yesterday. If he came today, I don't know if he would still be limping. And Rowling also wanted to see what Snape's reaction would be when watching Harry's Quidditch match. You know, James is an excellent Quidditch player. If Harry behaves well, maybe it would remind Snape of James, and Snape's expression at that time would definitely be wonderful. Luo Lin wanted to record that scene. It must be very interesting. Harry and the others did not dwell on why Rowling asked Malfoy and the others to search for Snape. They just wanted to make sure the news about Snape's absence was true. Harry asked, "Mr. Malfoy, is it true that Snape didn't come?" Of course, if he comes, with his old bad appearance, it's impossible not to find him, so he can only not come. Malfoy was very confident about this. Black also nodded. "Malfoy is right. We searched for a while but couldn't find him." Both said so. Harry and others naturally believed it. It seems that Professor Snape really didn't come, and the murderer is not him. So who is it? Harry and others fell into new doubts. Except Snape. Did Harry mess with anyone else? Harry could not remember any time he had offended anyone. Forget it if you don't expect it. Maybe it's a real accident, but you can be more careful next time. We will observe more from the stands. Finally, Ron spoke. Harry felt that this was all he could do. Who could tell them that they really didn't expect it? There wasn't even a suspect, and it didn't make any sense to think about it. Harry and the others stopped talking about it. At this time, everyone had drank about the same amount of tea, and their bodies were all warm. The time has come to 6 o'clock in the evening, and it's time to have dinner. A group of people entered the auditorium in such a mighty manner. As the hero of Gryffindor today, Harry received a grand welcome as soon as he entered the auditorium, and the entire auditorium was filled with cheers. But the Slytherin table was extremely quiet. Roland noticed Draco's face. Draco's face looked extremely ugly, and Harry and others were naturally very happy. They glanced in the direction of Slytherin with some pride, but they didn't say anything. "Sit down and dine directly." After he sat down, the little wizards of Gryffindor would come over to say hello to him from time to time. Not just Gryffindor. The same goes for the little wizards from other colleges. They would all come to Harry and want to say something to him, mainly to congratulate and encourage him. The smile on Harry's face never stopped. Ron looked even more proud. Luo Lin came to the guest of honor's seat. Next to him sat Hagrid. Both of them ate quickly. After a while, Rowling finished eating. After saying hello to Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall, he was ready to leave. Professor McGonagall is particularly happy today and seems to have a much better appetite. Professor Flitwick also expressed the excitement of today's game. Snape sat in his seat and said nothing. Professor Quirrell did not come. It seems that the injury suffered in the afternoon has not fully recovered. Luo Lin glanced at Professor Quirrell and then left directly. According to his estimation, Professor Quirrell will probably come back in a few days. That's when the tearing feeling in his soul will probably disappear. Luo Lin returned to the dormitory with 3 soul servants. Blake and the others seemed to be in a good mood. After all, they went out to play. But thinking about having to stay in the dormitory for a while, Malfoy and Black were a little unwilling. Malfoy doesn't like to stay in one place all the time. He likes to do things. Blake just wanted to be with Luo Lin, but had no other special thoughts. For this situation, Rowling didn't let them get their wish. Nothing but punishment is punishment. It cannot be easily waived. Today is an exception, so naturally he won't do anything unnecessary. When Luo Lin returned to the dormitory, he rarely went to the room of requirement. Today is also his rest time. He went straight to bed after returning. The next day, Luo Lin got dressed and walked out of the corridor. The weather is getting colder and colder. The ice on the lake also looks to be getting thicker. But today is the same as yesterday. It is also a nice sunny day with no snow. When Luo Lin went to the cafeteria to eat, I found that the atmosphere today was obviously different from yesterday morning. As long as you see someone who is in such high spirits, you are basically a Gryffindor student. Those who are in a good mood are basically Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students. He looked in a bad mood. He was obviously a Slytherin student. A Quidditch match. It directly affects the atmosphere of the entire school. It can only be said that Quidditch is indeed a national sport in the wizarding world. Certainly, the more important reason is that Slytherin can be regarded as guilty of severe anger. The other 3 colleges don't like them anyway. No one wants them to win the Academy Cup and win their 7th consecutive championship. This kind of consistent external psychology is quite special. If Slytherin hadn't won the championship too many times, I'm afraid it wouldn't have resulted in such a result. This will play the role of Snape. If not for Snape's deliberate bias, no matter what, Slytherin would never receive such hostility. Of course, Slytherin students are excellent. After all, they're all pure-blood students. They have been educated at home since childhood and have the corresponding resources. They're no worse than students from other mixed-race and Muggle families. But it won't be like now without ever losing. There will always be some surprise that causes them to lose. Snape's presence tended to avoid these surprises. Luo Lin had expected such a campus atmosphere. And I also know that this atmosphere will not last long. After all, most of them are still children. Children remember and forget quickly. Soon it won't be so topical and students won't be talking about it all the time. But as long as something happens, it will leave traces. This incident must have left a mark on the minds of the little wizards. The matter would be brought up again until the next Quidditch session. Or maybe Harry has done something big again. Or when the little wizards of Slytherin start talking about Quidditch, this matter will be mentioned again and again. Things were exactly as they happened to Luo Lin. In less than a week, there were already fewer people discussing the Quidditch game in the school, and everyone was waiting for the next game to start. But the next game is a while away, because Christmas is coming soon. One morning in mid-December, Luo Lin woke up from his sleep as usual, put on the clothes and shoes that Blake and the others had brought, and walked outside. The howling cold wind whistled against the castle windows. Luo Lin looked outside. I found that the outside had been covered with a thick layer. It seems that there was a big snowstorm last night. When he sleeps, he always enters deep sleep. So naturally you can't hear the roar of the blizzard. Luo Lin estimated that many people should have been woken up last night. The blizzard was still very loud. The ice on the lake outside the castle was so thick that the bottom could not be seen, as if the entire lake was frozen. The several feet of snow on the ground bear the marks of trodden feet. The deepest and largest of them is clearly Hagrid's work. At this time, the 2 Weasley twins, Fred and George, were also making snow outside. You know, today is not a sunny day. The wind and snow outside are still howling. Even if it is no longer a huge snowstorm, it will soon cover a person with snow. It can be said that everyone who is still walking outside is a little snowman, covered with white snow. It's a cold time. Few students are willing to go out at this time. So, basically, there are only a few students playing outside. Luo Lin actually had the urge to have a snowball fight. But it was still snowing outside, and he had no interest in having a snowball fight. He prefers sunny days. It was more fun then, and I could run more freely. Recalling the scene of the snowball fight in his previous life, Luo Lin couldn't help but smile. The Christmas holidays are coming. The little wizards in the school are starting to get a little impatient. They really look forward to the holiday and want to go home and tell their parents about their experiences at school, and at the same time have a good rest so that they don't have to face the almost full schedule of courses before. And the weather is really too cold. Even if the little wizards have various means to avoid it, they will still feel uncomfortable after all. Luo Lin's first lesson today was narrated in the howling cold wind. The classroom windows were rattled by the biting cold wind, causing him to have to raise his voice during the lecture. Otherwise, the little wizard who is close to the window will not be able to hear it. In such cold weather, Luo Lin felt that he was a little uncomfortable giving lectures. These days, Luo Lin and the others held several gatherings. The smile on Harry's face never stopped these days. He often recounted the compliments his classmates had given him, as well as Draco's exasperated look. Draco was very dissatisfied with Slytherin's failure, but he had nothing to do with Harry. Harry has become a Gryffindor hero. He has also become one of the most popular figures in the other 3 colleges. The words Draco usually said were no longer harmful to Harry. He no longer showed off his broomstick skills or mentioned Quidditch. But Luo Lin could see it. Draco's dissatisfaction was obvious, and he must have been holding back this tone at some point. Harry was happy, though, but there was no getting carried away. This is what Luo Lin admires most about him. He would not get carried away immediately after achieving some achievements, and would even work harder to practice Quidditch after that, not wanting to live up to everyone's expectations. Ron and the others are different. They didn't like Draco, so every time they saw Draco, they would always pretend to mention it casually, which instantly made Draco's face look ugly. Then they laughed, very happily. Among these people, Ron is the main one, mainly the little wizard of Gryffindor. Neville was not involved. He had recently become obsessed with herbalism and was studying herbalism every day. Naturally, Hermione would not participate. She is basically a studyaholic. She is either studying or on the way to study every day. Christmas is coming, and Harry and Ron won't be going home. Harry definitely didn't want to go back to the Dursleys, where he wouldn't have any pleasant experiences, so he might as well stay at school. So when Professor McGonagall came to register last week, Harry chose to register without hesitation. He wanted to stay in school. He didn't feel sad at all about not being able to go home, because he believed he would have the happiest Christmas of his life. A wonderful Christmas without the Dursleys and Dudley. The most important thing is that his good brother Ron is accompanying him. Ron originally wanted to go back, but his parents are going to Romania to visit their brother Charlie, who studied dragons. So not only Ron is staying, Fred and George are also staying. Otherwise, they will have nowhere to go after leaving school. Ron didn't mind. He is really an age that longs for freedom. There's always less freedom at home, but there will be a lot more freedom outside. Ron had already thought about what he would do with Harry during the holidays. Hermione always had to go back. She knew that her parents must miss her, and she also missed her parents. After all, you have to stay at Hogwarts for 7 years. There are plenty of opportunities to spend Christmas at school. It's better to go home for the first year. Luo Lin has no home in this world. Life in the orphanage can't be said to be very good. Without any worries, he naturally chose to be in school. Originally, he wanted to go back to Azkaban. That's where he spent the longest time after working. There are always some special feelings. Not to mention, there's this little Dementor cutie inside. Although these days, a lot of soul power has been conveyed to them through soul connection. Let the Dementors show no signs of devouring souls anymore. But he is still a little curious about the situation in Azkaban, where he is also a little nostalgic. But he had already sent a letter to the Ministry of Magic. However, there was no response for a long time. Luo Lin felt that the Ministry of Magic had rejected him. Think about it. He didn't intend to go there either. He is now a professor at Hogwarts, so it is appropriate for him to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas. And he was not alone at Hogwarts. There is Harry, Hagrid, Ron, and Professor McGonagall. He can also study things in the Room of Requirement every night. What a comfortable life it is. I don't have to go to work during the day and could do my own thing at night. I don't know how many people envy me. Although it was not as leisurely as Azkaban, Luo Lin also enjoyed it. On the day before the holiday, after Luo Lin got up in the morning, he was called to the auditorium by Professor McGonagall to decorate the auditorium. This time there was no chance for him to express himself freely. Christmas decorations are relatively fixed, mainly Christmas trees and some wall decorations. These are already prepared. All that is needed is to install them. Professors McGonagall and Freevey were in charge of the decorations. Luo Lin found that as long as it was a festival, they seemed to be responsible for it. Rowling and Hagrid were assigned the task of moving the Christmas tree. The Christmas tree is not too small. This was no problem for Hagrid. For Luo Lin, it is not a problem. He didn't even have to do it himself. Just let Malfoy and the others do it. Malfoy's confinement has been lifted. Now, they can follow Luo Lin out. But usually Luo Lin would bring them out one by one. Today was an exception, and all three of them were brought out. It just so happened that the three of them could help carry the Christmas tree, with the power of their souls. Easily lift up the Christmas tree and move it to the auditorium. 12 Christmas trees. The total time spent was less than half an hour. During this period, they also met Harry and others. And Draco. Draco and Harry had an argument. Draco was mercilessly mocking Harry for not being able to go home. Harry and Ron were both very upset and almost started a fight with Draco. Professor Snape also passed by at this time. He was going to lose points from Gryffindor. Fortunately, after seeing Rowling and Hagrid, Snape left with a dark face. Draco did not dare to be presumptuous anymore and left obediently with his two younger brothers Crabbe and Goyle. Harry and the others seemed quite happy. Professor, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, Snape would definitely deduct our points again. Harry said gratefully. Ron nodded beside him. I have already seen Professor Snape open his mouth, but after seeing Professor Rasma, Professor Snape closed his mouth again. That look is really interesting. Luo Lin smiled and shook his head. Professor Snape hasn't deducted your points after all. Don't say such things. It won't be too late for you to complain when he deducts your points. Not that he was defending Snape. On the contrary, it only deepened Harry's and others' complaints against Snape. Really, after hearing his words, Harry and Ron shook their heads. Professor Snape obviously wants to deduct points from us. After all, he is not Professor Rasma. You are a good person, but he is not. Luo Lin could only shrug and said nothing. Then the group entered the auditorium carrying the Christmas tree. The decoration in the auditorium is basically complete. I saw the Christmas tree that Luo Lin and the others brought. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick looked pleased. Professor Flitwick adjusted the holly branches on the wall. Professor McGonagall is placing other Christmas trees. Oh, okay, I just need a few Christmas trees. Professor McGonagall has put up all the Christmas trees. It seems quite a sense of accomplishment. 12 Christmas trees. There are different things hanging on the Christmas tree. Some are flickering icicles, and some are already lit candles, shining with warm light. Children, tomorrow is vacation time, and there's only half an hour left before lunchtime. Let's decorate the auditorium together. Professor McGonagall suggested to Harry and the others. She had said so, and Harry and the others would naturally not refuse. Immediately, Harry and others joined the team decorating the auditorium. Luo Lin and Hagrid were fine. Their mission is accomplished, even if you want to do something at this time. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick wouldn't let them either. They just watched quietly, discuss it from time to time. Everyone arranged it. While talking about the next arrangements, Hermione and Neville were going home, and they had no special arrangements. But Hermione said she would come back sometime early. Neville didn't know. He wants to listen to the arrangements of his family, especially his grandma. In the case of Neville, everyone also understands it very well. Neville's grandmother was too strict with Neville, just the experiences he usually recounts. Everyone couldn't help but sympathize with him. Neville didn't really care. He knows that Grandma loves him, just wanted him to be a hero like his parents. What makes Neville even more uncomfortable is that he may not be able to fulfill his grandma's wish. He is not a brave hero, just an ordinary wizard who can escape. Regarding his self-awareness, Ron had already retorted. Ron believed that since the Sorting Hat chose to let him enter Gryffindor, it meant that the Sorting Hat recognized him. You must know that the Sorting Hat can know the true state of a person's heart. There are many things that I don't know, but the Sorting Cats know everything. It can be seen from this. Neville must have been a brave man, too. After listening to this discussion, Neville also seemed a lot more confident, but something still had to happen to completely activate his confidence, and now it was only temporary. The arrangements for the two people going home are not discussed. The rest is Ron and Harry, or Ron's two brothers, Fred and George. But Fred George didn't need Ron and the others to care about him. These two people know much more about the school than Ron and the others. Fred and George have probably already planned what to do during the vacation. However, based on their personalities and habits, even if they have planned it, it should not be a good thing. Ron definitely didn't want to get involved. Ron and Harry's plan was simple. They just chatted and played together, and by the way, they could read books together, listen and read a book together. Everyone's expressions were a little strange. After all, most of the people present knew that Ron had no interest in reading. Harry was a little better, but not the same. Now they say they want to read a book, which can only be said to be another new joke. Ron and Harry naturally noticed everyone's smiles. The two of them were immediately unconvinced. We are serious this time. We're going to take a good look at the history of magic and understand everyone. Hear them talk about specific books. Everyone finally became interested. Hermione couldn't help but ask, "Isn't there a history of magic class? Why do you still go and read the book by yourself? Didn't you all learn well in class?" Hear her words. Ron couldn't help showing a helpless look. "We are not you. It is impossible for us not to fall asleep in Professor Bin's class. His teaching is so hypnotic that no one should be able to stand it." Harry nodded, convinced. "That's so right. Every time Professor Bin's lectures, I always feel that I sleep the most soundly. Not in the whole class. It can be said that the whole school can be like you. There are very few people who not only listen to lectures, but also take notes." Hermione didn't expect Harry to say that. She suddenly remembered the history of magic class during this period, and it seemed that it was just as Harry said. She was the only one who was so serious about it, and the others listened absent-mindedly even if they didn't sleep, let alone taking notes and studying like him. "You are special." Hermione clearly understood this again, but she still had doubts. "Then why do you want to read these books? Is it possible that there is something else you need to find out from the history of magic?" Ron and Harry nodded. "Weren't you looking for that Nicholas Flamel a few days ago? You said you had some impressions, but you couldn't find him. We also became interested in celebrities in the wizarding world at that time. I remembered some short stories that Mr. Malfoy told me before, so we thought about sorting out the celebrities in the wizarding world in the past to learn more about this aspect. The reason why we are looking for books related to the history of magic is because these books have more complete records in this area." Hermione probably understood what the two of them meant. She thought it was quite interesting what they were doing, and she couldn't help but feel like joining. But when she thought about going home during the holidays, she didn't say anything and planned to wait until school started. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick also listened with great interest, although the two of them do not teach the history of magic course. But as a senior wizard, their understanding of the history of magic is very solid, and they even created much of the history of magic in modern times. For example, the book Modern Magic Exhibition Research contains the research results of Professor McGonagall, which shows that Professor McGonagall is one of the best students at Hogwarts. This curiosity about Harry and Ron, both were very encouraging. Professor Flitwick expressed it directly. If they need to go to the banned book library to borrow some books, they can come to him and he will get the approval note for them. This made Ron and Harry even more excited. I just don't know whether this excitement will last for 3 minutes or will last for a while. After all, neither of them are serious students. Luo Lin watched all this silently. I found that Harry and Ron had changed quite a lot. After all, his coming to this world changed a lot of things. Harry is one of those who has changed the most. During this period, Professor Flitwick also mentioned another matter. That is, he will join their weekly gatherings next semester. That is, they will visit Hagrid's house together. I told Luo Lin before that I wanted to play with everyone, but I was too busy this past semester and couldn't spare the time. Not only did I not attend your party, I couldn't even teach Luo Lin the dueling skills I promised. I'm really sorry." Professor Flitwick looked apologetic. Luo Lin waved his hand indifferently. "What's there to say? If you're willing to help me, that's because you're a nice person. It's normal if you don't help me. This is not something you have to do. And Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, it's normal to be busy. If you want to come to our party, you don't have to come every week. Just come when you have time." What Luo Lin said was very polite, a bit like an employee trying to flatter his leader. But he is not flattering. What he says is his truth. Professor Flitwick as his friend. Of course, there is no problem in helping him without affecting himself. He can accept it calmly. But if it affects Professor Flitwick himself, Rowling will definitely not accept it. He believes that friends should help each other to the best of their ability. If the other party is in trouble and still lets the other party do it, is it still a friend? Rowling didn't want Professor Flitwick to affect his own life because of his affairs, nor will his friends' affairs affect his life, unless that matter is particularly important and he is willing to do it. For Rowling, the ideal friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Hear what Luo Lin said. Harry and others nodded repeatedly, as if to say that they thought so too. Hagrid looked a little happy. "Professor, does that mean you will also come to my house every week next semester?" Professor Flitwick nodded. "I will definitely go when I have time, not necessarily every week, but I will go most of the time." Hagrid's smile was extremely bright. "That's great, Professor Flitwick. I'm looking forward to your arrival. I will definitely entertain you well then." Flitwick smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need to entertain me. Just treat me as usual. Aren't they the same with Rowling?" Hagrid nodded. "Professor, you are right. Professor Rasma is also like this. Let's celebrate in advance that we can all have a happy party next semester." "Yes, Professor Flitwick, I will ask you for a lot of knowledge when the time comes," Hermione said impatiently from the side. You must know that what Hermione is most interested in is the charms class, and what she is learning best now is the charms class. Professor Flitwick praised her countless times in class. Now Professor Flitwick is partying with them. How could Hermione not be excited? This way she could ask Professor Flitwick every week about the problem she had accumulated over the week, instead of having to study it bit by bit like now, which is particularly troublesome, and then ask during class. Asking questions during class is very inefficient. Not only because Professor Fu Liwei and others may not necessarily ask or answer someone's questions, but also because in order to answer the doubts of the vast majority of students, professors will answer questions more comprehensively and systematically. This is naturally a good thing for most students. The professor explained it again from the basics to make it easier for them to understand. It's not suitable for a studious genius like Hermione. After all, she has learned everything she needs to learn, and what she wants to know is more advanced knowledge. But you have to listen to the basic knowledge with your classmates. In the end, this doubt may not be answered. Often the result was that Hermione had to spend a lot of time researching these issues. It would take a long time to solve a problem that obviously only needs 1 or 2 sentences from the professor. Hermione didn't like this. She couldn't wait to learn more knowledge, but she was just a first-year student and couldn't do anything or change anything. She could only wait here, waiting for the day when things would turn around. But now, a turning point has appeared. Professor Flitwick joins their party. Then there is nothing wrong with her asking Professor Fu Liwei a few questions at the party. Hermione wasn't that ignorant. She planned to throw all the problems to Professor Flitwick at once, and she just wanted a few important ideas. She can study the rest by herself. Anyway, with her self-study ability, it's not that difficult. Hear her words. Professor Flitwick also smiled happily. Miss Granger is still so studious. Of course, you can actually ask me questions when you see me in my free time. As long as I know how, I will answer. Hermione scratched her head. Of course she had thought about it before, but she gave up in the end. She didn't want to keep asking questions behind the professor's back. Otherwise, she would be noticed by other little wizards. Others might think that she didn't listen well during class, or that she listened, but there were still things she didn't learn. Hermione is a person who cares more about her own face. so she prefers to have her questions answered in a private environment. At this time, Hermione was satisfied with Professor Flitwick's promise. Everyone welcomed Professor Flitwick's arrival. This is a dean and their professor. Joining their small group is a face-saving thing, no matter how you say it. After the news about Luo Lin's party with them was spread, Harry and the others were envied by many people. It's just that they never took the initiative to show off this matter. Children always have a sense of vanity. This isn't a bad thing. What adults need to do is to use this vanity to guide children to the right path, so that they can continue to make progress and grow into outstanding talents. Rowling understands this. Therefore, he never excludes student competition and students showing off of their college or themselves. As long as everything remains benign. We can't break the rules like Snape did, and we can't let the professors take advantage of them. In his opinion, both are unqualified. In other words, Rowling's evaluation of Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore in this regard is similar. It's just that the things Snape did were even worse. Education is a very important thing. The education in his previous life made Luo Lin's emphasis on education in this life completely different from that of the people around him. Luo Lin didn't know whether this was good or bad, but he felt that's all. Professor Flitwick made an agreement with everyone to attend a small gathering among them next semester. Everyone was very happy. After Luo Lin and the others took their time to decorate the auditorium. One day passed, and the next day, the holidays are coming. Hermione and Neville got on the train back to London. After saying goodbye to Hermione and Neville, Harry and Ron's happy holiday has arrived. It was exactly as Luo Lin expected. The curiosity between the two did not last long at all. I also spent 2 days in the library 2 days ago. Then he never showed up in the library again. They enjoyed this rare vacation and played every day. Before leaving, Hermione asked them to read more books and search for what they were looking for. This matter was completely forgotten by them. There were only 2 of them in the entire dormitory. There were not many people in the Gryffindor common room. Occasionally, they would meet Luo Lin and chat together. Harry was very excited. Professor, now the dormitory is completely ours, and no one will compete with us for a seat in the common room. We can sit in the more comfortable armchairs by the fire. Needless to say, Ron said, Professor, would you like to go to the common room with us? We can bake something together there. Toasted bread, grilled mushrooms, baked pancakes, it's delicious. Luo Lin really has nothing to do these days. However, the time spent in the room of requirement will be slightly longer each day. He has now begun to study how to quickly transform the bodies of undead creatures into various materials. Anyway, there are countless undead corpses in the room of requirement, which allows him to conduct experiments with a large amount of materials, and he has recently got a clue. Hearing Ron's invitation, he thought for a while and nodded. Then he and Harry came to the Gryffindor common room. As a professor, you can still enter the common room if you want. They chatted together by the fire. Harry brought up Malfoy and Snape again. He would always bring up the method he devised to get Malfoy and Slip kicked out of school. Although these methods are impossible to implement, it is very happy to think about them. Luo Lin and Ron played wizard chess together. Wizard chess is very similar to chess. Luo Lin learned this entertainment method not long after entering Hogwarts, but he didn't do it with others. Now is the time to play with Ron and Harry. The most amazing thing about wizard chess is that these chess pieces are all alive. So when you play chess, it's like directing others to fight. Ron's chessboard is older and looks tattered. Rowling understood very well. After all, most of the things Ron had on him were secondhand goods and belonged to the Weasley family. According to Ron, this set of chess is his grandfather's wizard chess. But it doesn't matter if wizard chess is older. Anyway, you need to command the chess pieces inside. For the more familiar chess pieces, Ron was obviously very comfortable in commanding them. Luo Lin used his own set of chess pieces. His chess pieces were brand new. At the beginning, these chess pieces didn't listen to him very much. They always pointed fingers when he commanded. Later, Luo Lin used his soul power to slightly transform these chess pieces, and they immediately became well-behaved. Wizard chess is an interesting sport for Luo Lin. He doesn't like ball games, but he likes chess very much because it requires more brain power. Luo Lin still has some confidence in his brain. At least he shouldn't lose to Ron. One afternoon, Luo Lin lost one game, but won 4. Ron won 3 of them, and Harry won 1. Harry has no wizarding chess pieces. After all, he has never gone shopping alone yet. The chess pieces he used were left to him by Seamus. Because they were complete strangers, those chess pieces distrusted him even more than Luo Lin's chess pieces. Naturally, Harry was completely defeated. Then the 3 of them went to the auditorium to eat together. The auditorium is now decorated to perfection. It's just that there aren't many people in the auditorium anymore, and most of the wizards have gone home for Christmas. Only a few people remain at Hogwarts for various reasons. These people will also say hello to Luo Lin after seeing him. That's all. After Rowling spent a few days at Hogwarts. Christmas is coming. It's Christmas Eve. Rowling and Harry Ron gathered in the Gryffindor common room again. Because Christmas is coming, Harry looked very excited. Tomorrow I want to have a good meal and then have a good time. Ron was thinking about another thing. I don't know whose gift I will receive this year. Mention gifts. Harry's eyes were slightly sad, because he had no idea who he would receive a gift from. No one has given him a Christmas gift in years. But this sadness was fleeting. He was very happy now, happier than ever before, so why did he have to pursue gifts? Harry's mentality is very good. He doesn't care about gifts or not. He just hopes to have such a happy life in the future. He really didn't want to be at the Dursleys. Hear Ron's words. Luo Lin couldn't help but look forward to it. Although he has just arrived at Hogwarts, he thinks he is quite popular. I don't know if the professors at the school will give him gifts. Of course, he is not someone who only expects gifts from others. He also prepared a gift for his friends early. Luo Lin didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The gifts he prepared were all very conventional. Among them were small ornaments he made from bones, as well as some small gifts bought from the Hogsmeade village store. It doesn't matter whether others give it to him or not. This gift of his must be given away. Harry and Ron, of course. However, Luo Lin didn't say anything. It was more pleasant to have a gift like a surprise. The day before Christmas passed. Christmas is coming. Luo Lin woke up from his sleep. Black brought him clothes, and Longbottom brought him shoes. Malfoy did not watch as usual, but walked up to Rowling with a lot of things suspended above his head. Master, these are Christmas gifts given to you by others. A group of owls sent them to you last night. Luo Lin suddenly became interested. After getting dressed and changing his shoes, he sat on the sofa and began to look at the gifts. The first gift was given to him by Harry. It wasn't a special gift. It was just paper that Harry folded himself. The second gift was given to him by Professor McGonagall. The gift from Professor McGonagall was more conventional. It was some candies in a thick craft paper book. The third gift was a little surprising. It was actually given by Dumbledore. Dumbledore also gave himself gifts. Luo Lin's mood was even better. I took it apart and looked at it. Dumbledore didn't send anything special either. I just gave him a book. Cutting-edge black magic revealed. Luo Lin opened it and took a look. It was discovered that it was some relatively advanced black magic, including methods for making Horcruxes. Voldemort should have read this book and created the Horcrux. Dumbledore gave him the book. Rowling didn't know what Dumbledore was thinking, but he didn't really care. His undead magic has not been fully studied yet, so it is naturally impossible for him to come into contact with any black magic. It's okay to take a look. Maybe you can draw parallels. The next gifts were from Hagrid, Professor Flitwick, Ron, and Professor Sprout. They are all very common things. But Luo Lin didn't care what kind of things they gave. These people were willing to give him gifts, that is, treating him as a friend, and he was naturally very happy. His gift was given away by Black and others last night. I don't know how those who received the gifts felt. Would they be as happy as him? Finish opening the gifts. Luo Lin kept all these gifts in the storage space and divided them into a separate area. This way, they would not be lost and would be very convenient if they wanted to find them in the future. He put the gifts away and went out. Today's weather is still very good compared to before. However, the coldness in the air still did not disappear. This degree of coldness is not a big problem for Luo Lin. Outside the window, Hagrid was sweeping snow in a moleskin coat and Luo Lin quickly arrived at the auditorium. Breakfast was the same as usual. Luo Lin had just finished eating after sitting down. Professor Flitwick came in and saw him. Seeing Professor Flitwick, Rowling smiled and greeted him. "Thank you for the gift, Professor Flitwick." Flitwick also smiled. "How's it going? Do you still like it?" Luo Lin nodded. "Of course I do. Do you like my gift, Professor?" If he remembered correctly, what he gave to Professor Flitwick was a playing card made of bone fragments, which took him a lot of time. Here's questions. Professor Flitwick directly took out the deck of playing cards. This was a very unique deck of playing cards, with all the patterns on it being engraved. Moreover, these bone fragments are as thin as cicada wings, but very strong. Luo Lin specially reinforced several layers with necromancy spells that strengthen the bones. It can be said that as long as powerful magic is not used to directly attack these bone fragments, these playing cards are almost impossible to break. The most important thing is that these playing cards can emit a green light in the dark night. If you play cards at night, it will be a lot of fun. I like your gift very much, Luo Lin. Thank you. Rowling could see that the smile on Professor Flitwick's face was genuine. The two talked for a while. After Professor Flitwick ate aside, Rowling met Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, and others. Everyone exchanged pleasantries. It can be seen that everyone is in a good mood, and Christmas makes everyone happy. Luo Lin still enjoyed this harmonious and reunited atmosphere. My appetite is much better today. And after a while, Harry and Ron also came to the Great Hall. Both of them had bright smiles on their faces, and soon they came to Luo Lin's side. "Good morning, Professor." "Good morning." After saying hello, Harry couldn't wait to share his joy. "Thank you, Professor. This is the first Christmas gift I have received in many years. Yesterday, I thought there would be no Christmas gifts. Unexpectedly, today, I not only received Christmas gifts, but several more. Hagrid gave me a flute he made. It sounds like an owl. The little bone man you gave me is also very beautiful. I like it very much. Ron's mother gave me a sweater and jelly beans. Hagrid also gave me chocolates and..." Halfway through, Harry suddenly stopped and glanced at the people around him. He thought for a while and said, "There is also a very special gift. Professor, I will show it to you when you have time." Seeing Harry's reaction, Luo Lin thought for a moment and knew what the gift was. Invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows. A piece of clothing with special powers. He was naturally interested in the invisibility cloak, so he nodded. "Okay, I also want to thank you for what you gave me and Ron." Harry and Ron both laughed. Harry looked particularly happy. After the two sat down, they ate and talked about their morning experiences. Luo Lin listened with interest. After breakfast, Harry couldn't wait to invite Luo Lin to their dormitory. After Luo Lin came to their dormitory, Harry took out a shiny silver dress. Luo Lin pretended to be curious and asked, "What is this?" Harry hasn't spoken yet. Ron said excitedly on the side. "This is a great thing, very precious. It is an invisibility cloak." Invisibility cloak? Is it the legendary clothes that can make people invisible? Luo Lin asked next. Harry nodded. "Yes, Professor. You will know after you try it." With that said, he handed the invisibility cloak to Luo Lin. Luo Lin took the invisibility cloak and found that it was very light and felt strange in his hand, like touching water. He put the clothes on his shoulders, looked at the large mirror opposite, and found that his shoulders had completely disappeared. He tried to use his soul power to sense, but found that he couldn't sense it either. It is indeed the Deathly Hallows. Even his soul power cannot be felt, so it is almost impossible to detect what is under the invisibility cloak. See the surprise on Luo Lin's face. Harry smiled even happier. "How about Professor? Isn't it amazing?" Luo Lin nodded. Harry continued, "It's a pity that I don't know who gave it to me. The person who gave it to me just said that it was something my father left before his death, and that it would be returned to me now." Of course, Luo Lin knew it was from Dumbledore, but he didn't say anything. Dumbledore wanted to keep it a secret, and he couldn't reveal it directly. And if the Mirror of Wisest still appears, Dumbledore will tell Harry himself. There is no need for him to spoil it in advance. You will always know. Luo Lin said. Harry just felt a little strange. After all, he didn't know many people in Hogwarts at all. Who sent the invisibility cloak? Was it really his father's before? He just had these questions. But after he couldn't figure out who gave it to him, he no longer struggled. Just like Rowling said, you'll find out Luo Lin experienced the invisibility cloak. Then the Weasley brothers burst in. Merry Christmas! George and Fred looked very excited, especially after seeing the green sweater Harry was wearing. Harry also owns a sweater like ours. This is a unique Weasley sweater. You are so lucky, Fred said loudly. Harry looked at them. I found that both of them were wearing sweaters with the same shape as him. Their clothes were the same color, both blue, but there are different letters on it. One is a big yellow F, which is Fred's initials, and the other is a big yellow G, which is George's initials. The letters above identify the two people. Fred and George came to Harry. Fred looked carefully at the sweater placed next to Harry and said with emotion, Harry's clothes are better than both of us. Mom is obviously more attentive to Harry than to her own family. George nodded repeatedly. Harry was a little embarrassed when he heard this and didn't know what to say. Finally, he said, Thank you, Aunt Weasley. I will definitely thank her when I visit your house in the future. George stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, smiling happily. It's good if you have this idea. You are welcome to come to the Weasley family as a guest, but our home is a bit small and a bit broken. I hope you won't dislike it. Harry quickly shook his head. How could I dislike it? He really doesn't dislike the Weasley family. In other words, he will not dislike any family. Because, in his opinion, there could never be a worse family in the world than the Dursleys. What's more, he used to sleep in the closet, so how could he laugh at others? Fred and George were unaware of his previous condition, but I was very happy to hear what he said. At this time, they also noticed Luo Lin, who had put away the invisibility cloak. Luo Lin didn't know if Harry was willing to let these two people know about the invisibility cloak, so he put it away immediately. Good morning, Professor Rasma. The two said almost in unison. Good morning, Mr. Weasleys. Rowling responded. Then the two of them looked around him, showing disappointment. Professor Rasma, why didn't you bring those soul servants with you today? I really like them, especially Malfoy. Fred couldn't help but said. George couldn't agree more. We will definitely become good friends with Malfoy. He is really to my liking. Luo Lin looked at the two naughty guys in front of him, and naturally knew that what they said was true. These two people and Malfoy are a perfect match together. Both are restless masters. Today, Christmas, I gave them some time to play by themselves, so if you wander around campus, you might run into them. Rowling explained. Just like last Halloween, Rowling once again gave Black the power to move freely. He believed that Black and the others would not do anything inappropriate this time. If something happens again that makes him unhappy, he would most likely send Black and the others back to the dark room temporarily. This was already said last time. If Malfoy and the others weren't stupid, they wouldn't have done anything too extreme. Hear what Luo Lin said. George and Fred seemed very happy. Really? Let's go shopping soon. Maybe we can meet each other. Today is a good day. We will definitely be able to do some interesting things with them. I'm really looking forward to it. Luo Lin felt that the two of them might be disappointed. Anyway, Black and Longbottom will definitely not cause trouble. These two are now honest and can no longer be honest. Malfoy is quite lively, but he will definitely not do many things. At least he will definitely not do things prohibited by Professor Rasma. But if it was just a simple prank, it wouldn't have too serious an impact. Malfoy might actually be persuaded by Fred and George. At this time, George noticed Ron beside him. I couldn't help but said, Ron, why don't you put on your sweater? This sweater is beautiful and warm, and is also a symbol of the Weasley family. Ron heard his words and shrugged. I don't like this color very much. Having said that, he still put the sweater over his head and put on properly. George looked at his dark red sweater and shook his head. There are no letters on your sweater. Mom probably thinks you won't forget your name. But we obviously won't forget it. But she can't always tell Fred and me apart, and often calls us Jordan Fudge. Ron couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Mom is indeed like this. She may be afraid that others can't tell you apart. Harry looked at them with some envy. He had never experienced anything like this, nor any brothers or sisters. Seeing the Weasley family so close, he wished he could have such relatives. Luo Lin felt Harry's envy and couldn't help but reach out and rub his head. After Harry turned his head and saw Luo Lin, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Thank you, Professor Rasma." Luo Lin said nothing and continued to rub Harry's hair. He found that Harry's hair was of pretty good quality, maybe wizard were like that. Harry had a look of enjoyment on his face, like a puppy being comforted by its owner. He suddenly felt as if he was also very happy. He was so happy to meet a teacher like Professor Rasma. While Ron and George were chatting, a man stuck his head in. "It's Percy." Fred's eyes were very sharp, and he saw Percy immediately, and then reached out and pulled him in. Percy was a little dissatisfied, and just as he was about to say something, he spotted Luo Lin. "Good morning, Professor Rasma." Percy was polite, and Roland responded to him. Then Percy looked at George and the others. "What are you doing here?" "Making a lot of noise. We were looking at each other's Christmas presents." As he spoke, Fred noticed that Percy had a sweater on his arm. "So you're opening Christmas presents too? Why don't you put them on?" He grabbed Percy's sweater. Looking at the P letter on it, he couldn't help but joke. "P means prefect. Percy, put on quickly. We are all wearing it." And Harry also got one. Of course, P does not mean prefect, but the first letter of the words prefect and Percy both starts with P. Hearing Fred's teasing, Percy was a little reluctant. "I don't really want to wear it." But Fred and George didn't care what he thought. Percy was forced into a sweater by Fred and George. Even his glasses were knocked crooked. Moreover, Fred and George also asked Percy not to sit with the prefects because today is Christmas, a day for family reunion. Luo Lin couldn't help but think of his past life when he heard their words. "Every time during the Huxia New Year in my previous life, he is always with his family, without thinking about anything else or having any worries. That is always when he is happiest. The atmosphere today is very similar to the Huxia New Year. But think about it. Christmas is originally the Western New Year. After everyone had fun for a while, Harry also put on a sweater. Except for Luo Lin, everyone in the group was wearing similar sweaters, and everyone looked energetic. I didn't do anything special during the day. Everyone gets together to play. Harry and the Weasley brothers were having a snowball fight on the playground. I just had a great time playing it all afternoon. Not to mention how happy I am. However, the end result was that they were so passive that their clothes were almost soaked. When they panted back to the fire in the common room, they felt very warm. The afternoon passed quickly. Christmas dinner begins. Compared with other banquets, the Christmas dinner is more grand and sumptuous. And Christmas is unique. Luo Lin sat in his seat and saw a fat roasted turkey placed in front of everyone. On the public table below, there are more than 100 roast turkeys neatly stacked, looking like a big mountain. Also piled into a mountain are barbecued meats and soil. All kinds of delicious food appeared on the table. These are all things Luo Lin likes to eat. Plate after plate of small sausages. Bowl after bowl of buttered peas. Platefuls of rich, thick meat sauce. There are so many delicious foods. Luo Lin wanted to try everything. He didn't just eat them at his own table. He even went to the students' dining table to pick out something that wasn't available. The meal is not even half finished. He already felt a little stretched. Except for the food. There are a lot of things to play with at Christmas. Not far from the dining table, large groups of Wizard Lottery packets and firecrackers were placed here. These Wizard Lottery firecrackers are quite fun. Just pull them and they will make a huge sound, like a cannon bombing. Then various colors of smoke will come out and a rear admiral's hat will explode from it, as well as several lively white mice. Luo Lin had never seen such an interesting thing. He couldn't help but smoke 2 colorful firecrackers, one blue and one yellow. Harry and the Weasley brothers had even more fun. Loud noises erupted from everywhere in the auditorium. But no one found it annoying at this time. Today is Christmas. It is a festival where the more lively the better. All the professors at the guest table came together this time, and no one was absent. Hagrid, Professor Quirrell, Snape, Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, everyone was there. When Luo Lin saw Professor Quirrell, he couldn't help but think that Voldemort also celebrated Christmas. When he saw this scene, he must be very happy in his heart. Dumbledore's look is very interesting. The pointed wizard hat on his head was replaced by a lady's hat with flowers on it. It looks like so much fun. See this look of his? Luo Lin couldn't help but think of some unbearable scenes. Especially after Professor Flitwick told him a joke, his smile was a bit strange. Finish the first half. And the second half. The second half is naturally the dessert. The fiery red Christmas pudding looks particularly beautiful under the light. And there's a surprise in these Christmas puddings. If someone can eat something special inside, it will bless that person with good luck in the coming year. This is a very beautiful blessing. It's a pity that Luo Lin didn't get it. But Professor Snape actually ate a crescent-shaped piece of silver. This made Luo Lin slightly unhappy for a moment. But these are small things. Luo Lin really encountered a rather magical thing. Hagrid, who was sitting next to him, was drinking glass after glass of wine for some unknown reason today. If Luo Lin wants to talk to him, he will answer, but he seems to have something on his mind, as if he is strengthening his determination. He drank a little too much. Seeing that he was already a little drunk, his chest was getting redder and redder, and his face covered under his thick beard was also starting to turn red. And then, towards the end, Hagrid actually ran to Professor McGonagall and kissed him on the cheek. Luo Lin was dumbfounded at the time. I thought Hagrid was out of his mind and engaging in sexual harassment. Later, I discovered that Professor McGonagall didn't mean to be angry at all. Instead, she giggled, her face flushed, and she didn't even care about the top hat tilted on her head. Only then did Luo Lin understand. There's something going on between the two of you. Something you and I wish for. However, Hagrid seemed to have a low self-esteem and usually did not dare to express his feelings. He could only muster up the courage to do such a thing at such special times and occasions, or when he was drunk. Luo Lin was amazed and felt that he knew another secret. He turned to look at the little wizard below. Realizing that Harry seemed to have noticed this, his eyes widened. Harry also noticed Roland's gaze at this time, smiled sheepishly at Rowling, and then continued eating pudding. Rowling didn't pay too much attention to the affairs of Hagrid and Professor McGonagall. He would definitely not get involved in such personal matters. He was concentrating on eating the pudding. After eating several portions, he still couldn't taste the crescent silver tablets. Feeling his bulging belly, he finally gave up. Then he went to pull 2 more colorful firecrackers. A lot of interesting little things popped up inside. After putting these things into the storage space, he was ready to leave the auditorium. However, Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick invited him to the staff lounge for tea. Turkey sandwiches, jam pudding, Christmas cake, toast. Luo Lin, who was already full, was now full. They also chatted about interesting things for a while. Dumbledore also specifically mentioned the Philosopher's Stone, saying that the Philosopher's Stone will be placed in the Chamber of Secrets in a while. Rowling realized that Dumbledore had never placed the Sorcerer's Stone before. If you say so, Dumbledore was probably going to get the Mirror of Erist, but he was probably going to put the Philosopher's Stone in the Mirror of Erist, thinking that would be safer. Luo Lin couldn't help scratching his head. He actually has a little interest in the Mirror of Erist, mainly because he wanted to know if the Mirror of Erist could reflect his inner. The Mirror of Erist is a very magical thing. It is said to show what people want most. Dumbledore said that what he saw was himself holding thick woolen socks. However, Luo Lin happened to have watched an interview with Luo Lin in his previous life. She said Dumbledore saw his family alive. In the UK, wool socks represent family affection. That's why she wrote it then. And Harry also saw his family. There are really special similarities between these two people. It's no wonder that Dumbledore is so optimistic about Harry. All plans basically have Harry at the core. Luo Lin wanted to know what he wanted to see. In his own opinion, he doesn't want anything in particular, nor does he have any particularly strong desires. If the Mirror of Erist could reveal what he desired, that would obviously be a good thing for him. Think of this. Luo Lin thought of the situation in the original work. If nothing else happens, tonight is supposed to be the day that Harry goes to see the Mirror of Erist. After all, he has an invisibility cloak. You can walk around Hogwarts Castle at night without worrying about Filch. Luo Lin touched his chin and felt that he could go see the fun tonight. I don't know if Dumbledore would be watching on the first day when Harry encountered the mirror of Ariste. If Dumbledore were around, that means all this was really planned by Dumbledore. Certainly, even if Dumbledore is not here, it is not ruled out that he has such a plan. It's just that his plan wasn't tonight. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore and others, Luo Lin returned to his dormitory. Malfoy and the others still haven't come back. But today, Luo Lin felt that Malfoy and the others would not do anything outrageous, so he didn't care. He took a bath by himself, then changed his clothes and went out. Rowling had no special need for an invisibility cloak, because it can be invisible in the physical sense. Unless it is a very special existence in terms of soul perception or a pure ghost soul, it is possible to see him after becoming a ghost. His ghost transformation is not like those ghosts in Hogwarts Castle, and his body is still glowing with white light. His ghostliness is another kind of nothingness, and it is unlikely that anyone alive can see him. After he ghosted around the castle for a while, sure enough, Luo Lin discovered Harry's figure. Harry was a little nervous now. Today was the happiest Christmas he had ever had. But amidst the joy, there was one thing that worried him. That's the invisibility cloak. Who gave him the invisibility cloak, and what was its purpose? Was the invisibility cloak really left by his father? When he was having fun, he didn't have this doubt in his mind. But when he was full and lying on the bed, ready to sleep, this doubt began to arise. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. Harry simply took out the invisibility cloak. Ron was too full and didn't have anything bothering him like Harry. He fell asleep as soon as he returned to the dormitory without even washing up. Harry didn't bother him, just took the invisibility cloak and came outside. He wanted to try this invisibility cloak. After all, it belonged to his father. At least that's what the notes said. Wrapped in an invisibility cloak, he became a transparent person, and Harry felt both novel and strange. But soon nervousness and excitement filled his mind, because he realized something. With this invisibility cloak, the whole of Hogwarts had no secrets from him. He can wear an invisibility cloak and walk freely in the castle. All places are open to him, and no one can see him. He can go anywhere. This is anywhere. Harry is still a child. He was extremely interested in this kind of nervous and exciting thing, especially thinking about that annoying Filch. He was more excited than ever before, and even thought of teasing Filch in front of him flashed through his mind. But eventually I gave up. Harry also thought about sharing this joy with Ron at that time, but Ron was a little sleepy, so he thought about it and didn't wake him up. Another reason is that this is his father's invisibility cloak. He feels that he should use it alone and does not want to share it with others. He thought it was selfish, but he wanted to be selfish just once. Then he walked out of the dormitory, down the stairs, through the common room, and finally into the corridor. The fat lady noticed someone coming out, but she didn't see anyone. Harry was even more excited at this time. The speed of his feet became faster and faster, wrapping the invisibility cloak tightly around his body. At the same time, he is also thinking he is completely free now and can go wherever he wants. So where should he go? Harry was suddenly confused. After all, he really didn't know where he should go. But soon he thought of a place. Restricted section of the library. That is not something students can go to in normal times. You must have a note from the teacher to pass. Of course, Harry could easily get the note from Rowling, but he was not willing to trouble Professor Rasma, and he wanted to go there and read to his heart's content for a long time. In particular, he wanted to find out specific information about famous figures in the history of magic that Hermione had asked him to help find. So he quickly made up his mind to go to the restricted book area tonight and read hard there. Harry now had the route to Hogwarts Castle completely memorized. In the dark night, I arrived at the library soon. The restricted area at the back of the library is an area separated by ropes. It was so dark at night that he obviously couldn't see, so he could only hold up the lamp and carefully look at the books in the restricted area. But the books in the restricted area are really weird. Some books had no titles at all, and some books were covered in bloodstains, which looked scary. Moreover, he felt that there was a vague voice in the books, as if there was a person inside, which was even more creepy. Harry felt that it might not be suitable for him to come to the restricted book area at night, so it would be better to go to Professor Rasma and ask for a note to read during the day. It's really a bit chaotic here. Just when he was ready to give up, he accidentally came across a book. Then the book fell to the ground and opened. A burst of extremely shrill screams suddenly broke out. The book screamed, startling Harry. Harry moved so violently that he almost dropped the books next to him. He instantly became panicked, and at the same time, he heard rapid footsteps outside. He knew that Filch was coming, and he became even more panicked. He immediately wrapped himself in an invisibility cloak and ran outside in a hurry. There's a lot of movement here. Of course, Luo Lin noticed it. He came here very quickly, only to see Filch bursting into the restricted book section of the library with a furious look on his face. Luo Lin did not notice Harry's figure, but he didn't feel surprised, because he knew Harry was wearing an invisibility cloak. Harry's invisibility cloak serves as one of the Deathly Hallows. Is extremely special. Luo Lin's soul detection can't detect it either. No wonder it is said to be able to escape the perception of death. Luo Lin estimated that since the god of death was called a god, he would most likely be equivalent to the 100th level of the necromancer. And now he is not even level 80. Naturally, the invisibility cloak cannot be directly detected. Luo Lin watched Filch rush in with a furious look on his face, and then walk out again with a confused look on his face. A piercing scream sounded in the library. Luo Lin looked at it for a while and found that it was a book. It should be some book related to black magic. He remembered that he had read it during the day, and the book did not scream during the day. After Filch walked out of the library, immediately cast a spell. Then, not a moment later, Snape's figure appeared in Rowling's field of vision. Snape's figure moved very quickly and came to Filch's side. Filch looked at him somewhat flatteringly. "Professor, you told me at the time that if someone wandered around in the middle of the night, they would tell you right away. Just now, someone was in the restricted section of the library and opened the howling book." Snape's eyes lit up. Restricted book zone? Then he definitely can't go far. Let's go look for him together, and we will definitely catch him. Snape and Filch then quickly searched the entire castle. They walked around the library. Snape tried to find the person Filch said was wandering around. However, Harry with the invisibility cloak was completely impossible to find. As long as Harry hides in a corner and doesn't get caught by them, there was no way they would ever find Harry in their lifetime. The invisibility cloak cannot make the body disappear. This may be the only drawback of being single-minded. It means that as long as you search everywhere, sooner or later you will encounter someone wearing an invisibility cloak. Rowling did not pay attention to Filch and Snape, who were looking for someone in the castle. He was paying attention to the conditions of each door of the castle. Knowing that Harry was wearing an invisibility cloak, he wouldn't be able to discover it in a short period of time. So he needs to use something external. For example, it's the door. Harry also wants to escape from here and go to the house where the Mirror of Arist is, and he will definitely pass through many doors. All Luo Lin needed to do was pay attention to the doors that suddenly opened when no one was passing by. That means Harry passed here. Then just pay attention to other places. That's all. After a while, Luo Lin has gained something. Harry was wandering around the castle like a headless fly, trying to find a safe place to avoid Filch and Snape. If these two people find him wandering around at night, I'm afraid the only option is to be expelled. Luo Lin paid attention to the doors and happened to find several doors that opened automatically. These doors were all on a route, and it was obvious at a glance that Harry was escaping. It was naturally impossible for Luo Lin to report Harry. He just wanted to go see the Mirror of Arist with Harry. This is not difficult. Harry moved quickly because he was afraid of being caught by Filch and Snape, his two enemies. He relied on the invisibility cloak to stay away from the library and away from Filch and Snape. Finally, he came to a room, leaned against the wall, and took a deep breath. The conversation and footsteps of Filch and Snape could no longer be heard here. It was too thrilling just now, and I was almost discovered by Filch and Snape. Harry was really frightened, and it took him a while to recover. He didn't realize there was an extra person around him. "Rowling, Luo Lin judged Harry's location based on the door switch and then followed him. At this time, Rowling was able to determine Harry's location. Harry's invisibility cloak is of course the ultimate in invisibility, but it's still far behind in other aspects. No sound or smell will be masked. So as long as Luo Lin knows Harry's approximate location, he can determine Harry's specific location based on footsteps or smell. Like now, Harry was leaning against the wall and taking deep breaths. Even if Luo Lin couldn't see him or feel him, he could still know that he was breathing there. But Rowling didn't pay much attention to Harry. What he's paying more attention to now is this room, or the mirror of Ariste in this room. The house looked like an abandoned classroom. There are a lot of debris accumulated in the classroom, including some unused tables and chairs, as well as some papers, teaching supplies, etc. These things are unremarkable and have no appeal to most people. The things opposite these things are different. It was something incompatible with this abandoned classroom in the form of a warehouse. It seems that someone put it here temporarily because there was no place to put it. This thing is naturally the mirror of Ariste, a very impressive mirror. And the one who put it here, not to mention, must be Dumbledore. Rowling even knew that there was probably a magic stone in the mirror of Ariste. That is to say, Luo Lin has no idea. If Rowling had any idea, he might be able to use Harry to take away the Sorcerer's Stone from the mirror of Ariste, and Dumbledore's expression would definitely be wonderful. But Rowling definitely had no intention of doing this, and he didn't know if Dumbledore was hiding nearby. Rowling was not 100% sure that he could detect Dumbledore's traces. Dumbledore is really too mysterious, and it's hard to say what kind of means Rowling has. Although he is currently at a very high level and maybe stronger than Dumbledore in terms of strength, in terms of various methods, Luo Lin is not necessarily as good as Dumbledore. After all, Dumbledore's age is there. Rowling quickly stopped thinking about Dumbledore, because his eyes have been attracted by the mirror of Ariste. The mirror of Ariste looks very tall, as if it reaches the ceiling. The gorgeous golden frame and two claw-shaped brackets are combined together to give it a luxurious feel. There's a line of words engraved on the top of the mirror. Iristra Eruaiki Ubikafaraikian Voges. This is a very strange line of text. Harry definitely couldn't understand it. Luo Lin understood, because he knows that this is looking from right to left, which means what I show is not your face, but the desire in your heart. This text is also the description of the mirror of Ariste. The function of a mirror of Ariste is to reveal people's deepest desires and desires. Like now, Harry stood in front of the mirror, his eyes widened. After not hearing Filch and Snape's voices, Harry's mood gradually calmed down. When he came back to his senses, he naturally noticed the gorgeous mirror in the room for the first time. He didn't recognize or couldn't read the line of letters on the mirror, but stand in front of the mirror. Looking at the situation in the mirror, Harry was stunned. At first, when he was far away from the mirror, there was nothing in the mirror. And when he stood closer, he saw an incredible scene. There was not only himself in the mirror, but also a lot of people standing behind him. Harry turned his head sharply, only to find that there was nothing around him. There was no one else in the whole room. When I turned around, the scene in the mirror was still the same. Harry was dumbfounded. His heart was beating wildly, even more alarming than when he was almost discovered by Filch and Snape just now. His originally calm breathing began to become rapid. He looked pale in the mirror and looked extremely frightened. At the same time, there were at least a dozen people standing behind him in the mirror. Harry looked back several times, but there was still nothing behind him. What exactly is going on? Is it possible that these people are invisible? Harry couldn't help but guess. After the panic, he gradually calmed down and then began to carefully observe the people in the mirror. This observation made his eyes widen again. A woman standing behind him in the mirror was smiling and waving at him. In addition to feeling a chill, Harry also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He stretched out his hand as if to grab the woman's hand, but he could only grab the air. This is a very beautiful woman with dark red hair, eyes. The eyes look exactly like Harry's. Harry made another discovery. This man's eyes actually looked exactly like his, and he seemed to be smiling but it looked more like he was crying. The tall man, standing next to the woman, put his arms around her. Only then did Harry notice the image of this man. He wore glasses and had messy hair. The hair on the back of his head stood up unruly, exactly like him. Harry couldn't help but get closer and closer to the mirror, and two words that he had thought about most in countless years came to mind. Dad? Mom? Harry was heard murmuring. Luo Lin knew that Harry had seen his inner desire. It was a longing for a family that never came. Only he can see his desire. Even Luo Lin couldn't see anything. At this time, the mirror of Ariste in Luo Lin's field of vision was blank. If he wants to reflect his deepest desires, he must stand closer and face the mirror directly. Harry saw his parents and what appeared to be many other family members. That was the scene he wanted to see most. These scenes made Harry a little crazy. He pressed his hands tightly on the mirror, as if he was staying with the people he saw. This is the first time in Harry's life to be with his family. The feeling of intimacy and joy fascinated him. Harry stood here for more than an hour. I can't seem to get enough of it. It wasn't until there was a sound outside that Harry regained his senses. He knew he couldn't stay here forever and had to go back to sleep. Harry looked at the mirror reluctantly, or at the people in the mirror, and slowly moved his eyes away from the mirror. I will come again. Harry put on the invisibility cloak and left here in a hurry. Harry left. Luo Lin still stayed where he was. Wait until the sounds outside disappear. He walked up to the mirror of Ariste. Luo Lin did not lift his ghost state. He wondered if the mirror in front of him could reflect his ghostly self. It turns out, useless. As a ghost, he stood directly opposite the mirror of Ariste, and he was very close, but there was nothing in the mirror. The mirror of Ariste could not recognize him as a ghost, which made Luo Lin's expectations a little lighter. This already shows that the magic power of the mirror of Ariste is limited. You can't even shine a light on him when he's transformed into the netherworld. So how can you really shine a light on his heart? With suspicion, Luo Lin lifted his ghost form, and a figure wearing a wizard's robe appeared in the mirror. There is one more person in the mirror image. But Luo Lin looked carefully and found nothing like Harry's situation. He was really the only one in the mirror. It's just that his expression is different from what he shows himself. Luo Lin was making faces in front of the mirror with various expressions on his face. However, what he saw in the mirror was as calm as an ancient well, with an expressionless face all the time. After trying several times, Luo Lin found that he was still motionless in the mirror, as if he was a puppet in the mirror and would never move. Is this his deepest desire and desire? Numerous doubts emerged in Luo Lin's mind. He was a little confused about what it meant that the mirror of Ariste showed a motionless version of himself. Could it be that his deepest desire is to become a wooden man? Luo Lin thinks this is impossible. But the mirror of Ariste is displayed like this, which must have another meaning. Luo Lin was a little confused. He still has a little bit of knowledge about himself. As for what I'm particularly eager for, it seems like I don't really have anything. He just hopes that he can live his life easily. But the mirror didn't reflect his thoughts. Or maybe it was shown, but he didn't see it? Luo Lin couldn't understand. The expressionless and extremely calm Luo Lin in the mirror still had no change in his expression. He just looked at Luo Lin quietly outside the mirror, saying nothing, as if he had said something else. Luo Lin stared at himself in the mirror for a long time, and finally shook his head and gave up. He still couldn't see the meaning of this picture. But it doesn't matter. Regarding the mirror of Ariste, his hopes were not that high. He was just curious. If you can't take a picture, you can't take a picture. If you don't understand it, you can't understand it. There is definitely some reluctance. But it couldn't have much impact on him. Luo Lin used ghost transformation again. The figure disappeared into the mirror of Ariste. The ever-calm Luo Lin in the mirror picture also disappeared, and until the end, his expression did not change at all. Luo Lin took a deep look at the mirror of Ariste. Then he turned around and left here. The matter of seeing the mirror of Ariste has been completed. Harry coming here after that would have nothing to do with him. Presumably Harry will meet Dumbledore next time or the next time. Luo Lin was not very curious about that scene. so there was a high probability that he would not come here again. See you next time with this mirror. I'm afraid Rowling was not involved in anything related to the Mirror of Erased. He is enjoying his vacation. A reply came from the Ministry of Magic, saying there was no need for him. He just needs to stay in Hogwarts and relax. This time is different from when I first came to Hogwarts. The Christmas holiday is a relatively long holiday. Most of the professors in the school will not stay in the school. Except for a few professors such as Professor McGonagall, most professors will go out to play or rest at home. Since Professor McGonagall lives in Hogwarts, he is always here no matter what holiday it is. Luo Lin didn't go to see anyone during this vacation. The next few days didn't even go to Harry and Ron's place. He has been staying in the dormitory to keep an empty mind. I have been studying in the room of requirement the past few nights. I am indeed a little tired. He has broken away from that fanatical research state. Although he is still a little interested in studying bones, he has no intention of being immersed in it forever. Luo Lin did not plan to go to the room of requirement every day to conduct research. He plans to go there every once in a while, so that he can better digest the knowledge gained from the research and determine the direction of the next research. He had almost had enough of the endless bones in the room of requirement. It's not a problem to face so many bones every day. It's better to relax a little and not be so boring. This is Luo Lin's attitude towards life. Try to only do things that make you happy, and it would be best if you don't do other things. So for the next period of time, he just stayed in the dormitory and thought he was a fool. Think nothing, do nothing. After emptying my mind for 2 days, my whole body suddenly felt full of energy. Then he still didn't go out. Just lie in bed and relax every day. Let Black and Longbottom solve everything, whether it's daily meals or going to the library to borrow books for him to read. It was Black and Longbottom who did it. If they have something difficult to do, Luo Lin will also ask them to send a message to Hagrid or Professor McGonagall. They can be handled very well. Time just goes by. In a blink of an eye, it's the day before school starts. This day, Hermione is back. It wasn't just Hermione. Neville is also back. Everyone returned to Hogwarts. At Hagrid's invitation, everyone came to his cabin again and started a party that had not been held for a long time. At the party, Hermione told Neville about her return home. There was nothing special about their return home. Just chatting with my family, spending Christmas, and eating delicious food. Harry and Ron were different. They talked about their experiences during this period without hiding anything. First up is Harry. Harry said that he received the invisibility cloak as a gift, and then wandered around the castle, and then met Filch and was almost caught. When it comes to this, Hermione couldn't help but feel worried when she heard this. If Harry was really caught by Filch, it would not end well. It was too dangerous to wander around the castle alone at night. But when Harry mentioned the Mirror of Erased, Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up. It was a look full of inquisitiveness, and Hermione became deeply curious about the Mirror of Erased. So is Neville. Neville wanted to know his inner desires, because he still didn't know why he was sorted into Gryffindor by the Sorting Hat. He is obviously a coward. He wanted to know if he was brave at heart, so he came a Gryffindor. Hagrid seemed relatively calm, and he probably knew about the Mirror of Erased. He didn't try to stop Harry from continuing, because Hagrid saw that Rowling didn't react at all. In his opinion, since Professor Razma didn't react at all, this kind of thing shouldn't be that special, and there was no need to stop Harry from talking. Rowling could be said to have witnessed this scene with his own eyes, so he couldn't help but smile when he heard Harry describe how frightened he was by Filch and Snape. He could clearly see what Filch and Snape looked like at that time. If Harry gets caught by them, the end might be worse than Harry and the others imagined. Harry finished talking about the first time he accidentally found the Mirror of Erased using the invisibility cloak, and he told about his family that he saw in the magic mirror. Then at this time, Ron spoke excitedly. "I'm going too." In the curious eyes of several other people, Ron told about his experience of going to see the Mirror of Erased with Harry. After Harry went back that night, he felt a little sleepless. After waking up the next day, I told Ron about the incident. Ron was asleep at the time, and Harry didn't wake him. So he missed the Mirror of Erased and was a little angry that Harry didn't wake him up. But after Harry promised to use the invisibility cloak to take him to see the mirror of Arist at night, he immediately stopped being angry. Ron didn't think much about it at that time. He just wanted to see Harry's parents. Harry thought that the mirror would allow him to see his whole family. So he thought he could also see Ron's parents and the Weasley family. Both were very excited that day. Harry couldn't even eat. His thoughts were all about his parents. He was a little worried that he couldn't find a mirror. Then at night, they all hid in the invisibility cloak, walked cautiously, and began to search for the room in the dim corridor. It was really cold that night. Ron was ready to give up and not look for it again. Harry was very persistent. He braved the cold and searched in the corridor for a long time, and finally found the familiar armor that night. Then they entered the room. Ron and Harry saw the mirror of Arist. Hearing the two of them running towards the mirror of Arist, Hermione became more and more excited and couldn't help but interject. "So have you all seen your parents and family?" Neville was listening with wide eyes. Hagrid naturally knew that the mirror of Arist was not used to see other people's families, but he also had some expectations about what Ron would see. That was the deepest desire in his heart. Ron shook his head. "I didn't see my family, but I saw other things." Harry nodded aside. "I stood in front of the mirror first, and I saw my parents again, but Ron couldn't see anyone outside. He could only see me." Then Ron stood in front of the mirror and saw some images. Hermione and Neville were even more curious. What exactly did Ron see? He noticed that everyone was looking at him. Ron chuckled. "I didn't see all my family members like Harry, but I saw myself." "Yourself?" Hermione was a little confused. How could Ron see herself? Ron nodded. "I did see myself, but not myself now, but me who has become the president of the Boys' Student Union." "What?" Neville and Hermione were astonished. "I wear the badge of the Student Union president, and I also hold the college cup and the Quidditch cup in my hand. I'm also the Quidditch captain," Ron said with some yearning. Hermione and Neville were even more surprised. How could such a scene appear? Is that your future? The two of them were extremely confused. Regarding the two people's doubts, Ron continued. "At first, I thought like you, thinking that the mirror predicted my future. But that's impossible. After all, Harry actually saw his parents. Everyone knows that Harry's parents have passed away." His voice became softer as he spoke. Harry looked normal. "Yes, my family members have all passed away. So how can it be the future?" "So, I didn't think it was the future at that time, but I was addicted to it." Ron nodded repeatedly. "I'm just addicted to it. The two of us are still fighting over who should look in the mirror. It's a mirror that fascinates people. It's very special, so special that I don't know how to describe it. I'll let Harry tell you. Harry knows a lot." Everyone looked at Harry. Harry looked at a few people, then looked at the interested Luo Lin and nodded. "At that time, my head was on fire, and I kept thinking about seeing my family. But there was an accident. When Ron and I were fighting for it, Mrs. Norris appeared." "Mrs. Norris?" "That nasty cat," Neville recalled. "Yes, it was her. She suddenly appeared at that time. Fortunately, Ron and I were more alert and used the invisibility cloak to make us invisible. She didn't see us, but Ron and I were afraid that she would go find Filch, so we left there." After Harry finished speaking, Hermione said with some approval, "It's really a bit annoying, but it didn't matter. The next day, I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to look in the mirror." A flash of memory flashed in Harry's eyes. Ron echoed from the side. Harry was a little obsessed at the time. "He didn't do anything I asked him to do. I tried hard to persuade him not to look in the mirror, but he still insisted on going." Harry sighed. "Ron said at the time that he had a very bad premonition and that I just escaped by chance, and that Filch and Snape might be wandering around looking for me." Hermione's face looked a little strange, and she couldn't help but glance at Ron, as if she had gotten to know him again. Ron noticed her and blushed slightly. "What's wrong? Can't I do this?" Hermione smiled and nodded. "Of course, you did a good job. I would do the same if it were me." "You are right." Harry said that my tone was very similar to yours. Ron's words made Hermione turn to look at Harry. "So did he persuade you?" Harry shook his head. "No. At that time, all I could think about was looking at that mirror. I couldn't listen to anything Ron said. He couldn't stop me. So you went there again later, and you were confused by the mirror." Hermione's tone was somewhat serious. Neville was more concerned about another thing. Will you still go there now? The others were also concerned when they heard Neville's question. Harry shook his head. I won't go again. Why? Did you restrain yourself? No, because I met Dumbledore. As soon as Harry finished speaking, several exclamations suddenly sounded out. Dumbledore! How did you meet Dumbledore? Where did you meet Dumbledore? By the mirror? Can Dumbledore discover your invisibility cloak? This time not only Hermione and Neville, but also Hagrid also took a keen interest. He really didn't know why Dumbledore was looking for Harry. But he knew one thing. That invisibility cloak must have been given to Harry by Dumbledore. Harry looked up at the sky and fell into memories. At that time, I was looking at my parents in the mirror. My parents were smiling at me, and a man who looked like my grandfather was nodding happily. I'm very happy and happy. I hope time can freeze at that moment and let me stay with them forever. No one can stop this. But when I was thinking like this, a voice rang in my ears. It was Professor Dumbledore. Hermione blinked. What did Professor Dumbledore say? All he said was, "Again, Harry?" Neville could already imagine the situation and couldn't help but shuddered. It's indeed a bit scary. How could he suddenly appear there? Harry looked a little unnatural. Actually, he has always been there. It's just that at the beginning, I just wanted to go to the mirror, but I didn't notice the people around me at all. Hermione was a little surprised. How attractive is that mirror? It can actually make you so focused that even a person as old as Professor Dumbledore can't see it. Harry sighed again. I don't know what happened to me, but according to Professor Dumbledore, it's all because of the Mirror of Wisest. Mirror of Wisest. Is this the name of the mirror? Yes, Professor Dumbledore told me. The Mirror of Wisest. This is a magical mirror. Harry explained. Professor Dumbledore told you its name, so he should also tell you its details, right? Neville asked suddenly. Harry nodded. Mirror of Wisest. Professor Dumbledore told me that what you see in this mirror mainly depends on what the person standing in front of the mirror thinks. He gave an example, saying that the happiest person in the world can use the Mirror of Wisest as an ordinary mirror, which means he will only see the truest version of himself in the mirror. Can you understand? Hermione thought thoughtfully. That means unhappy people will see what they want. Is that what you mean? Harry confirmed her thoughts. That's it. The mirror will let us see what we want. What it makes us see is the most urgent and strongest desire deep in our hearts. Hermione's eyes brightened. Is it such a magical thing? Can I take a photo of it? I also want to know the deepest and strongest desire in my heart. Harry shook his head. Professor Dumbledore has moved it to a new location. I heard Harry say that Dumbledore had moved the Mirror of Wisest. Hermione looked disappointed. She also thought about trying the Mirror of Wisest, but it turned out that she had no chance. What did Professor Dumbledore tell you then? Neville asked curiously from the side. Harry recalled the scene. Professor Dumbledore told me that the Mirror of Wisest allows us to see only the strongest desires in our hearts. I have never met my family, and what I long for most is to meet them, so they will appear around me in the mirror. Ron has always been a little unsure of his brothers. He longed to be an excellent person, so he became the best one in the mirror. As he said this, he glanced at Ron. Ron nodded and said nothing. Professor Dumbledore warned me that this mirror cannot bring us anything substantial, and what it shows is not reality. People will only see what they want to see and then indulge in it and waste time. And if nothing changes for a long time, people will go crazy because they can't distinguish between reality and illusion, and they don't know whether it can be realized. Harry's words made everyone present fall into deep thought. Luo Lin nodded secretly. The Mirror of Wisest does have some disadvantages. It can lead to nihilism and unrealistic fantasies. But the Mirror of Wisest is not all bad. It can provide people with the right emotional value. Isn't it an emotional value to let people see what they desire most? Like an orphan who lost his parents since childhood. If he could see his imaginary parents in front of the mirror and live with them, he would be very satisfied. Harry is a living example. Harry must be happy to see his parents. Even though I knew it was an illusion, it still fulfilled a wish. As long as you can finally stop being addicted to it, this kind of emotional value is beneficial to people. Let's take a step back. So what if I get addicted to it? Will he really go crazy like Professor Dumbledore said? Rowling doesn't think this is bound to happen. To be addicted to something. He is very vocal. This is a society with extremely advanced information, and there are people who are addicted to anything, especially those very tempting things such as games, anime novels, etc. It is easy for people to become addicted. But how many people are really crazy and don't care about anything? Most people still care more about real life. Even if you're addicted to games and other things, it is just an adjustment to your mood and makes you feel happier. Some say it's escapism, but in fact, there is nothing wrong with escaping reality sometimes. As long as people can maintain their own lives, the happier they are, the better. At least that's what Rowling thought. There's nothing he's too obsessed with. But whenever he encounters pressure in life, he will find something to escape reality. Is there anything wrong with this? Rowling felt that if the mirror of Erased appeared in modern society and people were exposed to enough information density, then facing the mirror of Erased, it would probably just feel like a movie. Still the most beautiful movie. However, for children like Harry, sometimes they may not have enough self-control, and their parents may not be able to provide appropriate guidance in time. At this time, Dumbledore's one-size-fits-all statement is still correct. Hermione had already recovered her mood by this time. Whether or not she sees the mirror of Erased actually makes no difference to her. The rest of the people thought the same way. At most, it's a little regretful. After Professor Dumbledore told me that the mirror would be moved to a new location, he asked me not to look for it again and then went back to sleep. But there was something he said that made me feel very strange. He said that if I happened to see the mirror of Erased again one day, he told me to be mentally prepared. He said that it would be useless to indulge in illusory dreams and forget about real life, and asked me to remember this sentence. I'm a little confused. Harry had a confused look on his face. Of course, Hermione and others couldn't understand it either. Only Luo Lin was moved when he heard these words. Dumbledore actually said this. It seems that Dumbledore had a plan for Harry to go to the Chamber of Secrets. At least Dumbledore had anticipated such a situation where he had received some divination information. What Dumbledore was talking about was obviously that Harry would go to the Chamber of Secrets one day in the future, encounter the Mirror of Erased, and possibly get the Philosopher's Stone. Luo Lin felt that Dumbledore was really far-sighted and always took one step and thought 3 steps before doing anything. While using the Mirror of Erased to prevent Voldemort from getting the Philosopher's Stone, he also thought that Harry might come into contact with the Philosopher's Stone. Just when Luo Lin was praising Dumbledore in his heart, Harry suddenly looked at Rowling. "Professor, I want to ask you a question, okay?" Luo Lin came back to his senses and nodded naturally. "Of course, I don't know what the problem is. I would like to ask the professor, if you stood in front of the Mirror of Erased, what do you think you would see?" When Harry mentioned this topic, the eyes of the others instantly became curious. Everyone present admired Professor Luo Lin. Naturally, they would also like to know what Professor Rasma desires in his heart. Harry's question made Luo Lin stunned for a moment. He thought of himself standing in front of the Mirror of Erased. He has not thought clearly about the situation of that extremely calm self until now. So for Harry's question, Luo Lin really didn't know how to answer it for a while. He thought for a while and said, "Actually, I don't know very well. I don't seem to have any particular goals that I want to pursue, nor do I have anything that I particularly desire. I just want to live a peaceful life and do what I want to do. Nothing else matters to me." Harry looked at the sincere face of Luo Lin, knowing that Professor Rasma was not lying, and couldn't help showing an envious look on his face. "That's great. The professor is really a happy person. I want to be someone like the professor in the future." It was also the first time for Hagrid and the others to understand Luo Lin's thoughts. Unexpectedly, Professor Rasma, the necromancer who was rumored to be terrifying in the outside world, was just an ordinary professor who wanted to live a peaceful life. If this news spreads, I am afraid a group of people will be shocked. The people present were not surprised. In the process of getting along with Luo Lin, they discovered that Luo Lin was indeed such a person. Everyone continued to chat about the Mirror of Erased for some time. Harry also said that in the past few days, He did feel the bad side of what Professor Dumbledore was talking about, because after hearing Professor Dumbledore's words, he decided to forget what he saw in the magic mirror as soon as possible. However, it has never been successful. He started having nightmares. I dreamed about the images of my parents in the mirror over and over again. Then there is a green light and a very strange smile. Harry thought this must be the negative influence the mirror of Ariste had on him. Only Luo Lin knows. This is the influence of the soul fragments Voldemort left in Harry's mind. But that's not important. The impact of Voldemort's soul fragment on Harry is limited. Harry couldn't care less about this, even if Harry asked him for help. Rowling can also soothe the soul fragments in his mind so that they will no longer affect Harry for a long time. But in fact, these soul fragments are also good for Harry's soul. While Voldemort is influencing Harry, isn't he also being influenced by Harry? Not to mention that soul fragments are slowly absorbed in other people's minds. Harry is protected by his mother's ancient magic, and he can improve himself with the help of Voldemort's soul fragments. So Luo Lin didn't plan to get involved in this matter. Everyone chatted for a while. Time just passed. Then everyone dispersed. Luo Lin also went back to sleep. He had to go to class tomorrow. The next day, the Christmas holidays are over. The semester begins. Luo Lin resumed his usual teaching life. Just compared to some time ago, he doesn't go to the room of requirement every night, but only goes to the room of requirement to experiment when he has an idea. On the teaching of defense against the dark arts, Luo Lin's teaching skills are becoming more and more proficient. Students are increasingly interested in taking his classes. He has now become the most popular professor in almost every course, much more popular than other professors. Every day when he walks in the Hogwarts castle, someone will come to say hello to him, and someone will give him some small gifts from time to time. This made Luo Lin very satisfied. He was very satisfied with the teaching results of his hard work in preparing lessons. Harry was having a hard time during this period. Compared to before, he now has much less free time every day, because he started a new round of Quidditch training. After defeating Slytherin, Oliver Wood's requirements for them have once again increased, and they are much stricter than before. Even in the cold winter, or in the rainy days that continued after heavy snowfall, he still insisted on leading everyone to train. Many team members are complaining, like George and Fred, saying that Oliver Wood has become a training freak, and there are too many things going on every day, which is driving them crazy. During this time, they couldn't go out and do pranks. But Harry agreed very much with Wood. He stands firmly on Wood's side and works very hard every time he trains. Because if they win the next game against Hufflepuff, their points will surpass Slytherin. This means that Gryffindor will win the House Cup, breaking Slytherin's 7-game winning streak and winning for the first time outside of Slytherin in 7 years. If this is done, they will be heroes. Not only the hero of Gryffindor, but also the hero of the other two houses. Harry really wanted to defeat Slytherin. I also hope that I can become a hero. Besides this, there is another reason. That is, when he is very tired, he will sleep soundly at night without those nightmares. This is what Harry told Luo Lin during their weekly gatherings. He said that he liked the feeling of exhaustion, which made him forget all his worries and enjoyed the feeling of progress. So the smile on Harry's face was always there during this time. However, at a recent party, Harry suddenly became worried. Hagrid found out it was because of Snape. Harry looked uncomfortable. During the last training, Wood lost his temper, and Fred and George did not train seriously and pretended to fall off the broomstick. Then Wood told us bad news. In the next game between us and Hufflepuff, Snape will actually be the referee. He frowned just when he said this news. We will definitely lose, and Snape will still find every excuse to deduct points from us. Hagrid was a little puzzled. Snape can actually be a referee? He has never been a referee. Harry nodded. Yes, he has never been a referee for a Quidditch match, so this time he must be here for us. Because if we win this time, we will defeat Slytherin in the Academy Cup. He doesn't want Slytherin's 7-game winning streak to end, so he wants to be a referee and make unfair decisions. Hagrid hesitated. Probably not. Would Snape do that? Of course. Everyone knows Professor Snape's partiality, and I think he will do the same. Even Hermione, who respected the professor so much, felt that Snape would not rule fairly. One can imagine how bad Snape's reputation in school became. Now, Luo Lin finally understood why Harry looked uncomfortable. This incident actually happened in the original work. But if he remembers correctly, the reason why Snape applied to be a referee was because Harry almost had an accident in the first game. So he became a referee to protect Harry. But things have changed a lot now. Snape didn't come to the first game at all, so he probably didn't know what was going on. Moreover, Rowling quickly solved Professor Quirrell without putting Harry at any risk. Why would Slip come to be the referee under such circumstances? Is it true that Snape wanted to make an unfair judgment, as Harry said? Luo Lin thinks it shouldn't be the case. Although Snape favored Slytherin, it was within normal teaching work and within the rules. With his character, he shouldn't take the initiative to ask for a referee's position, and then just to favor Slytherin and deduct points from Gryffindor. There must be something happening that Luo Lin doesn't know about. This gave Snape the idea of becoming a referee. Looking at Harry's worried look, Luo Lin smiled and said, "Don't worry too much, Harry. Professor Snape may target you a little bit, but it must be within the rules. You just need to be yourselves and abide by the rules now. Professor Snape will have no excuse to cause trouble." Hear what Luo Lin said. Harry sighed. "Would told me the same thing, but I still feel very uncomfortable in my heart." Ron echoed from the side. "When I think of Snape being the referee on the sidelines, it's hard not to worry about it. That's a referee. He can deduct points casually." Harry continued. "There is also what happened last time. Although Snape didn't show up at all last time, I always felt that the incident was related to him. So I was a little scared." Luo Lin understood what Harry meant. Snape had been too targeted at Harry before, which made Harry very distrustful of Snape. This sense of distrust naturally made it difficult for Harry to accept Snape's decision, because he subconsciously believed that Snape would favor Slytherin and deduct points from Gryffindor. It can only be said that it was entirely Snape's fault. And Harry was right. If it were Snape before, he will indeed target Gryffindor in this competition. He must want Hufflepuff to win, so that Slytherin will not lose to Gryffindor in the Academy Cup. But if it were Snape now, Luo Lin was not sure. Because since the last time Rowling gave Snape a hearty talk, Snape has changed a lot. According to Harry, although Snape still kept a cold face these days, he would not deliberately target Harry in class. In terms of deducting points, it is not as deliberately biased towards Slytherin as before. Snape Harry was actually very satisfied with this. He didn't need Snape to be nice to him. He just needed Snape to stop targeting him. In Harry's opinion, it is best for the two of them to be strangers or the most ordinary teacher-student relationship. One teaches and the other teaches. No close relationship is required. Of course, Rowling knew that Snape couldn't stop paying attention to Harry. But it would also be a good thing if Snape had changed, could control his emotions, not be so directed at Harry, and just pay attention to him secretly. Hasn't Professor Snape changed a lot? I think, Harry, you should not worry so much. Maybe Professor Snape is not targeting you or Gryffindor this time. He just wants to experience it. Luo Lin thought for a while and said. Harry shrugged helplessly. I really hope so, but every time I see Professor Snape's face, I always feel a little embarrassed. I really hope he can't be the referee. This is your psychological factor. Didn't you also say that Professor Snape has not targeted you recently? This psychological factor needs to be overcome by yourself. There was nothing Luo Lin could do. Harry could only solve this kind of problem by himself. Harry nodded. I understand, Professor. I will overcome all this. Gryffindor's victory is very important. I can't lose. Gryffindor finally had hope of breaking Slytherin's 7th consecutive championship. Harry was definitely not willing to lose, even if the referee below is Snape. He also wants to achieve this victory. As a seeker, so to speak, he is the most critical one on the team. If even he loses his spirit, it means that their team is not far from losing. Harry was never willing to lose, especially when he thought of Wood's serious look and his desire for the Quidditch Cup. But Snape was really annoying. Harry also understood what Professor Erasmus said, and Snape had indeed changed somewhat. But what made Harry uncomfortable was that he seemed to run into Snape everywhere. No matter what he was doing, Snape would always appear nearby every once in a while. even though Snape wouldn't do anything to him. Just looking at Snape's figure made him feel uncomfortable. In the past, every potions class was a painful torture for him. It was a little better now, but among all the classes, the potions class was still the most uncomfortable for him. Not only was the professor in class Snape, but Draco, who was in class with him, was extremely annoying. Harry wasn't afraid of Draco, nor was he that afraid of Snape. But that kind of psychological disgust made him not want to get along too much with the two of them. Ron, Neville, and Hermione also had nothing to say. They could only comfort Harry and tell him not to worry so much. The same goes for Hagrid. He firmly believed that Snape would never harm Harry, but it was hard to say whether Snape would target Harry. He could only encourage Harry not to pay attention to Snape during the game and just devote himself to the game. Harry accepted everyone's encouragement and his face became slightly better. Time flies. The next day, Saturday came. Today is the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Early in the morning, Luo Lin woke up from his sleep, got dressed, and went to the auditorium to have breakfast. He didn't get up very early today, so Harry and the others were already here when he came. Harry's face looked much better at this time than yesterday, and it seemed that he had done a lot of mental construction. Ron and Seamus were cheering him on. Harry's appetite seemed pretty good today. He ate 2 sausages, a piece of bread, and drank milk. Rowling didn't bother Harry. I just greeted him from a distance. The time was approaching 11 o'clock. He came to the stadium. Today we also made an appointment to watch the game together. Luo Lin came here first and found a place to sit down. Ron and Hermione weren't here yet because they went to the dressing room to cheer Harry on and wish him good luck. When the game was about to start, Ron and Hermione appeared in the stands and sat next to Luo Lin. Neville was also sitting here, together with Ron and Hermione, not looking at the players who were about to play, but staring at the referee Snape. Harry said that he must go all out today and win the battle quickly, so that Snape will not be given the opportunity to favor Hufflepuff too much. Ron said, while looking at Snape, "Hopefully, as long as they don't foul, Professor Snape shouldn't go too far under the attention of so many people." Hermione spoke. "I see that Professor Snape's face looks a little bad today, and he looks a little unhappy. Harry really needs to be careful." Neville looked worried. Hear his words. Rowling turned his attention to Snape. "I found that Snape's face did not look very good. The originally waxy face now looked a little pale, and he has 2 big dark circles under his eyes, and you can tell at a glance that he didn't sleep well. Did Snape do something last night? Or did he encounter something? Why did he look like this?" Luo Lin felt very strange that Snape should not behave like this. The fact that Snape was the referee obviously had a big impact on Harry. But when Harry appeared, there was no longer any worry on his face. Of course, Luo Lin knew why. Not because of him, because although Harry respected him, he didn't think he could influence Snape much. In the entire Hogwarts, Harry and the others only knew one person who could truly influence Snape. That's Dumbledore. That's right. In this game, Dumbledore is here. Dumbledore appeared on the field wearing familiar robes and glasses. And he even sat next to Luo Lin. Watch the next game with Hermione, Ron, Rowling. Harry saw Dumbledore's silver beard in the dressing room. Suddenly, the whole person felt relieved. The smile on his face appeared unconsciously. Dumbledore is here, so what else can happen? If Dumbledore was present and Snape still dared to show unscrupulous favoritism or even violate regulations, then he might as well let Snape be the principal. Harry was completely relieved now. With Dumbledore around, Snape would be strict at best, deducting points when he could. You can't just look for trouble and deduct points just to make them deduct points. Harry felt confident all of a sudden. With the support of his friends and the appearance of Dumbledore, he was confident of winning this game. So what about Snape? He will definitely win quickly without committing any fouls, and Snape will be completely helpless against him. When Harry walked out of the locker room and looked over at Luo Lin, everyone could see the relief on his face. Professor Rasma and Professor Dumbledore sit together, which is so reassuring. Harry even took a closer look at Snape's face. Seeing Snape's gloomy expression, he couldn't help but smile. I have never seen Snape look so embarrassed. It must be because of Dumbledore's appearance that Snape looks like this, because he can't do anything excessive. Harry was in a good mood. Ron, Hermione, and Neville were in a pretty good mood there. What a rare thing it is to be able to sit and watch a game with Dumbledore. If it were told, I don't know how many people would be envious of it. This is a rare experience in a wizard's life. The three of them are in a great mood now, and the smiles on their faces have never disappeared. Plus, they don't have to worry about Harry's condition at all, so they can enjoy the game and cheer for Gryffindor. Llewellyn was also a little surprised. He didn't quite remember the contents of the original book and didn't know if Dumbledore came this time. But he should have come, otherwise Harry might not be able to win this game given his nervousness. But whether it comes or not, he was surprised that Dumbledore actually sat with him or came to him. Dumbledore didn't say anything when he sat next to him. The two of them didn't talk about other things. They only talked about Quidditch. Just like normal Quidditch fans. Talk about who will win and which team to support. When with Llewellyn, Dumbledore made no secret of his inclinations. Logically speaking, as the principal, he should support neither party or should support both parties so that it seems fair. But that's not what Dumbledore did. He chose to support Gryffindor and support Harry's victory. It is said that he completely regards himself as a fan. This is normal. Who makes him a wizard from Gryffindor? If you don't support your own college, should you support other colleges? Dumbledore was not a selfless saint. On the contrary, he is a wizard with richer emotions than others. In terms of justice, Dumbledore can choose to do the right thing and not reserve his selfishness. But on such an unimportant matter, Dumbledore obviously followed his own thoughts, because it didn't matter which side he supported, it wouldn't affect fairness anyway. So why not make himself more happy? Rowling can think of Dumbledore's thoughts, and he also supports this. And he also supports Gryffindor. The two of them had many topics for a while. Llewellyn and the others were very happy. Draco wasn't so happy. Not far from Ron, Hermione, and the others. Draco sat there with his two younger brothers, looking in the direction of Ron, Hermione, and the others somewhat unhappily. He felt very unhappy now, because he had planned to tease Ron and Hermione today. He was in a bad mood during this time. Slytherin actually lost. Still lost to Gryffindor and that annoying Harry Potter. How could such an arrogant Draco endure it? In his opinion, Slytherin is the strongest house. This year is destined to win 7 consecutive championships. However, he lost at Quidditch. If Hufflepuff loses this game, then Gryffindor will have more gems than Slytherin. This was something Draco was not willing to accept anyway. If Harry Potter helped Gryffindor in Slytherin's 7 consecutive championships, it would be a huge blow to Draco, who had always been dissatisfied with Harry. He is in a very bad mood these days, especially when the game is approaching. So before that, he had thought that on the day of the competition, he would find trouble with Harry's friends, namely Ron and Hermione. Ron and Hermione might not be easy to deal with, but Draco felt that the coward named Neville would definitely be easy to deal with. He wants to vent his dissatisfaction with Harry by bullying Harry's friends. However, the plan was made. The result was unsatisfactory. When he and his two younger brothers were preparing to cause trouble for Ron and the others. But he found that the people sitting next to Ron were each heavier than the last. Forget it about Llewellyn. Draco knew that Roland and Harry had a good relationship. There is actually a Dumbledore. How could Principal Dumbledore hang out with this bunch of trash? They didn't deserve to watch the game with Headmaster Dumbledore. The one who should watch the game with Dumbledore should be Draco. Draco looked on with gritted teeth. Not only could they not bully Ron and the others as planned, instead, he had to watch Dumbledore and Ron talking and laughing. This was a double blow to Draco. His face now looked even uglier than Snape's, who was serving as the referee. It's a pity that Ron and the others didn't notice. Otherwise, I would definitely be happier to see his expression. Draco especially wanted to stand in front of Ron and the others. Goad them with harsh words. You know how Gryffindor picks its players? They pick people they feel pity for. Just like Potter has no father or mother, and the Weasley brothers are both poor. Neville Longbottom, you should also join the Gryffindor team, because you have no brains at all. As for Hermione, a mudblood, let alone that. These were all words Draco had already thought about. It's a pity that I don't have a chance to say it now. Draco even expected Ron and others' faces to turn red. If you're so angry, you might want to attack him. When the time comes, he will have two strong followers in Crabbe and Goyle, and he will be able to defeat them easily. I was angry for a while. Draco's mood finally recovered. Another reason is that Professor Snape keeps making penalties within the scope of the rules. Hufflepuff always gets free throws. Gryffindor has not gotten a single free throw so far. Even if Hufflepuff sometimes fouls, Professor Snape will choose to ignore it. For his behavior, the students in the 4 colleges all expected it. Slytherin naturally felt in a good mood and thought Professor Snape was really kind to them. The remaining 3 colleges are unhappy. Even Hufflepuff, although it is possible to win under such partiality, does not want Slytherin to continue to win the Academy Cup. But the Hufflepuff players are still very serious. They will not be affected by other aspects. They are just concentrating on playing their own ball. Gryffindor has been booing to express his dissatisfaction. Professor Snape seemed not to be affected by these people at all, and he still did things his own way. Draco kept praying in his heart, hoping that Gryffindor would lose this game. But his prayers seemed to have no effect, even though Hufflepuff scored a lot of free throws. Gryffindor's score is not much lower than Hufflepuff's. And the most important thing is Harry. Harry's posture in the sky is extremely chic, and he looks very relaxed. He kept looking down from the top, paying attention to where the golden snitch might appear. And then at some point, he suddenly made a quick dive. This dive was so beautiful that the whole audience burst into cheers and applause. Draco still hadn't realized what was going on. I noticed that Ron and Hermione stood up excitedly next to them. They shouted loudly, "Come on, faster, Harry!" Neville was the same, and the 3 of them were extremely excited. Even the calm Dumbledore couldn't help but look down. Draco had a bad premonition in his heart. He turned his head and saw a golden object suddenly flying past Snape's ear. Almost hit Snape on the head. This made Snape's already ugly face look even uglier. At the same time, Draco's expression became even more ugly, because that thing is a golden snitch, and as long as you catch it, you will win. The most important thing is that Harry is right next to him, and his dive, just now, was for the golden snitch. The cheers in the stands grew louder. Harry also lived up to the expectations of the students who cheered him on. He flew past Snape, stopped his dive instantly, and grabbed the golden snitch with one hand. The golden snitch was held tightly in his hand. With his raised arms, he displayed the golden snitch. And now only a short time has passed before the game starts. All the audience was excited. As a spectator familiar with the game of Quidditch, they both knew how rare the situation was at this time. This will be a new record, because they had never seen the golden snitch caught so quickly in a Quidditch match. The game ended too quickly. It's not even 5 minutes. Harry is Gryffindor's hero once again. Harry got off his broomstick, still holding the snitch tightly in his hand. It was hard for him to believe that the game ended so quickly. On top of the stands, Ron, Hermione, and others were extremely excited. They jumped happily on the spot, venting their joy. The students in the Gryffindor stands poured into the stadium. Snape landed on the ground with an ugly expression, as if he was frightened, and his lips were pressed tightly together. Harry still stood where he was. He is a little confused now, but also a little excited. The complex emotions in my heart are simply indescribable. And at this time, he felt a hand on his head and another hand on his shoulder. "Well done, Harry." "Very well. Harry, you are great." Harry almost shed tears when he heard these 2 familiar voices. He turned to look. He saw Luo, Lin, and Dumbledore, and then a smile appeared on his lips. "Thank you, Professor Rathma, Professor Dumbledore." Face these 2 people. Harry couldn't be more happy. He felt that his hard training during this period was completely in vain. Rowling and Dumbledore each encouraged Harry. Dumbledore also said he was glad Harry wasn't thinking about the Mirror of Erist. Then the 2 left. Harry was soon surrounded by the Gryffindors who came up and was thrown high, just like several of his teammates. Wood is excited now. He could already see his name engraved on the Quidditch Cup. This is his wish. It was his biggest wish before graduation. Now it seems that it is not so difficult to achieve. And it's all because of Harry. He thanked Harry loudly. The team members were all in high spirits. Until an hour later, all the talents present dispersed. Harry and the others returned to the locker room. Wood's excitement did not disappear at all. They talked excitedly. Harry, on the other hand, had already started preparing for the party that would be waiting for a while. We had made an appointment before. Regardless of whether they lost or won the game, they would go to Hagrid's hut for a party. Ron and the others had already passed one step ahead. Only Harry is still here. Harry couldn't wait to change his clothes, leave the dressing room, and prepare to take his Nimbus 2000 directly back to the broom shed. He was extremely proud and wanted to share his joy with his friends right away. But this time, suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Over here, at Hagrid's hut, Luo Lin and the others are waiting for Harry's arrival. But it took a long time to wait. Harry didn't even come. It wasn't until more than an hour passed that Harry arrived in a hurry, still looking a little embarrassed. Looking at Harry's embarrassed look, Ron and others couldn't help but be a little surprised. "What's wrong with you? You came so late and ended up like this?" Ron asked curiously. Harry looked out of breath and didn't care at all about the mud on his body, and said directly, "You have no idea what I just saw. It's really amazing." His tone was slightly exaggerated, which made Ron and others even more curious. "Something amazing? What is it?" Harry's face was solemn. Recalling what he had just seen, he looked at Luo Lin aside, and then said, "I just saw Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell." "Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell? This is very common. Is there anything special about it?" Hermione felt a little strange. They may encounter these two professors even if they are not in class, so they don't think there is anything to be excited about. Harry had calmed down his mood swings at this time and seemed less excited. "Of course, I didn't just meet them, but I met them under a special situation, and their conversation was impossible for you to imagine." "Tell me quickly. I can't wait to know," Ron said expectantly. He didn't care about other things. He just wanted to know what happened to Harry to have such a reaction. Harry didn't show off and seriously told what he had just experienced. It turned out just now. He was going to the broom shed to store his broomstick. However, he happened to encounter Snape, who was sneaking out of the castle. Harry wasn't going to care, but I couldn't bear the curiosity in my heart and finally followed him. Followed all the way to the Forbidden Forest. After he hid himself, he actually met Snape and Quirrell. Snape seemed very strong, while Quirrell seemed extremely weak. Snape was questioning Quirrell very forcefully, as if he was forcing Quirrell to admit something he hadn't done. In the end, Snape didn't force anything out of Quirrell's mouth. He threatened Quirrell a few more words and left. Harry then carefully left the scene and rushed to the cabin. Fortunately, the Forbidden Forest was very close to Hagrid's hut, so he was able to return here so quickly. At that time, he almost thought that he had been discovered. Once discovered, Harry felt that he would definitely be killed and silenced by Snape. Listening to his story and looking at his scared look, Ron, Hermione, and others looked at each other with strong curiosity. Harry would definitely not lie to them. Professor Quirrell was more cowardly than they imagined, while Snape seemed very strong. But the two of them seemed to have nothing in common. So why did Professor Snape press Professor Quirrell? Even Harry couldn't explain this clearly. After all, he didn't dare to get too close at the time and didn't listen so carefully. All I know is that until the end, Chino did not directly compromise and admit it. But looking at his frightened look, Harry was really afraid that he would be directly questioned by Snape in the next moment. Listening to Harry's story, Luo Lin looked confused. Harry and the others didn't know what was going on, but Luo Lin had roughly guessed the whole thing. Apparently, Snape tracked him down to Quirrell. Just like in the original work, Snape began to doubt Quirrell, so he wanted to get information from the cowardly Kino through questioning. However, Snape didn't know that Quirrell's cowardice was completely disguised. He was the one behind everything, and he was also the inhabitant of Voldemort. So his questioning was destined to be fruitless. Instead, he was discovered by Harry, and the misunderstanding deepened, and he was identified as the murderer who wanted to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. Now Harry didn't think that Snape was going to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He just thought that Snape was bullying Professor Quirrell. Of course, it is also speculated that Snape has some special purpose of his own. Luo Lin didn't say anything. Such a misunderstanding was nothing to Professor Snape. There were enough misunderstandings anyway, and most of them were caused by Professor Snape himself. He was just curious. On what basis did Snape suspect Quirrell? And why did Snape look so tired today? The thick dark circles under his eyes showed that he had not slept much. What on earth did he go through yesterday? He is more interested in these because these are unknown things. Just when he was thinking about this, Harry's discussion was almost over. Nothing came out of the discussion, except that Professor Snape was very strong and Professor Quirrell was too cowardly. Harry said that if he were Professor Quirrell, a fellow professor, he would definitely fight back against Snape. Then everyone changed the topic. Talking about today's Quidditch match, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. As Gryffindor students and Harry's friends, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were obviously very happy. Gryffindor defeated Hufflepuff this time and got a winner's point, officially surpassing Slytherin in the number of gems in the Academy Cup. As long as Gryffindor doesn't get deducted too many points in the future and scores in a step-by-step manner, it can maintain its current lead. In the end, they will defeat Slytherin, interrupt their 7 consecutive championships, and win the Academy Cup. This is an extremely exciting thing to celebrate. They drank a lot of tea together. After all, children can't drink yet, so they drink tea instead of wine to express their excitement. Luo Lin also drank a few cups of tea with them. Harry kept thanking them. He said that if it weren't for Dumbledore and Rowling, he would have been very nervous during today's game and would have been very worried about Snape. He disliked professors like Snape, but for Dumbledore and Rowling, he respected them from the bottom of his heart. Luo Lin didn't say anything. He just told Harry to continue working hard and play against the Ravenclaw team next. Gryffindor with Harry is stronger than Ravenclaw. It has a lead in strength and has a high probability of winning, but it cannot be taken lightly, especially its opponents. Only by defeating Ravenclaw. Gryffindor finally won the Quidditch Cup. Harry knew this very well and said that he would not take it lightly. In the next period of time, he will continue to train seriously until he wins the Quidditch Cup. Everyone didn't stay in Hagrid's hut for too long, because it's very late now. They didn't even eat dinner at 6 o'clock. I can only change into formal clothes and go to dinner at 8 o'clock. After dinner, everyone also dispersed. Luo Lin returned to the dormitory and took a bath. He didn't plan to go to the room of requirement tonight and was going to sleep directly, but just when he closed his eyes, a soul connection alarmed him. The connection between souls suddenly woke Luo Lin up. He carefully felt the source of the soul connection. Not Dementors, not Blake and the others around him, but it came from the secret room on the 4th floor. It's Gunter and the others. Gunter, Birds, and Crouch. The 3 of them are guarding the Philosopher's Stone outside the secret room. Why would you contact him at this time? Roland realized something was going on. According to his request at that time, if something important hadn't happened, Gunter and the others shouldn't have contacted him. Think of this. He injected his soul power into the soul connection and soon established a strong connection channel with Gunter. What's wrong, Gunter? What happened? Hearing his words, Gunter's fanatical voice came. Great Master, we were ordered to guard here, but today someone broke in. Is there an intruder? Luo Lin was stunned for a moment. He was a little confused as to why someone would break in. Even if Voldemort wants to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, it shouldn't be at this time. He switched his perspective to Gunter's side and explored the situation there through Gunter's soul power. Suddenly discovered, Professor Quirrell's figure suddenly appeared not far from Gunter and the others. It seems that he is passing the key level. Luo Lin was even more confused now. What's going on? Shouldn't Professor Quirrell take action towards the end of the semester? Why are you suddenly taking action now? There was no sign. Luo Lin couldn't help scratching his head. This was something completely beyond his expectation. He quickly thought of what happened to Harry today. Snape didn't know what he found and went to find Quirrell, and then Quirrell came directly to get the Philosopher's Stone at night. Why is he in such a hurry? Also, Dumbledore should be at school. How dare he? Luo Lin's mind was filled with doubts. He did not rush to the secret room immediately. Instead, prepare to go find Dumbledore first. However, after searching around the castle, Dumbledore was not found. Dumbledore's dormitory was empty. Plus, it's late at night again. There was no one to ask. It seems that he can only go there once to check the situation. Think of this. Luo Lin turned himself into a ghost and rushed to Gaunt's side. Quirrell didn't break through the barrier very quickly. When he came directly to Gunter's 3 soul servants through his connection with Gunter, Quirrell had not yet broken in here. Look at this relatively dark basement. Luo Lin hides his figure, and only Gunter and the others could discover him. At this time, Gunter and the 3 of them were crawling on the ground. Meet the Great Master. As soon as they saluted, Professor Quirrell appeared here. Looking at the 3 bones lying on the ground, Quirrell was obviously confused. Then it dawned on him, this should be the level set up by Roland Razma, right? It's just 3 undead skeletons. It seems that I will get the magic stone soon. His expression was not as submissive as he usually saw. At the same time, another voice came from him. That necromancer is not simple. It's better to deal with him quickly without wasting time. This eerie voice must be that socket spirit. Luo Lin looked at Quirrell with interest, feeling 2 special soul fluctuations in him. Luo Lin couldn't care much about being a sojourner. He was more concerned about Voldemort, who was unabashedly radiating fluctuations in his soul, because vaguely, he actually developed a desire for another soul wave in Quirrell. It is a desire from the inside out. Luo Lin has never felt like this before. Maybe it happened before, but I forgot all about it. This made him more interested in Voldemort. After Voldemort finished speaking, Professor Quirrell suddenly became flattering. Okay, Master, I will deal with them right away. After saying this, Professor Quirrell took action directly. Avada eats the big melon. The starting point is Avada Kedavra. The green magic hit Gunter directly. Gunter's bones trembled slightly, and then there was no other reaction. Quirrell was stunned when he saw this scene. What's going on? Avada's Kedavra seems to have no effect at all. The still prostrate skeleton in front of him has no damage at all, and is even lying there. Voldemort's voice appeared. Something is wrong. There is something very wrong with these 3 undead skeletons. They are kneeling in a certain direction. There is someone there. Quirrell was shocked. 3 undead skeletons were actually kneeling down to work. These 3 undead are obviously Luo Lin's undead servants. Who else can they kneel to? Roland Razma. Quirrell gritted his teeth and said the name. Then he saw Luo Lin's figure slowly emerging from the darkness. Luo Lin smiled and looked at Quirrell. Good evening, Professor Quirrell. It's a coincidence that I can meet you here. The muscles in Quirrell's face twitched. What a coincidence to be in a secret room in the middle of the night. It seems you have discovered something. Just like the annoying Snape. Quirrell's face was gloomy. Rowling shrugged noncommittally. After all, I promised Professor Dumbledore to guard the Sorcerer's Stone, so I can't let you take it away, right? Quirrell stared at him with an ugly face, said nothing, and hit Luo Lin with a piercing wrist bone. Luo Lin looked at Quirrell with burning eyes. The reason why he came out was not because of anything else, but because of the desire in his heart. This desire reached its peak when Voldemort spoke. He couldn't bear it any longer. The Cruciatus Curse touched something not far in front of Luo Lin, causing a ripple and then dissipating. Just when Quirrell was about to take action again, Luo Lin's groan appeared beside him. Roland looked at Quirrell, or rather at the back of Quirrell's head, lifted the scarf on his head, and grabbed the ugly face. Voldemort's expression twisted. He never thought that he would be caught. What are you going to do? Came Voldemort's sharp voice. Quirrell already looked stupid at this time, standing there blankly. Luo Lin didn't listen to what Voldemort was saying at all. He felt the throbbing getting stronger and stronger, and he unconsciously exerted force on his hands. Podgy! Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head was crushed by him. The next moment, a huge soul wave appeared in the secret room. However, only for a moment, Luo Lin took a deep breath, and all the soul fluctuations in the secret room disappeared. Voldemort was instantly refined by him. Luo Lin couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Several voices sounded in his ears one after another. Feeling the high-quality soul with special properties, swallowing it, successfully swallowing it, the level of the necromancer has been raised to level 99. It has been detected that it is about to advance. Start the advancement. The divine fire is being ignited. The divine fire was successfully ignited. The divine personality was successfully condensed. The host has become a god and has become the supreme undead. Luo Lin felt an indescribable power emerging from his body. An invisible flame burned in front of him. This is his divine fire. He has become a god. Luo Lin moved and disappeared from this world in the blink of an eye. The supreme lord of the undead has returned to his throne, and the lord of the undead in all the heavens and worlds is back. A few years later, Luo Lin was lying in the kingdom of God, looking at the grown-up Harry in the picture with a smile on his lips. He was able to lie down completely, but there was one thing he had to do next. The next moment, he appears in Hogwarts. Harry, who had become the headmaster, was stunned, and then a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. Luo Lin did not speak to Harry, but snapped his fingers, and the sound resounded throughout the world. Disaster of the undead. In the incredible eyes of many wizards, countless undead filled the entire world. Luo Lin looked at Harry with a smile. How is it? Isn't he handsome? Harry was not frightened. He smiled and nodded. Professor is always so handsome no matter what he does. The two looked at each other, then smiled at each other. Countless years later, there is a news circulating in the heavens. The Lord of the Undead in all the worlds, the supreme undead, accepted a disciple who was born in a small world. In the end, this small world disciple also succeeded in becoming a god.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.